Little brother Feng, you won fair and square. I admit defeat. I won't deny I was initially dissatisfied with the ranking, but I'm convinced after our duel, Ding Fu said magnanimously. I wouldn't have accepted it myself if I were still ranked higher than you. I would have knocked some sense into the title temple if that were the case. Duanling Tian's first impression of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was rather good due to Ding Fu's straightforward personality. Little brother Feng, please follow me. I've set up a special area for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Those from the Title Temple, Heavenly Palaces, and the Heaven-grade forces are gathered there. However, I've also arranged for your accommodation if you want to rest while you wait for the Battle of the Geniuses to begin, Ding Fu said. Naturally, Duanling Tian, Meng Luo, Zhang Tianyu, and the others knew Ding Fu was only so courteous and enthusiastic because of Feng Qingyang. Elder brother Ding, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, we can wait with the others. Moreover, it's good to let these young ones socialize with the other participants before the Battle of the Geniuses commences. Little brother Feng, you have a point, Ding Fu said with a smile. He did not try to persuade Feng Qingyang otherwise. The chaperones and the participants from the Title Temple, Heavenly Palaces, and Heaven-grade forces were placed in different areas. Hence, before Ding Fu left with Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo, he instructed his men to lead Duanling Tian and the others to the area where the participants were gathered. The person that was leading Duanling Tian and the others to the designated area was a skinny young man dressed in a long and loose gray robe. Despite his average appearance, his eyes were bright and lively. You must be junior brother Duan, right? My master has told me to take great care of you. Despite his ordinary appearance, Duanling Tian knew the gray-clad young man was a powerful titled celestial emperor. I remember Elder Hua saying the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is a top 8-star god of war, and his 2 disciples are 7-star gods of war with strength comparable to those weaker heavenly emperors. Senior brother Wei Qi, thank you for your hospitality. Duanling Tian thanked the gray-clad young man sincerely. He had taken note of the gray-clad young man's name when the gray-clad young man greeted Feng Qingyang earlier. He knew the gray-clad young man was one of Ding Fu's true disciples since Ding Fu had used the gray-clad young man's title earlier. The gray-clad young man was Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon's celestial emperor. Through Elder Hua, Duanling Tian learned that Wei Qi was far stronger than Elder Hua and was comparable to Meng Luo. Apart from being Ding Fu's true disciple, Wei Qi was also one of the strongest titled celestial emperors under Ding Fu's command. In fact, he was only second to Ding Fu in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven due to his strength and status. Wei Qi had a junior sister, Ding Fu's other true disciple, who was also a 7-star god of war, but she was slightly weaker than Wei Qi. While they were making their way to their destination, Wei Qi said, Junior brother Duan, based on what I know, Junior Uncle Feng hadn't accepted a true disciple after he ascended to a Devata realm. He refused many geniuses who wanted to be his disciples. If you don't mind me asking, how did you end up becoming Junior Uncle Feng's true disciple? The ears of Zhang Tianyu and the others perked up when they heard Wei Qi's question. All of them stared at Duanling Tian's back intently, clearly curious about the answer. Duanling Tian replied with a smile. My master and I came from the same mundane realm. I was fortunate enough to inherit my master's legacy in the mundane realm. That's how I ended up becoming his true disciple. The same mundane realm? Wei Qi was briefly taken aback. When he regained his senses, he said with a smile, No wonder Junior Uncle Feng accepted you as his true disciple. As it turns out, the connection between both of you started such a long time ago. After a brief pause, he continued to say, Junior brother Duan, you're really lucky. Do you have any idea how many people dream of becoming Junior Uncle Feng's disciples? After he returned from the Azura Hell, even more people wanted to acknowledge him as their master. There were many elders from heaven-grade forces in various Devata realms who brought the younger generations to visit Junior Uncle Feng in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hope that he'll accept them as disciples. Alas, Junior Uncle Feng refuses most of them. He only accepted a few nominal disciples because he felt indebted to some of the elders who had helped him a lot in the past. Indeed, I'm quite lucky, Duanling Tian replied and no longer commented on the matter. After all, what else could he say? He could not say the others were rejected because they were inferior to him, could he? So that's why our Lord Heavenly Emperor accepted him as a true disciple. The green-clad young woman, one of the 3 participants from the solitary destructive heaven, said. The girl, who was also the granddaughter of Meng Luo's friend, looked at Zhang Tianyu meaningfully and asked, Zhang Tianyu, I think he's really lucky. What do you think? Wang Ting, you can stop trying to instigate me, Zhang Tianyu said tonelessly. I know you want me to challenge him to a duel so you can see his strength. Don't think I don't know you plan to challenge him if I win. I'm not a tool you can use. Moreover, all the participants will have a chance to fight each other during the Battle of the Geniuses. Even those who lost will be given a chance to challenge the winners. Wang Ting did not expect Zhang Tianyu would expose her thoughts so thoroughly. She was embarrassed and angry. At this time, Wei Qi, who overheard the conversation, chuckled before he said, Junior brother Duan, it seems like they're very curious about your strength. Are you here just to watch, or are you participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses as well? I'm here to participate, Duan Ling Tian replied as his eyes glinted. He was not bothered by Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting's words. He had no doubt the duo was talented since they were chosen to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, but his improvements over the last 300 years were tremendous. Apart from furthering his comprehension of the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity, he had also become a 9 palaces celestial emperor and was not far away from another breakthrough. Even without the help of the 5 divine elements, he was confident he could kill an ordinary titled celestial emperor with just a strike. To be blunt, Duan Ling Tian did not think Wang Ting or Zhang Tianyu would be a match for him at all. Most of the participants were at the same level as Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting. In his opinion, only those few who were stronger than the others were his opponents. Even then, he did not think they would be a threat to him. He thought to himself resolutely, I, Duan Ling Tian, will be the champion of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses this time. The reward from the Tidal Temple, the exploding element celestial fruit, will be mine. Even the geniuses from the Tidal Temple can forget about competing with me. I'll defeat all of them even if they have secret weapons. Wang Ting raised her brows slightly when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not react even after he overheard their conversation. She really could not figure out if Duan Ling Tian was truly talented or just lucky. If Meng Luo did not tell her that Duan Ling Tian was strong, she would have challenged him by now. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, Wei Qi's eyes lit up. You're here to participate? Junior brother Duan, what rank do you hope to place? From what I know, this time there are at least 2,000 participants in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. I heard from my master that among the participants this time, there are descendants from powerhouses who live in seclusion. According to him, some of these powerhouses are even more powerful than heavenly emperors. Many of them are top 7-star and 8-star gods of war. In fact, my master knows for sure one of them is a 9-star god of war who's not a heavenly emperor. Duan Ling Tian was only slightly surprised by Wei Qi's words. After all, there were some who preferred to live quiet lives and cultivate in seclusion and did not wish to become a heavenly emperor. After a beat, he replied to Wei Qi calmly, First place. First place. Wei Qi, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and the navy-clad young man were stunned speechless by Duan Ling Tian's declaration. They thought he was crazy. How unrealistic. Zhang Tianyu, who was the first to regain his senses, could not help but say sarcastically, I guess you really don't know anything about the participants of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Do you? If there are 2,000 participants from all Devata Realms, this means each Devata Realm has less than 30 participants. Only the most talented geniuses under the age of 1,000 will participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Even those who live in seclusion will participate because the reward is too tempting. Moreover, apart from the reward, the winner will be allowed entry into the Tidal Temple's secret room of laws that has been around since ancient times to cultivate in there. Since the laws and their profundities exist in the form of energy in the secret room of laws, how much one improves depends on how much energy one is able to absorb. This is much easier compared to the usual way one comprehends the law. Therefore, the Tidal Temple guards this place tightly. Even those in the Tidal Temple aren't allowed to enter as they please. Only those rare geniuses are allowed entry. In the past, winners were not given permission to enter the secret room of the laws. Despite the rewards that included rare treasures, not many would participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Therefore, to arouse the interest of talented individuals, the temple decided to grant entry to the secret room of laws to the winner of the battle. Needless to say, it's a success. Due to the secret room of the laws, many talented geniuses under the age of 1,000 are keen to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "You won't be able to imagine what it's like when all these talented geniuses gather under one roof. 30% of the participants are like me. They're celestial emperors under the age of 1,000 with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Participants like Wang Ting and He Jian-yi are only here to join the fun and gain experience. If they're lucky and make it into the top 1,000, they'll receive consolation prizes as well." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Ting and the navy-clad young man whose name was He Jian-yi. Zhang Tianyu continued to solemnly say, "The participants for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Let me tell you, those who can make it into the top 100 can defeat He Jian-yi with just a strike in under 10 breaths. Even I, Zhang Tianyu, the top genius of the Mystic Sword Sect, can only hope to rank in the top 500. But you dare to confidently say you want to rank first? You must be dreaming. Put aside the person who ranks first. Those in the top 30 can defeat me within 3 moves. I'm afraid I won't even be able to endure a single blow from those in the top 10. Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, it was obvious he had done his research. Wang Ting and He Jian-yi subconsciously nodded in agreement as they listened to Zhang Tianyu's analysis. Seeing how you dare to say you want to rank first, you must not have done any research at all on the previous Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. Zhang Tianyu looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully and said, "My strength is comparable to a new titled Celestial Emperor or a 1-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield. During the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the top 500 participants were at least 1-star gods of war, the top 300 participants were at least 2-star gods of war, the top 100 were at least 3-star gods of war, the top 30 were at least 4-star gods of war, the top 10 were at least 5-star gods of war. As for the previous champion, he was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven. He was a top 5-star god of war. After 1,000 years, he had just recently risen to a 6-star god of war. You have no idea how strong a 6-star god of war who's not even 2,000 years old is." Duanling Tian remained mostly indifferent as he listened to Zhang Tianyu's words until he heard about the 6-star god of war, who was not even 2,000 years old. He recalled that Xianxia, his eldest senior sister in the Heavenly Pool Palace, was also a 6-star god of war under 2,000 years old. This meant Xianxia was comparable to the previous champion of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. During the journey to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, Duanling Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, had mentioned the previous champion of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Therefore, he knew that the outstanding person was also the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven. Duanling Tian had also learned from Feng Qingyang that the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven was ranked first in the Devata Realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking. He was someone who had confirmed his godhood. After listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Duanling Tian was once reminded about how remarkable Xianxia was. It seems like eldest senior sister must have had some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to become so strong regardless of how talented she is. Wei Qi thought Duanling Tian doubted Zhang Tianyu's analysis since Duanling Tian remained silent for such a long time. Hence he said, "Junior brother Duan, his analysis is quite objective. There are many outstanding geniuses who usually keep to themselves participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let alone us. Even my master hasn't been to the secret room of laws. It'd be amazing being granted entry to the secret room of laws." "Senior brother Wei Qi, have you participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. "Unfortunately, no." Wei Qi shook his head and said with a sigh, "Everyone only has one chance to participate. When the Battle of the Geniuses was held during my time, I was only slightly over 200 years old. However, even if I were a celestial emperor with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor, it'd still be difficult for me to enter the top 1,000 000. I wasn't lucky. Everyone only has a chance to participate in the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses in their lifetime. When the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses was held during the time I was qualified to participate, I was only slightly over 200 years old. Of course, before 1,000 years old, my cultivation level had reached the Celestial Emperor level and was comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor. However, just as Xianxia you mentioned earlier, even if I had participated in the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses at that time, it's hard to even make it into the top 1,000. Duanling Tian smiled and said, however, Senior Brother Wei Qi, your current achievements should have surpassed those participants who ranked in the top 10 in the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Right? Perhaps only a few of them are a match for you. Wei Qi smiled when he heard Duanling Tian's words. I'm only lucky because I have a great and responsible master. It's true that half of the participants who ranked in the top 10 in the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses and are still alive today aren't a match for me. The remaining are on par with me, and the strongest among them is now a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who's, needless to say, much stronger than me. A lot of people are extraordinary before reaching the age of 1,000, and their progress would slow down after. There are also those who are ordinary during their first 1,000 years but improve tremendously later due to some fortuitous encounters. All in all, the possibilities are endless. Junior Brother Duan, even if your ranking is mediocre, under Junior Uncle Feng's tutelage, you'll definitely be outstanding. It's entirely possible for you to attain godhood as well. He looked at Duanling Tian knowingly when he mentioned the matter of attaining godhood. Based on the way Wei Qi looked at him, Duanling Tian knew Wei Qi must be aware that his master had already attained godhood. In the end, he shook his head and said with a smile, it seems like Senior Brother Wei Qi has no confidence in me as well. Junior Brother Duan, don't take this wrongly. It's just that you might be too ambitious. It's not as easy as you think to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, this time, the Tidal Temple is putting up the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, a peerless celestial fruit, as a reward. This means they're confident that the geniuses representing them will win. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up such a precious fruit as a reward. It's likely the geniuses representing them are at least top 5-star or 6-star gods of war. A 6-star god of war? Although Duanling Tian was prepared for this, he was still shocked by Wei Qi's words. In the past, the most outstanding genius he had encountered was Xianxia, his eldest senior sister in the Boundless Heavens Heavenly Pool Palace. She was a top 6-star god of war who had not even reached 2,000 years old with strength comparable to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, although Xianxia was outstanding, he knew she was not the only outstanding person in the Devata realms. It was just that people like her were rare. With the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses drawing close, it dawned on him that he would soon meet many geniuses under the age of 1,000 from all the Devata realms. Needless to say, it was difficult for Celestials under the age of 1,000 to have many big achievements, but it did not mean they were not outstanding. Moreover, due to the Tidal Temple's decision to grant the winner access to their secret room of laws, many disciples of hermit cultivators were keen to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. These disciples were not inferior to those who came from heavenly palaces or famous heaven-grade forces. In fact, they might be even stronger. As it was mentioned earlier, there were 81 Devata realms. If there were roughly 20 participants from each Devata realm, there would be roughly 2,000 participants in total. How could any of the 2,000 participants be mediocre? For the 20 people to be selected out of so many people in a Devata realm, they had to be extraordinary. This time, Duanling Tian, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Tian, and He Jianyi would be representing the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Excluding Duanling Tian, Zhang Tianyu with strength comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor was the strongest. His strength was between that of a 1-star god of war and a 2-star god of war. As for Wang Ting and He Jianyi, both were only almost as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, there were others from the solitary destructive heaven who were participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses as well. It was just that, instead of being part of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's entourage, they came with the Tidal Temple. A rare genius under the age of 1,000 was measured by their innate talent and comprehension skills. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there were many descendants and disciples of titled celestial emperors. These people did not lack cultivation resources or a good cultivation environment, but their innate talent was not high enough for them to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. There were also those with extraordinary innate talent and comprehension skills, but were too young to display their strength in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. These people were somewhat unfortunate because the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held when they were younger than 500 years old. Nevertheless, they would definitely become outstanding figures in the future. At this moment, Wei Qi asked curiously, "Junior brother Duan, how old are you?" Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian-yi shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian upon hearing this question. Meng Luo had told them the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive was younger than them, but he did not reveal his age. Younger than 700 years old. Due to the long years, Duan Ling Tian had forgotten his exact age. Younger than 700 years old? Junior brother Duan, you're probably one of the youngest participants this time. From what I know, participants who are younger than 800 years old are really rare. After all, even if one has high innate talent and comprehension skills, one still needs time to build up one's strength. That's why those who are extraordinary but too young don't bother participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Wei Qi said with a sigh as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Duan, you're really unlucky. The best time for one to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is when one is around 900 years old. After discovering Duan Ling Tian's age, Wei Qi felt even more strongly than before that Duan Ling Tian's goal to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was nothing more than a dream. How was it possible for someone who was not even 700 years old to rank first? Wang Ting, who was walking at the back, looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously as she said, "Based on what I know, in the history of the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses, the youngest person to have ranked first was also over 900 years, right?" "I heard about that as well." He Jianyi nodded. To be precise, he was only 906 years old when he ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The youngest person to rank first in the history of all the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses was 906 years old, and yet, Duan Ling Tian was not even 700 years old thought he could rank first? Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi all shared the same thought. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor, a rare monstrous genius, couldn't have ranked first at such a young age. Even if Duan Ling Tian is more outstanding than our Lord Heavenly Emperor at this age, it'd still be impossible for him to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Wei Qi, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, none of them thought Duan Ling Tian could rank first. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware no one believed him. He could even sense the contemptuous gaze of the trio walking behind him. In the past, he had endured mocking gazes and words from people who looked down on him, so he had long gotten used to it. He was no longer bothered by such things, so he did not bother to explain himself. "We've arrived," Wei Qi said after he led them to a vast flatland with rows and rows of exquisite wooden houses. Many people could be seen gathering outside of the wooden houses. When Duan Ling Tian and the others, they caught everyone's attention immediately. "Junior brother Duan, you can choose to stay in any of the unoccupied wooden houses. To prevent others from disturbing you, you can set up a formation by carving inscriptions on the wooden door," Wei Qi said with a smile. Then he handed a soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian before he continued to say, "Junior brother Duan, this is my soul pearl. Feel free to contact me if you need my help." After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, Wei Qi bade farewell and left. Before Duan Ling Tian managed to take a step, Wang Ting, who had been staring intently at him, called out, "Duan Ling Tian." She continued to say, "Zhang Tian, you said he planned to fight you during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. However, unlike him, I want to challenge you to a duel now." As soon as Wang Ting discovered Duan Ling Tian was not even 700 years old, she could no longer suppress her urge to challenge him to a duel. In her opinion, this was her only opportunity to defeat the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She knew very well that it would be too late for her to defeat him in the future since he had Feng Qingyang's guidance. In the future, Duan Ling Tian would greatly surpass her. "You're not my match," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently before he vanished out of sight. Duan Ling Tian reappeared above the rows of wooden houses. Finally, his eyes landed on a door of a wooden house that was free of inscriptions. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the wooden house, a tall and burly young man flew toward Duan Ling Tian. He asked with a smile, "My friend, where do you come from?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled by the young man's sudden appearance. "Nevertheless," he replied, "the solitary destructive heaven." "The solitary destructive heaven?" The burly young man's eyes lit up. Then, he said excitedly, "What a coincidence! I've heard so much about the solitary destructive heaven, and I can't wait to visit it. I also heard your heavenly emperor has attained godhood and is ranked third on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. He's known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven, right? I heard he'll attend the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses as well. I'm so happy that I can finally meet my idol." Duan Ling Tian smiled politely. He did not expect to meet a fan of his master here. "My friend, my name is Tang San Pao. What's your name?" The tall and burly young man became even friendlier after discovering Duan Ling Tian was from the solitary destructive heaven. "Duan Ling Tian," Duan Ling Tian replied. Duan Ling Tian was about to excuse himself and enter the wooden house when Tang San Pao asked enthusiastically, "My friend, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. An envious expression appeared on Tang San Pao's face immediately. "I haven't even met the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm I came from." His voice grew solemn as he continued to say, "Nevertheless, I'll surpass him sooner or later. All right, all the best." Duan Ling Tian nodded at Tang San Pao and strode into the wooden house he had chosen. 3 figures appeared in front of Tang San Pao as soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the wooden house. "I think they came with Brother Duan." With this thought in mind, Tang San Pao greeted the trio enthusiastically. "Hello, you came with Brother Duan, right? Are all of you also from the solitary destructive heaven?" "Yes," He Jian-yi replied curtly as he nodded. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting ignored Tang San Pao completely. Tang San Pao asked again, "Are you here with the title temple or with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" "The heavenly palace," He Jian answered. "So Brother Ling Tian didn't lie to me. He has really met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." "Does this mean the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has already arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven?" Tang San Pao muttered to himself with bright eyes. "He has met our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Wang Ting, who had overheard Tang San Pao's words, looked at him. She chuckled and said, amused, "Hey, don't you know that Duan Ling Tian is the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor? Don't you think it's funny that you asked someone if they had met their master?" Even Zhang Tianyu and He Jian-yi could not help but look at Tang San Pao with an amused expression on their faces. "What?" Tang San Pao was dumbstruck. He is the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Tang San Pao had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted a true disciple several decades ago. At that time, he had wondered about the lucky person who was chosen to be the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He did not expect the person whom he had just met earlier was the lucky person he had been curious about. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although Wang Ting and Tang San Pao's voices were not loud, those in the surroundings had overheard their conversation. For cultivators, it was not hard for them to hear over such a distance. With this revelation, many eyes immediately shifted to the wooden house Duan Ling Tian occupied. No one expected the person they had seen earlier to be the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, who ranked third on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven didn't have a true disciple before this. He's the first true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, right? Since heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as a true disciple, his innate talent and aptitude for cultivation must be remarkable. I wonder how powerful he is. He has to be quite strong to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That's a matter of course. It's only natural that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple is remarkable. The people in the surroundings clearly admired Feng Qingyang, and their admiration extended to Duan Ling Tian, who was Feng Qingyang's true disciple as well. Wang Ting sneered coldly after hearing the discussions on her surroundings. It seems like all of you are unaware that our Lord Heavenly Emperor only accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple, because Duan Ling Tian obtained his legacy in a mundane realm. Moreover, do you know he's less than 700 years old this year? Wang Ting had been stewing in anger ever since Duan Ling Tian responded dismissively to her challenge earlier. She had felt humiliated. It was obvious that Duan Ling Tian looked down on her and did not think she was a worthy opponent. Regardless of her strength now, she was one of the top geniuses among the younger generation in the solitary destructive heaven. How could she stomach such a humiliation? Wang Ting's words successfully stirred up a commotion. What? He's not even 700 years old? As it turns out, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted him because he was fortunate enough to come across Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. With Wang Ting's words, many people began to think they had overestimated Duan Ling Tian's ability. Moreover, due to his young age, they did not think he was that strong. After all, no matter how highly talented one was, how strong could one be at such a young age? In the end, he's just lucky. At this time, most people were of the opinion that Feng Qingyang had only accepted Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple because of fate. Duan Ling Tian was just extremely lucky for coming across Feng Qingyang's legacy in a mundane realm. Everyone knew Feng Qingyang did not leave his legacy in any of the Devata realms. That was why he did not have a true disciple until recently. With this, people began to look down on Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps the only exception was Tang San Pao. I have a feeling there's more than meets the eyes with Brother Duan. Tang San Pao had gone to the Tidal Temple to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. No one had heard of him because his master had always cultivated in seclusion. His master was very powerful as well. In the past, before he joined his master had once defeated Feng Qingyang. A few hundred years ago, when news of Feng Qingyang being lost in the Azura Hell spread, Tang San Pao knew his master had felt upset. His master kept muttering about how he had lost a good opponent. When Feng Qingyang emerged from the Azura Hell unscathed, bringing with him rumors that he had attained godhood, his master had rushed to the solitary destructive heaven to visit his old friend, Feng Qingyang. Tang San Pao knew his master was not just visiting Feng Qingyang, he knew his master was definitely going to ask Feng Qingyang to spar after hearing the rumors of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood. When Tang San Pao saw his master returning with a gloomy expression, he knew his master must have lost to Feng Qingyang, even though his master did not say anything. It was then that he began to slowly idolize Feng Qingyang. In his memory, his master was the strongest person in the world. Among all hermit cultivators, his master could be considered the strongest. There was only a handful who was a match for his master. It was the first time he had seen his master defeated by his opponent. Since his master had always been very strict with him, he felt as though his grievances had been washed away when he saw his master's gloomy expression after being defeated. With that, he admired Feng Qingyang even more. I didn't expect Brother Duan to be Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Tang San Pao thought to himself as his fighting spirit rose. If I can defeat Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's disciple in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, that old fart will definitely be happy. After all, if he can't defeat Feng Qingyang, he'll feel happy if his disciple can defeat Feng Qingyang's disciple. If I manage to Duan Ling Tian, it can be considered that I've surpassed my master, right? The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared more than 3,000 wooden houses, but only 1/3 was occupied for now. This showed that many participants had yet to arrive. Half a month after Duan Ling Tian's arrival at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a large group of people arrived as well. The group was led by a black-clad old man. He was flanked by 2 black-clad men, while the others trailing behind them were energetic young men and young women. When the guard at the entrance asked for the black-clad old man's identity, he said hoarsely, "Temple Master Amogu of the Wind Prop Heaven's Tidal Temple." "Greetings, Temple Master Amogu." The guards from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven bowed as soon as they heard the black-clad old man's reply. The temple master of a Devata realm's title temple was not inferior to a heavenly emperor. There were temple masters who were 8-star and 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The group from the Windprop Heaven's title temple was led by Amogu, their temple master, and the 2 vice temple masters. The group of young geniuses they had brought here consisted of 13 young men and 3 young women. Shortly after, someone came out to receive Amogu. It was none other than Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who led Duanling Tian and the others to their accommodations previously. Temple Master Amogu, please come in. Although the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was the host of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the heavenly emperor of the primeval rarely made an appearance so far. He would only personally receive those who were stronger than him or on par with him. Although Amogu was an 8-star god of war who was much stronger than many heavenly emperors, he was not powerful enough for the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven to personally receive him. Amogu did not seem to feel slighted that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven did not receive him personally. He smiled at Wei Qi warmly. Greetings, skeleton dragon celestial emperor. I'll have to trouble you to bring me and my 2 vice temple masters to meet your heavenly emperor after the little ones are settled. All right. Wei Qi nodded with a faint smile on his face. Wei Qi looked at the 16 young people standing behind Amogu, the temple master of the Windprop Heaven's title temple. Then, he asked with a smile, Temple Master Amogu, are all of them participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Almost all, but not all, Amogu replied with a faint smile. We have another one, but he likes wandering off on his own. He should be arriving in the primeval heaven soon. When he arrives at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I'll have to trouble you to receive him, skeleton dragon celestial emperor. Wei Qi's eyes glinted. Is he someone cultivated by the title temple? Amogu only smiled wryly and said, How's that possible? If he was cultivated by the title temple, do you think I'd let him wander off on his own when the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is about to start? I would have insisted he come with me when he insisted on going off on his own, if he were cultivated by the title temple. Wei Qi looked at Amogu knowingly as he said he must be outstanding for Temple Master Amogu to be so lenient with him. He must be a 3-star god of war at least, right? A young 3-star god of war below the age of 1000 was strong enough to rank in the top 100 of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. If he was stronger, he might even rank in the top 50. In Wei Qi's opinion, the young man had to be a 3-star god of war at least for Amogu to give preferential treatment. Amogu smiled ambiguously and said, Skeleton Dragon Celestial Emperor, please allow me to keep this secret to myself for now. You'll be able to watch his performance when the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses commences. Wei Qi was slightly taken aback by Amogu's reaction. Based on Amogu's expression, it seemed like the young man was stronger than he had estimated. When he regained his senses, he did not persist and only said, I'll wait to watch his performance then. Following that, Wei Qi led Amogu and his 2 vice temple masters to their accommodations while he instructed his subordinate to bring the 16 geniuses to the place where the other young geniuses were staying. Before his subordinate left, he had sent a voice transmission asking his subordinate to speak to the 16 young geniuses to see if he could glean any information from them. Based on Amogu's reaction, it seemed like that person had to be a 4-star god of war at least. After 15 minutes, Wei Qi received a reply from his subordinate. Lord Wei Qi, I've tried probing the young ones, but it seems like all of them don't know much. All of them aren't a match for him, so he's the strongest in the group. Since there are 2 2-star gods of war in the group, that person has to be a 3-star god of war at least. However, they did tell me his name. He's called Ling Juyun. In a barren mountain somewhere in the primeval heaven. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sounds of sword rays sailing in the air resounded through the entire place. Soon after, a huge figure fell to the ground. When the dust settled, it could be seen that the huge figure belonged to a gigantic celestial beast. At the same time, a young man dressed in a long gray robe with a sheathed sword at his waist hovered in the air. His expression was one of determination as he stared at the celestial beast on the ground. After a moment, he muttered to himself, It's about time for me to head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Temple Master Amogu should have arrived by now. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Juyun, the former young master of the Lin clan in the Divine Offering Land. He had managed to avoid death and escape to a Devata realm with the help of his sister's artifact soul, Huang'er, after the Ling clan was annihilated. Since the passages to the realms of gods were sealed after that, he managed to buy time for himself. Over the years, he had only been focused on cultivating in various Devata realms. He had met Duan Ling Tian in the spirit overarching heaven when Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword was still without a soul. After leaving the Ling Juyun left the spirit overarching heaven. Back then he went to the Jade Emperor heaven. Subsequently he went to a few other Devata realms. When the title temples in all 81 Devata realm begin to receive applications to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, Ling Juyun was in the wind prop heaven. Therefore, he applied to join the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses at the wind prop heaven's title temple. At that time, Ling Juyun was selected to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses even though he restrained much of his strength. He had even caught Amogu's attention at that time, resulting in Amogu attacking him to get a feel of his strength. After his participation was confirmed, he had told Amogu he had no intention of quietly waiting in the wind prop heaven's title temple until the day of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He planned to cultivate by himself in the primeval heaven and told Amogu he would meet Amogu at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven when the time came. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses as well. A hint of joy and anticipation could be seen in Ling Juyun's eyes at this moment. It's been several hundred years since I've seen him and Sister Huang'er. With his talent and aptitude for cultivation, I'm sure he has grown much stronger than before. I hope I'll be able to see him at the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The chances should be quite high. After all, this is the only time we can join the battle of the geniuses. When the next round of the battle of geniuses arrives, we'll be much too old to join it. A person could hide their aura, but they can't fake their bones. Therefore, it was difficult to fake one's age. Naturally, those old souls who possessed a young body were not counted. However, it still would be fair because despite their knowledge, they would not be able to retain their original cultivation bases in their new and younger bodies. The strength of their souls would be forced to match that of their physical bodies. Nevertheless, due to their rich combat experience and knowledge, they made for terrifying opponents. Therefore, this was the only time Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian could participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses unless they possessed a younger body in the future to participate in it. I'll leave for the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven in a few more days, Ling Juyun said to himself before he flew away from the mountain. In the Jade Emperor Heaven's title temple in the Jade Emperor territory. All of you will be coming with me to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I hope none of you will slack off when we're there. Use the 6 months you have left to improve your strength so you can rank higher. The temple master of the title temple in the Jade Emperor Heaven was an old woman dressed in a long black robe. She was skinny and wore a perpetually fierce expression on her face. Most of the 19 young people standing in front of her would instinctively look down as soon as they met her gaze. Only a handful of people did not flinch and remained unaffected. The old woman was rather satisfied by the reactions of those who were not intimidated by her. This small group of people was also part of the few top outstanding young geniuses in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After a moment, she said, "Let's go." Following that, along with a vice temple master, the old lady led the young people to a transportation formation that would bring them to the primeval heaven. All the outstanding geniuses will be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. If nothing untoward happened, Duan Ling Tian should be there as well. Among the group of young people from the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was another person whom Duan Ling Tian knew as well. This person was one of those who had gained the old lady's approval earlier. This person was none other than Su Li. When Duan Ling Tian met Su Li in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Su Li's strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian's. Over the past few hundred years, Duan Ling Tian continued to improve his strength while Su Li was also carefully cultivated by the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, which has a solid foundation. In addition to learning the secret technique that re-emerged in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect after 10,000 years, he had also improved at an outrageous pace. With his talent and achievement, he was naturally selected to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Meanwhile, Duan Tian was still unaware that he would be meeting more than one of his friends here. He was focused on comprehending his law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity at this moment. Apart from that, he was trying to fuse all his profundities before sending their energies into his sword as he fought, creating his own Tao. The foundation of his Tao was his master's sword Tao. Currently, he had already made it through the toughest part of forming his own Tao. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses drew closer and closer. The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven grew livelier as well. Naturally, the lively places were only the place where the young geniuses were staying and the place where the heavenly emperors and the title temples were staying. The other parts of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven were still as quiet as usual. Nevertheless, everyone in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was looking forward to the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, at the vast flatland where the young participants were staying, many people's attention was focused on a young man who had just arrived. Their eyes were bright as they looked at the young man whom they had only heard about but had never met. That's Su Kuan-hu. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the constant cloud heaven. I heard that he is already a top 3-star god of war despite only being over 800 years old. The young man was slender and looked frail. His appearance was androgynous and could be easily mistaken for a woman. With his long jet-black hair that was swept to the back, if he were not dressed in a man's robe, he might have been mistaken for a woman. Even if he were mistaken for a woman, he would be mistaken for a stunning woman. So he's Su Kuan-hu? Heavens! Although he's only over 800 years old, he's already a 3-star god of war? There's no doubt he'll make it into the top 100 this time. If he were luckier, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses should begin in another 100 years. At that time, he would be even stronger. Perhaps he'd be a 4-star god of war at that time. Well, nothing can be done about this. The Devata Realm's Battles of the Geniuses are fixed to happen once every 1,000 years. Nothing can change this. Upon sensing everyone's gazes, Su Kuan-hu smiled at the crowd amiably. His charming smile captivated many people in just an instant. Why am I infatuated with a man? Heavens, is he really a man? The commotion only died down after Su Kuan-hu entered a wooden house. Not long after, someone cried out, "Look, is that Meng Fan Gue?" The strongest person among the younger generation in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's heaven-grade profound dream sect. With that, everyone's eyes fell on a black-clad young man who possessed a pair of exceptionally bright eyes despite his average height and average appearance. That's Meng Fan Gue? He killed a top 3-star god of war a few decades ago, right? It's so hard to believe he's not even 1,000 years old. Rumors have it that he's already a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war? That'll easily allow him to enter the top 30, right? Meng Fan Gue garnered even more attention compared to Su Kuan-hu. Perhaps he was not as famous as Su Kuan-hu in the past. However, after he killed a top 3-star god of war, his fame had skyrocketed. In fact, he had become even more famous than Su Kuan-hu. In comparison to Su Kuan-hu, Meng Fan Gue was rather aloof. He ignored the commotion around him and entered a wooden house directly. The profound dream sect that Meng Fan Gue comes from is skilled at illusory techniques. Coupled with the mysterious law of darkness, I believe Meng Fan Gue should be the best in using illusions among all the participants of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. That's right. I can only imagine how powerful he is. After all, not many people can kill a 3-star god of war with just illusory techniques. Don't be so certain. There are so many Devata realms. Moreover, even descendants and disciples of powerful hermits will be participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. You can't say for sure that he's the best at illusory techniques. You're right. Moreover, there are the mysterious young geniuses from the Title Temple. Not much is known about them as well. If you think about it, in the past, most of the people who performed brilliantly during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were not known. As more and more participants arrived, the participants' living area grew livelier and livelier. Naturally, those who were busily socializing and gossiping were mostly of average strength. They did not aim to rank high and only participated to join the fun and gain experience. Needless to say, these people were only considered average among the rare geniuses. After all, They were still selected by their respective title temples to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. All of them had strength almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor at the very least. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. These average participants thought it was better to socialize and perhaps get acquainted with the top geniuses. After all, there was no chance for them ranking high in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. They might as well focus on meeting these geniuses whom they had only heard about but had never met. When these people are in their respective territories, they were usually envied by others. Currently, they were the ones who were feeling envious. Hey, that's Tuoba Zhang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the spirit overarching heaven. Everyone turned to look at a tall and handsome young man with a well-built body. Tuoba Zhang is already a 4-star god of war despite being younger than 1,000 years old. 20 years ago, someone saw him kill 2 3-star gods of war consecutively in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the 2 3-star gods of war did not join forces, it still proves Tuoba Zhang is a 4-star god of war. How remarkable! That's why he's a true disciple of a heavenly emperor. Soon after, someone spoke up, changing the direction of the conversation immediately. Speaking of heavenly emperor's true disciples, I'm most interested in the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven is the most popular heavenly emperor now. Everyone was shocked when he emerged unscathed from the Azura Hell and was further shocked when he accepted his first true disciple. After emerging from the Azura Hell, he rose to 3rd place on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. It seems likely the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who used to be ranked 3rd, acknowledged heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's strength since he didn't dispute the new ranking. Senior Feng Qingyang is also known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, those from other Devata realms, he's known as a legendary figure since it took him only about 10,000 years to reach such great heights. That's right. If the rumors are true, he attained godhood in just about 10,000 years. There's only a handful who were capable of this in the history of all Devata realms. I wonder if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple has arrived. At this time, those who arrived earlier began to chime in one after another. He's arrived. But he hasn't left the wooden house since he arrived. What's he like? He must be remarkable since Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as his true disciple. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted him because he came across Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in a mundane realm. You can say he's just really lucky. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang probably felt sentimental and accepted him as a true disciple. He's only over 600 years old now. Even if he's highly talented, how powerful can he be? It's impossible for someone so young to achieve anything during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. With these words, many people fell silent. They did not expect the legendary Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven would accept someone so unremarkable as his true disciple. Moreover, he only accepted his true disciple based on chance. Many people sighed in disappointment. As it turns out, there's not much to look forward to regarding Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple. I thought Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple would be someone incredibly remarkable. Who knew it'd turn out like this? What a waste! The appearances of young geniuses who were already famous in several Devata realms would naturally attract everyone's attention. On the contrary, those who were unknown, whose strength was not inferior to the famous young prodigies, did not make a splash with their arrivals. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that 2 of his friends would also be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was also unaware that the general opinion was that he was only participating to gain experience. No one thought he would do well in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses due to his young age. As was human nature, where there were a lot of people, conflict would certainly arise. Fights broke out almost every day in the accommodations for the participants of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. There were group fights and individual fights, and as long as no one died, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven tasked with supervising the participants would not intervene. Although the young geniuses were all younger than 1,000 years old, they were all the cream of the crop in their respective Devata realms. The strongest among them was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Therefore, the person from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven tasked with supervising the participants was a 6-star god of war. Only someone of that level, at least, would be able to control these young and arrogant geniuses. At this time, a genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and a genius from the Lofty Garden Heaven were bickering. Our Jade Emperor Heaven has a young genius who's only a little more than 600 years old. He passed the Tidal Temple's test and obtained a place to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Does your Lofty Garden Heaven have anyone like that? Not wanting to be outdone, the genius from the Lofty Garden Heaven said with a sneer. Perhaps the passing standard for the Tidal Temple in the Jade Emperor Heaven is just really low. The passing standard is low? The genius from Jade Emperor Heaven scoffed. He seemed ready to fight as he continued to say, Su Li is one of the strongest among us. You dare say he was only selected because of the low passing standard? Do you want to fight? Let's fight then. It's not like I have anything to fear. Just like that, a fight broke out between the geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Lofty Garden Heaven. In the end, their fight ended in a draw. Both of their strengths, which were almost equivalent to a titled Celestial Emperor, were similar. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had grown numb to fights breaking out were surprised by the words of the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. There was someone in the Jade Emperor Heaven who was only a little more than 600 years old but was among the strongest among the young geniuses? Did this not mean that person possessed the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor despite being only slightly more than 600 years old? Can you imagine someone who's just a little more than 600 years old possessing the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor? Heavens! In the history of all Devata realms, there are only a few people with that kind of strength at that age, right? To think such a genius appeared in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Is it true, though? The words of the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven caused quite a stir, and it did not take long before word of it began to spread. With that, a few pieces of information were made known as well. Most people at this time knew that the genius, who was only a little more than 600 years old but possessed the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor, was called Su Li. Su Li. As soon as Duanling Tian left his wooden house, he overheard the conversation about the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven, who possessed the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor despite only being a little more than 600 years old. It seems like Su Li has improved tremendously. Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face. Naturally, it did not take long for him to figure out his good friend. Su Li was the person everyone was discussing. Su Li already had a breakthrough during Duanling Tian's visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Heaven Emperor's Nandu territory. With the cultivation resources and environment in the Thousand Tribulations Sword, he had no doubt Su Li's cultivation would soar if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seriously nurtured Su Li. At that time, before Duanling Tian left the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he had heard from Zhuge Feng, the master of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Ganjiang progeny, that the sect was planning to pour all their resources into someone who was capable of leading the sect to greater heights in the future. The person who had been selected was none other than Su Li. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had high hopes for Su Li. They hoped that Su Li would be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven in the future and take over as the new Heavenly Emperor. This would naturally allow the sect to rise to the highest peak in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Meanwhile, as soon as Duanling Tian appeared, he had caught many people's attention as well. Hey, isn't that Duanling Tian? The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. However, he's only a little more than 600 years old, so how powerful can he be? The difference between him and Su Li is really big. Although both of them are only slightly over 600 years old, Su Li can easily crush him. Due to the duo's similar age, many people began comparing them. Most people, if not all, were convinced Duanling Tian was much weaker than Su Li. Duanling Tian, who overheard this discussion as well, was not bothered at all. Instead, he asked for directions to the wooden houses where the participants from the Jade Emperor Heaven were staying. The group of participants from the Jade Emperor Heaven had picked wooden houses next to each other. They watched as Duanling Tian made his way over. They were aware of his identity. After all, they were not deaf and had heard about him being the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They also learned that the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was only a little more than 600 years old. Despite the Jade Emperor Heaven having someone who was only slightly older than 600 years old but possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor, they did not believe there would be another person like that. After all, such a person like Su Li was incredibly rare. What was the possibility of having two of such a genius in the same generation? Excuse me, do you know where Su Li is staying? Duan Ling Tian asked politely with a smile as he looked at one of the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're looking for Su Li? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven frowned as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He shook his head and tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? I understand it must be upsetting to hear about powerful Su Li is when you're both the same age. Perhaps it's even more upsetting because you're the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's best you forget about challenging Su Li to prove your worth so as to save yourself from the humiliation of defeat. After all, Su Li's stronger than new titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless when he heard the other person's words. He knew the other person had misunderstood his intention. However, his eyes lit up when he heard the latter part of the other person's words. Su Li's stronger than new titled celestial emperors? Doesn't this mean he's a two-star god of war, at least? You've misunderstood me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and said as he shook his head, I'm not here to challenge Su Li. I want to see him because he's a friend of mine. Su Li's your friend? The genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Su Li to be acquainted with the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words considering Duan Ling Tian's identity. Moreover, Su Li might be stronger now, but Su Li's status could not compare to Duan Ling Tian's status. Therefore, the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven hurriedly led Duan Ling Tian to Su Li. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw Su Li. As soon as Su Li saw Duan Ling Tian, he laughed heartily. I heard about you as soon as I arrived. However, I heard you haven't left your wooden house at all since you arrived. I didn't come to see you since I was afraid of disturbing your closed-door cultivation. Come, let's catch up inside. Some of the geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven watched in surprise as Su Li led Duan Ling Tian into his wooden house. It seems like Su Li and Duan Ling Tian are really good friends. You're right. They look like old friends. I wonder how Su Li got to know the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took a seat in front of the wooden table in the wooden house. The wooden house was spacious enough to accommodate the duo. After taking a seat, Duan Ling Tian said, It's been several hundred years since we last met. How have you been all these years? I've been well, Su Li replied with a smile. The sect has given me everything they had because they have high hopes for me. However, I can't help but feel even more pressure because of that. His smile turned slightly bitter at the end of his sentence. You know what their expectations are, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. During his last visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Zhuge Feng, the master of the Ganjiang progeny, had said that the future of the sect rested on Su Li's shoulders. The sect's wish was for Su Li to defeat the current heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor and take over as the new heavenly emperor. However, at that time, Su Li was still unaware of the sect's intention. Zhuge Feng had even told Duan Ling Tian to keep the matter from Su Li, since he did not want Su Li to feel pressured. Based on your question, it seems like you know about it as well? Su Li smiled wryly. Duan Ling Tian said sheepishly, Well, I learned about it during my last visit. However, I was asked not to mention it to you to avoid you feeling pressured. I was afraid it'd negatively impact you if I told you about. Su Lu sighed and shook his head. There's no going back now. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has given me so much. I can only try to fulfill their wish to repay them. I know you can do it, Duan Ling Tian said encouragingly. I'm sure I'll have a heavenly emperor for a friend in the future. That's a distant dream. Su Li seemed even more dejected after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duanling Tian enviously and said, "No matter how hard I work, if I succeed, perhaps, I'll be the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. My success isn't guaranteed. However, currently you're already the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. Do you have any idea how many people are jealous of you? Everyone's saying that with the legendary Heavenly Emperor as your master, even if you're not talented, you'll still be able to grow quickly under his tutelage. After all, he's the legendary Heavenly Emperor who's known for his meteoric rise to the top." Before Duanling Tian could reply, Suli stared at Duanling Tian and continued to say excitedly, "Duanling Tian, speaking of which, I am also an avid admirer of your master. When will you bring me to meet him? I've long wanted to meet this mighty figure who came from the same mundane realm as us and achieved so much in such a short time." Due to Duanling Tian, Suli had long heard of Feng Qingyang. He knew Feng Qingyang was the first successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolute sect, which was famous in the Saint Province realm 10,000 years ago. As a sword celestial, he admired Feng Qingyang from the bottom of his heart as well. "Let's see if my master has the time now." Duanling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyang after he heard Suli's words. After that, he said with a smile, "I've spoken about you to my master in the past. He praised your talent and luck as well. No matter what, I can't compete with you," Suli said with a wry smile. "I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect from the mundane realm, whereas you ascended to a Devata realm through your hard work and determination." Suli was aware that he had an easier time compared to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had come this far because of his diligence and determination. In comparison, he was brought to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and was quickly given the best cultivation resources. Although he was sent out of the sect to gain experience, he was still relatively safe. He was never in any danger of dying like Duanling Tian. After receiving Feng Qingyang's reply, he rose to his feet and said with a smile, "My master asked us to meet him now." Suli's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. He asked, slightly nervous, "Duanling Tian, should I tidy up a little and fix my appearance before meeting your master?" After Suli finished speaking, he looked down to inspect his clothes and appearance anxiously. When Duanling Tian saw Suli so nervous as though he was going to go on a pilgrimage, he said reassuringly, "Suli, my master is an easygoing person. There's no need for you to worry about trivial things such as appearances." "Nevertheless, I still can't help but feel nervous," Suli said with a nervous smile. "After all, I'm going to meet the invincible Sword Celestial, the legendary Heavenly Emperor, before entering the Azura Hell, which is one of the 7 deadliest places in Devata realms." Feng Qingyang was known in the solitary destructive heaven as the invincible Sword Celestial. After emerging from the Azura Hell, he was known as the invincible Sword Celestial in all Devata realms. Most people agreed that there were no other Sword Celestials who would be a match for him. Since there were many who were certain Feng Qingyang had attained godhood, they thought he should now be known as the God of Sword instead of the invincible Sword Celestial. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyang was someone who united Sword Celestials from different realms. As a Sword Celestial, how could Suli not feel nervous about meeting the legendary invincible Sword Celestial? He only managed to calm down slightly when he saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyang." Suli bowed respectfully as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang nodded and smiled in response. "Suli, I heard about you from Little Tian. It's remarkable that someone from our Saint Province realm is able to come so far. Although there were quite a number of cultivators who managed to ascend to a Devata realm from the Saint Province realm, many had met with accidents and died after arriving at a Devata realm. There were very few who really stood out. When Feng Qingyang first ascended, he did not realize how scarce outstanding talents from the Saint Province realms were. As time passed and he had more people, he finally realized there were not many outstanding cultivators from the Saint Province realms. Nevertheless, he was not too surprised. After all, there were so many mundane realms and the Saint Province realm was not even considered a big mundane realm. In fact, there were many mundane realms that did not produce any outstanding cultivators, just like the Saint Province realms before the appearance of Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian, and Suli. Among all the large mundane realms, there were only a few famous ones. This included the Yan Huang realm. For example, the Yanhuang realm had powerful titled celestial emperors and influential forces that originated from the Yanhuang realm. Even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was from the Yanhuang realm. The other famous mundane realms were similar to the Yanhuang realm. They all produced many mighty figures and influential forces. Senior Feng Qingyang, you're too kind with your words. Su Li smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang praising him. He said with a sigh, I was only lucky that I came across the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect and was brought to the sect as a result to be nurtured. Otherwise, I probably won't be where I am today even if I managed to ascend to a Devata realm by cultivating on my own. I'm not like you and Duan Ling Tian who achieved everything through sheer will and diligence. Su Li, I disagree. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, Your luck is also part of your strength. There were so many people in the Saint Province realm. Why do you think you were chosen out of so many people to inherit the legacy and was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven? It's your luck and your fate. Moreover, if you don't have the capability, even if you're lucky to come across the legacy, you won't be able to come so far. Feng Qingyang did not wait for Su Li's reply and continued to say, In fact, I only began to gain fame after a few fortuitous encounters left by sword celestials in Devata realm that allowed me to perfect my sword Dao. If it weren't for luck, I wouldn't be where I am today as well. Su Li seemed enlightened after listening to Feng Qingyang's words. He nodded and said, Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang. I understand now. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, It's nothing. If you have nothing to do before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, you can stay here so I can have a look at your sword skills if you want. Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang. Su Li was overjoyed. With those words, Su Li knew the legendary invincible sword celestial intended to give him some pointers. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as well, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. In fact, Feng Qingyang did not doubt Feng Qingyang would treat Su Li well and give Su Lu advice. After all, Feng Qingyang knew Su Li was a good friend of his. With this, Duan Ling Tian left Su Li with Feng Qingyang and returned to his wooden house. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian, are you here? Duan Ling Tian received a message based on the sender's voice. It seemed like the sender was not in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. He found the owner of the voice familiar and strange at the same time. Nevertheless, it did not take him to identify the person who sent him the message after he recalled a few distant memories. After identifying the voice, Duan Ling Tian asked, Where are you? The other person replied, I'm on my way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Are you participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Let's catch up when I arrive. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. Apart from Su Li, he had another friend who would also be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The person was none other than Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian considered Ling Juyun as one of his few good friends. In the past, they had gone through a few life-or-death situations together. Although the time he had known Ling Juyun was not as long as the time he knew Su Li, he still treated Ling Juyun as an important friend. Therefore, he was delighted to hear from Ling Juyun after so many years had passed. Not only that, but he would also be able to meet Ling Juyun, who would also be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses that was held every 1,000 years. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, It has been so long. I wonder how powerful he has gotten. Following that, Duan Ling Tian informed Huanger, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword soul, about Ling Juyun. Huanger, Ling Juyun is coming here. He's also participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Huanger, who had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master, remained indifferent when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Ling Juyun. She only said, That's good. It means he's improved significantly during these years. As soon as Huanger finished speaking, a voice rang from outside of the wooden house. Duan Ling Tian, show yourself. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to hear voices from outside the wooden house due to the soundproof formation. However, since the person had spoken using his divine consciousness, he could hear the other person's voice. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who was it? He was not familiar with the voice at all. A hint of hostility could be heard in the person's voice. Duan Ling Tian, who could not ignore the voice that disturbed his cultivation, left his wooden house. When he walked out of the door, he discovered a crowd had already gathered in front of his wooden house. All of them were staring at a tall and burly young man who was dressed in a long blue robe with golden trimmings. The young man had a jade-like complexion and thick bushy eyebrows. His expression was solemn as he asked, "You're Duanling Tian? The only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven?" Duanling Tian glanced at the young man. He did not reply to the question. Instead, he asked in return, "What brings you here?" Duanling Tian was rather puzzled. He did not know why the young man was hostile when they did not know each other. Since he had never met the young man before, he could not have offended that young man. "I'm Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. My master brought me here to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses," Tong Tu said indifferently. "I came to challenge you to a duel today. I'm curious what kind of true disciple the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted. Even my master can't understand why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang would accept an inferior true disciple." Although the young man's tone remained dull and flat, Duanling Tian could sense something amiss with the young man's emotions. "I, Tong Tu, am slightly over 700 years old. We're about the same age, so people won't say I'm bullying the young," Tong Tu continued to say. Meanwhile, the crowd gasped when they discovered the young man's identity. "I was wondering earlier who would be so bold as to provoke Duanling Tian. As it turns out, it's one of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's true disciples. I've heard of Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. A few decades ago, he was already close to being as strong as a titled celestial emperor. After so many years have passed, he's likely already a titled celestial emperor or possess strength on par with a titled celestial emperor. If someone like him has yet to become a titled celestial emperor, I'm afraid those with strength weaker than a titled celestial emperor won't be a match for him at all. His master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, is remarkable as well. Most importantly, he's a sword celestial as well. For this reason, after Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang rose to fame, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven would draw a comparison to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. In the past, the two Heavenly Emperors apparently dueled, and the fight ended in a draw. Well, that's all in the past now. Since Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his strength has surpassed the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Is this why the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's true disciple is dissatisfied and unresigned? Does he want to prove his master is a better teacher by defeating Duanling Tian? Although he said he's not bullying the young since they're roughly the same age, it's still unfair since they were accepted as true disciples at different times. From what I know, Tong Tu has been in the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven since he was a child. On the other hand, Duanling Tian only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang 100 years ago. The majority of the crowd felt it was fair for Tong Tu to challenge Duanling Tian to a duel even if they were roughly the same age. After all, Tong Tu had been cultivating with the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven since childhood, while Duanling Tian had only met Feng Qingyang when he was over 500 years old. They thought Tong Tu was rather shameless for declaring he was not taking advantage of Duanling Tian. Do you think Duanling Tian will agree to the duel? Soon after, many people began to wonder if Duanling Tian would accept Tong Tu's challenge. Most of them felt Duanling Tian would refuse Tong Tu since he was at a clear disadvantage. Only a fool would accept a challenge knowing he would lose. Moreover, since the duel was clearly unfair, no one would shame Duanling Tian even if he were to refuse the challenge, nor did he have to worry about embarrassing his master. Meanwhile, Tong Tu, who had a keen hearing, frowned when he heard the hushed conversation in his surroundings. He was displeased that the crowd seemed to think it was fine for Duanling Tian to reject his challenge. He was afraid Duanling Tian would refuse him, so he said coldly, "Duanling Tian, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Let me tell you, although I grew up in the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, I only started to cultivate with my master when I was over 300 years old. If you think the duel is unfair, I won't use any celestial weapon during our duel. Tong Tu's words caused an uproar among the crowd. With that, they began to fervently discuss among themselves again. No one expected Tong Tu to say such words. Moreover, based on his confidence, it was likely he was already a titled celestial emperor. Tong Tu is willing to forfeit his celestial weapon during the challenge? Don't you think he's too arrogant? He's clearly looking down on his opponent. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Tong Tu's words. What are you laughing at? Tong Tu's expression darkened. He said disdainfully, are you so timid? I've already compromised so much and yet you're still afraid? You're an embarrassment to your master. Do you really want to challenge me to a duel? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. Would I joke with you with so many people around? Tong Tu sneered. As soon as Tong Tu's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and vanished into thin air. Boom! The crowd could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. All they heard was a loud boom before they saw Tong Tu, who was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, flying back like an arrow being released from a bow. Tong Tu spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back hundreds of meters before he could finally stabilize his footings. His expression was unsightly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Despicable. To think the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would launch a sneak attack. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reply, he continued to say, I'll see you during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. With that, Tong Tu rushed away. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events. At this time, someone said, How shameless! These words pulled the others back to their senses. Everyone present could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength was at least on par with Tong Tu's. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch Tong Tu off guard and injure him. It was obvious that once Tong Tu realized this, he had run away in fear. After all, he would likely only fight to a draw with Duan Ling Tian if he was not injured. Now that he was injured, how could he possibly defeat Duan Ling Tian? Someone asked in a hushed voice, if any of you were in Tong Tu's shoes, do you think you could react in time when Duan Ling Tian attacked? The crowd collectively fell silent, mulling over the question. After a moment, most of them shook their heads. Hey! It seems like we can now confirm the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's true disciple has the strength of a titled celestial emperor. He's as strong as a titled celestial emperor even though he isn't even 700 years old? I feel quite embarrassed. Didn't we think it was due to luck that he was accepted as a true disciple by heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Speak for yourself. Previously, I said the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven wouldn't have accepted a mediocre true disciple just because of a past connection. Do you know how many peerless geniuses he had rejected in the past? That's not what you said. Brother, can you just shut up? News of Duan Ling Tian being as strong as a titled celestial emperor despite being less than 700 years old, just like Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven, spread like a wildfire, stirring up a commotion. After Tong Tu was injured by Duan Ling Tian, he did not return to his wooden house. Instead, he looked for his third senior brother, Yu Dongfang, who was an outstanding genius. Yu Dongfang was over 900 years old. He had obtained the title of a 3-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield many years ago. Hence, most people suspected he was now as strong as a 4-star god of war. Tong Tu lowered his head and said with an aggrieved tone, "Third senior brother, I went to challenge Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's true disciple." Yu Dongfang was a young man with a medium build. He was dressed in a long black and gray robe. Despite his ordinary appearance, he had a pair of bright and attractive eyes. Although he was shorter than Tong Tu by half a head, his icy aura completely overpowered Tong Tu. "You're injured." "He attacked when I was unprepared," Tong Tu said with a sour expression. "Since he managed to catch you off guard and injure you, it seems like his strength was on par with yours at least," Yu Dongfang said. After a beat, he asked, "Let me ask you, do you think someone without the strength of a titled celestial emperor is capable of injuring you or catching you off guard?" "No," Tong Tu smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of this. It was why he had felt unresigned. Perhaps he would have accepted his defeat if Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. However, in his opinion, his strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian's. Therefore, he felt humiliated that he was injured by Duan Ling Tian's unexpected attack. He's not even 700 years old, but his strength is on par with yours. Moreover, it's said that he only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang about 100 years ago. It's unfortunate he's so young. Otherwise, he might have been a worthy opponent for me. Yu Dongfang said as he shook his head. Soon enough, news of Duanling Tian injuring Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, spread from the young geniuses from various Devata realms to the members of the Heavenly Palaces and Title Temples branches in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Perhaps if it were another person, the matter would not have caused such a big commotion. However, since Duanling Tian was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it became a hot topic among the Celestials. While most of the young geniuses were curious about Duanling Tian's true strength since Feng Qingyang had accepted him as a true disciple, the high-ranking officials from various heavenly palaces and title temples branches finally understood why Feng Qingyang had accepted a nobody as his true disciple. Apart from those who came from the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the only one who was not surprised that Duanling Tian injured Tong Tu with just a strike, even if Duanling Tian had caught Tong Tu unprepared. In the past, Duanling Tian joined the Heaven-grade Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the maternal grandfather of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, so he naturally knew Duanling Tian was as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. After all, back then, the merciless Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace had suffered at Duanling Tian's hands. After he found out Duanling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple, he even asked his grandson about Duanling Tian. The other side that Feng Qingyang was fortunate to have accepted such a monstrously talented true disciple. Even someone legendary like Feng Qingyang did not have Duanling Tian's strength at his age. With Duanling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely be another prominent figure under Feng Qingyang's tutelage. In fact, it was possible that Duanling Tian could surpass Feng Qingyang's achievements. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was unaware of everyone's thoughts, was cultivating while waiting for Ling Zhuyun's arrival. It did not take long before Duanling Tian received a message from Ling Zhuyun. "I've arrived." Duanling Tian left his wooden house as soon as he received Ling Zhuyun's message. When he saw Ling Zhuyun, he discovered Ling Zhuyun looked physically the same since they last met. However, after a few hundred years of cultivation, Ling Zhuyun had a more mature air about him. "Where did you come from?" Duanling Tian asked curiously as he led Ling Zhuyun into his wooden house. He had not asked Ling Zhuyun about his whereabouts before meeting him. "I was already in the primeval heaven before I sent you a message. Before that, I was in the wind prop heaven." "Did you come together with the members of the heavenly palace of the wind prop heaven?" Duanling Tian asked. In his opinion, it would be easy for Ling Zhuyun to join the heavenly palace of the wind prop heaven and be accepted as the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the wind prop heaven due to his innate talent and comprehension skills. "No," Ling Zhuyun shook his head. "I took the test in the wind prop heaven's title temple to qualify for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. You know my secret. I don't plan to acknowledge a master in the Devata realms since I'm from a realm of gods. I grew up surrounded by gods. Even some of the stronger servants in our estate were gods. Do you think it's possible for me to acknowledge a celestial in a Devata realm as my master? Let alone an ordinary heavenly emperor, even a heavenly emperor who has attained godhood might not necessarily be worthy of becoming my master." Although Ling Zhuyun's words sounded arrogant, they were not unreasonable. As the young master of a well-known clan in a realm of God, how could he simply acknowledge a master? Although his clan had been annihilated, he would have disgraced his clan if he had acknowledged a celestial as his master. The people from the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple had arrived earlier. I told them I'd meet them here since I prefer traveling alone. When I arrived earlier, the Vice Temple Master of the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple and Wei Qi, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, received me earlier at the entrance, Ling Zhuyun said. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. "You must have grown a lot stronger for the Vice Temple Master of the Wind Prop Heaven Title Temple to come out and receive you. He's showing you quite a lot of respect." "How could he not?" Ling Zhuyun smiled faintly. 17 participants, including me, were selected to join the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses by the Windprop Heaven's Title Temple. To put it bluntly, even if those 16 people join forces, I'm confident I can kill all of them. Perhaps I'll sustain minor injuries at most. You're still as arrogant as before. Duanling Tian shook his head. Ling Juyun said with a smile, I heard you're doing pretty well yourself. Wei Qi and the Vice Temple Master of the Windprop Heaven's Title Temple mentioned you earlier when they led me here. They said you're as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor at least, and that most people underestimated you before this. I knew since I managed to grow so strong. Even if you're weaker than me, you won't fall behind by too far. Weaker than you? Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. It seems like you're very confident with your current strength. If that's the case, are you up for a duel? I would have agreed if this were half a month ago. However, I've recently gained an insight and need more time to master it before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses starts. Ling Juyun shook his head and said, let's wait for the Battle of the Geniuses to duel. I heard that we have another 6 months before the Battle of the Geniuses begins. Duanling Tian was not surprised since he had heard about this earlier from his master, Feng Qingyang. In the end, he said, all right, then. If there's nothing else, you should select a wooden house of your own. Let's meet during the Battle of the Geniuses. Wait, I'm not in a rush, Ling Juyun said. He took a deep breath before he continued to say, I'd like to meet Sister Huanger. Duanling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. Are you sure? You'll be disappointed. I feel at ease when I hear these words. A rare smile could be seen on Ling Juyun's face when he spoke. This means Sister Huanger has become one with your divine artifact. As a native of a realm of the gods, Ling Juyun naturally knew the changes that would occur in a soul after completely merging with a divine artifact. When Duanling Tian summoned Huanger out, Ling Juyun's cold and aloof eased. His eyes shone with a trace of excitement as he said, Sister Huanger, I know that you've grown indifferent toward me due to the merging process. However, I want to tell you that I didn't let you down, and I've been cultivating diligently all these years. Alas, Ling Juyun's sincere words were only met with a cold, oh. After Ling Juyun left, Duanling Tian looked at Huanger and said with a wry smile, Huanger, you didn't have to be so cold. His elder sister was your former master. Moreover, you watched grow up as well. Master, I know what you mean. Huanger shook her head and said, however, I can't control the way I feel. Although I still retain memories from the past, I feel like a bystander now when I recall them. What's important to me now is master. This means I'll do anything for you without regrets, even if it costs me my life. This was the unfortunate destiny of a divine artifact's soul. They only lived for their masters. All right, although the situation did not sit right with Duanling Tian, there was nothing he could do about it. He could order Huanger to be warmer toward Ling Juyun, but it would not work since Ling Juyun knew Huanger had an aloof personality to begin with. After Huanger returned to his body, Duanling Tian took out the formation compass his master gave him and used some celestial crystals to communicate with his family in his little world. After being warned by his master, Duanling Tian had cut off his little world from the outside world. At that time, his master had given him an intricate formation compass that could conceal one's aura. The formation could even temporarily stall a god from seeing one's aura. With this, it could buy Duanling Tian some time to sever his little world from the outside world. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not worried about being exposed with the formation compass. At this time, he discovered everyone was deep in their cultivation except for his parents who were chatting. After catching up with his parents for a while, he severed his little world's connection to the outside world again. While he waited for the arrival of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he did not slack off and tried to fuse his law of space with the sword Dao he learned from his master. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, Duanling Tian improved every day. After half a month, his progress was obvious. Half a year passed by in just a blink of an eye. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was just around the corner. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held every 1,000 years, and the heavenly palaces would take turns hosting it this time. It was hosted by the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Since the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven would host the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses every 81,000 years, a battleground was already prepared for the event. The battleground was usually sealed with a formation when it was not in use, and it would only be open to the public during the Devata Realms battles of the geniuses. The battleground had been around almost as long as the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. In fact, this battleground had watched several generations of heavenly emperors rule over the primeval heaven. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had arranged for the participants from the 81 Devata realms, including Duanling Tian, to sit in a spectator area where the seats surrounded the battlefield and were arranged in an ascending manner. Some participants sat alone and some sat in groups. Some sat in the assigned seats and some did not. There were so many seats that even after all the participants had taken their seats, there were still many empty seats left. Meanwhile, there were many miniature floating islands suspended around the battlefield. Each small island held a few tables and chairs. Apart from that, a beautiful attendant was assigned to each small floating island, setting up the table with exquisite teacups and teapots. The young participants looked around curiously. The battlefield is really big. Look, the seats and tables on the small floating islands must be meant for the high-ranking officials from the various heavenly palaces and title temples branches. At this time, all the participants had arrived, but the high-ranking officials of the various heavenly palaces and title temples branches had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun sat together. After Duan Ling Tian's introduction, Ling Juyun and Su Li had quickly hit it off since both of them were straightforward people. The other three young geniuses from the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, were currently sitting at the row behind Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were rather complex when they stared at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though this was the first time they were meeting him. Among all the participants, they were the first to look down on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, one of them was responsible for perpetuating the rumor that Duan Ling Tian was mediocre by telling everyone he was not even 700 years old and that he was only accepted as a true disciple due to luck. The trio realized how greatly mistaken they were when they discovered Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, was heavily injured with just a strike after challenging Duan Ling Tian to a duel. It was at that time that they realized although he was only 700 years old, he was comparable to a titled celestial emperor if he had yet to obtain a title from the title temple. The trio had also been surprised when they heard Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with Su Li, who was also less than 700 years old and had strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Before they found out about Duan Ling Tian, they were of the opinion that Su Li had the highest potential among the participants of the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Meanwhile, the other participants sitting nearby were also looking at Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Look, he's Duan Ling Tian, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's only true disciple. That's the genius, Su Li, from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're acquainted? It's not just that. It seems like they're old friends. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the middle of a casual conversation with Su Li, suddenly sensed a piercing gaze trained on him from the opposite direction. When he looked up, he saw Tong Tu, whom he injured half a year ago. Tong Tu did not shift his eyes from Duan Ling Tian, as he said something to the young man sitting next to him. The young man sitting next to Tong Tu immediately shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian. He nodded slightly and smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking back at him. Seeing as the young man was polite, Duan Ling Tian nodded in return. Do you know them? Su Li asked as he looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. The muscular young man is Tong Tu, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven's fourth true disciple. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I see, Su Li said. Then he furrowed his brows and said, that person next to him doesn't seem simple considering how respectful Tong Tu is to him. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian had already noticed this as well. I don't know who he is. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, Wang Ting, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, promptly chimed in. That's the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. He's Tong Tu's senior brother, Yu Dongfang. It's said that Yu Dongfang is comparable to a 4-star god of war or stronger. Earlier today, when Duan Ling Tian arrived, the trio had apologized to Duan Ling Tian for their behavior half a year ago. Since Duan Ling Tian did not take it to heart, he naturally accepted their apologies. Moreover, since the trio represented the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it meant they had a connection to the palace. As the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, how could he be petty toward his people? He might be stronger than a 4 stars god of war? Duan Ling Tian could not help but glance at Yu Dongfang again upon hearing Wang Ting's words.
Even Su Li instinctively turned to look at Yu Dongfang again.
At this moment, Ling Juyun, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's gazes. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes as he looked at Yu Dongfang. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, who was sitting across from the trio, sensed the trio's gaze. He asked Tong Tu as he shifted his eyes from Su Li to Ling Juyin. Su Li aside, who's the other person sitting next to Duan Ling Tian? It seems like he's quite close to Duan Ling Tian.
Although there was some distance between them, Yu Dongfang could sense Ling Juyun's fighting spirit. It was obvious that Ling Juyun had learned about his identity and was eager to test his strength against him. Such a person had to be extraordinary. With this, his interest was piqued.
Tong Tu said with a hint of fear. He's from the Wind Prop Heaven. He was selected to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses by the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple. He's the strongest among the group of participants selected by the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple.
The others are comparable to a 3-star god of war, but he defeated all of them with just a move. That's why there are rumors going around that he's comparable to a top 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war.
Does that mean there's a possibility he's comparable to a 5-star god of war? Yu Dongfang's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. I haven't heard any rumors about that. Usually, the number of participants who have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war never exceeds 10. Tong Tu said as he shook his head. It was clear he did not think Ling Juyun had strength comparable to a 5-star god of war.
Interesting. It seems like I have another worthy opponent. Yu Dongfang's eyes glinted as his fighting spirit surged as well.
Meanwhile, Tong Tu clenched his fists as he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His expression changed slightly. He was determined to challenge Duan Ling Tian during the Battle of the Geniuses, since they were evenly matched to redeem himself. Previously, when Tong Tu was injured by Duan Ling Tian's sneak attack, no one was on his side and mocked him for being unable to hold his ground against the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who was younger than him.
He was certain his strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian, hence he felt he would be able to redeem himself if they were to battle again.
After a moment, Tong Tu furrowed his eyebrows as though he had just recalled something and asked skeptically, "Third senior brother, throughout the history of the battles of the geniuses, there were at least 10 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war each time. I know there were a few battles of the geniuses that had more than 10 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war. This time, there are 5 people if we count Ling Juyun who are suspected to be as strong as 5-star gods of war. Do you really think the others with strength similar to a 5-star god of war are those unknown geniuses?"
It's unlikely, right? Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, "Junior brother, there are so many Devata realms and so many powerhouses. Many of these mighty figures prefer to live in seclusion, so don't make the mistake of underestimating them. There are some powerhouses who live in seclusion with strength comparable to our masters.
They definitely have disciples below the age of 100 with strength similar to a 5-star god of war. The question you should ask is how many of such disciples are participating in the Battle of Geniuses this time. Brother Duan, do you still remember me?" At this moment, the person sitting next to Zhang Tianyu on the row of seats behind Duan Ling Tian suddenly greeted Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he recognized the tall and burly handsome young man who was smiling innocently at him immediately. He smiled and nodded. "I remember you. Tang Sanpao, right?" Although half a year had passed since their first meeting, Duan Ling Tian still remembered the young genius who struck up a conversation with him when he had just arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The young man had asked for his name at the time and took the initiative to offer up his name as well. Hence, he remembered the young man's name was Tang Sanpao.
"You're right." Tang Sanpao nodded happily with a bright smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to remember me. Are you here alone? Where are your friends?" Duan Ling Tian looked around briefly and saw that Tang Sanpao seemed to be sitting next to Zhang Tianyao alone. He thought perhaps Tang Sanpao only came over to greet him.
I don't have any friends here. Tang Sanpao shook his head. I went to the title temple alone to take the test and followed them here. I'm not familiar with the other participants who were selected as well. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. After all, he remembered how Tang Sanpao had approached him when they first met. You should have no trouble making friends, right? You're so outgoing after all. Tang Sanpao smiled sheepishly. I used to stay in the mountains. Therefore, I get excited whenever I meet people outside of the mountain. However, whenever I greet them, they would ignore me. Some people even scolded me.
In fact, you're the first person who returned my greeting, he sighed at the end of his words.
Duan Ling Tian smiled in response. He did not think Tang Sanpao was lying, but he could tell the people Tang Sanpao greeted or approached were extraordinary people. It was not surprising that these extraordinary people were arrogant and would not bother with strangers approaching them. In fact, he had been rather impatient as well with the chatterbox when they first met.
Brother Duan, when the group of young geniuses said you must be weak since you're too young, I didn't agree with them, Tang Sanpao said as he glanced at Zhang Tianyu and the others, causing them to feel embarrassed. His eyes shone as bright as the stars as he continued to say excitedly, how could the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven be ordinary?
Indeed, you didn't fail to meet my expectations. You even defeated the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven with just a strike. I'm really excited about the battle of the geniuses. I can't wait to battle you, Brother Duan. You can't wait to battle me? Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned. Based on Tang Sanpao's words, it was not hard to guess Tang Sanpao's strength was that of a titled celestial emperor at least. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu and the others looked at Tang Sanpao in shock. They did not expect the burly young man to be so strong. He wants to battle Duan Ling Tian? Su Li turned and glanced at Tang Sanpao. He shook his head and smiled but did not say anything. Tang Sanpao must have thought Duan Ling Tian's strength was like that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. As for Ling Juyun, he did not even spare Tang Sanpao a glance. Although he had yet to see Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he knew even if Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him, the difference would be slight. How can an ordinary titled celestial emperor like Tang Sanpao be a match for Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, someone from the nearby seats cried out, "The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is here." Duan Ling Tian and the others instinctively looked up.
Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, flew in the sky with a group of people following closely behind him.
Among the group of people was a face Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. It was none other than Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, who had led him to the wooden houses where the participants were staying when he had just arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. He was also one of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven's true disciples. That's the heavenly emperor of the wandering heaven.
The heavenly emperor of the devoid of hatred heaven is here as well. That's the temple master of the 10,000 beasts heaven's title temple and the 2 vice temple masters.
All the heavenly emperors and the temple masters of the title temple branches from the 81 Devata realms are here.
A commotion broke out at the venue with the appearances of the heavenly emperors and all the important figures. The young geniuses continued staring at the entrance intently. Most of them were most interested in the heavenly emperors and their entourages compared to the temple masters.
Duan Ling Tian had just looked away when someone cried out, "Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, is here." Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately as he looked up at the sky. A beautiful woman wearing a smile on her face appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. She did not look like someone who had been hiding and on the run for years. Next to her was a burly middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion. The duo was smiling as they conversed. Isn't that person next to her the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven? Yes.
It's Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven.
He ranks 5th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking.
They seem rather close?
Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that gleamed coldly. She actually dares to make an appearance here?
Is the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses important to her, or does she think the heavenly emperor of the equally heaven will protect her?
Previously, Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. had sent her men to annihilate the Saint Province realm where Duanling Tian came from for the sake of revenge. After she discovered his master, Feng Qingyang, had also come from the Saint Province realm, she had fled the Luo River heaven. I'm sure after Master and I went to the Luo River sect, she must have found out about our relationship. What gives her the confidence to show up here? Duanling Tian was perplexed. He could not figure out why Situ Zhuqing dared to come here when she must have known Feng Qingyang would be present as well.
The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian instinctively looked at Duanling Tian. They were aware of his conflict with Situ Zhuqing since their elders had a good relationship with the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They were also aware that she had fled in fear when she realized she had offended Feng Qingyang. He Jian could not help but ask, Duan, young master, why do you think she dares to show up? Isn't she afraid of our Lord Heavenly Emperor? Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting looked at Duanling Tian in confusion as well. They wondered if Feng Qingyang had decided to let Situ Zhuqing off. He Jian bluntly asked, Did our Lord Heavenly Emperor, you, and her resolve the conflict? He Jian asked bluntly. No, Duanling Tian shook his head as he looked at Situ Zhuqing coldly. I guess she must have found someone to support her, or perhaps she thinks Master won't cause a commotion during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Won't cause a commotion?
The trio exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Perhaps an ordinary heavenly emperor might be restrained themselves and not cause a commotion. However, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven an ordinary heavenly emperor?
At the same time, those who were privy to the conflict between Feng Qingyang and Situ Zhuqing also had the same questions as Duanling Tian and the others. Most of them thought the duo had resolved the conflict. Otherwise, Situ Zhuqing definitely would not dare to show her face here.
Didn't the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven flee the Luo River heaven in fear? How dare she show up? Isn't she afraid of running into heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is here as well, isn't he? Could it be that they've resolved the conflict? Soon enough, news of the conflict between Feng Qingyang and Situ Zhuqing spread slowly among the spectators. Those who did not know about the conflict learned from those who were in the know. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven sent her men to annihilate the mundane realm where the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from? Why would a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm stoop so low? Even the gods would be displeased with what she did. If heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang decides to make a move here, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and members of the tidal temple branches won't intervene, right? I don't think she'd show up without considering the consequences. Perhaps they've already resolved their conflict.
Meanwhile, Situ Zhuqing maintained the smile on her face as she and the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven descended on one of the floating islands. She seemed fearless.
Duanling Tian's eye flashed coldly. Why is Situ Zhuqing so confident? I don't think the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven alone is a match for Master, right?
As words began to spread among the crowd, more and more people turned to look at Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven.
However, Situ Zhuqing remained unbothered and fearless. At this moment, she suddenly shifted her gaze to Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian speculated someone must have informed her about his identity through voice transmission. He met her gaze fearlessly and sneered. Following that, an indifferent woman's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. You must be Duanling Tian. I'm Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. You're the reason for the conflict between me and your master, Feng Qingyang. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't find you, the Saint Province realm wouldn't have been implicated. How about this? If you persuade your master to let this matter slide, I won't hold you accountable for killing my daughter as well. Duanling Tian was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, Heavenly Emperor Situ Zhuqing, what can you do even if you hold me accountable? Do you dare to attack me?
Duanling Tian did not believe Situ Zhuqing would attack him, especially with so many people around. Although his master had yet to make an appearance, the people here would not watch and let her attack him. This included the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven.
Not only was Ding Fu the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, the host for the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses this time, but he was also a good friend of Feng Qingyang. He was also ranked 4th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking, which meant he was stronger than Situ Zhuqing and Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who was sitting next to Situ Zhuqing. Zhou Bingwu was only ranked 5th after all. Situ Zhuqing said threateningly through voice transmission, "Brat, do you think you can stay by heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's side and hide in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven forever?" Duan Ling Tian laughed. "Heavenly Emperor Situ Zhuqing, did it not cross your mind that you might not be able to leave this place alive once you show up? Are you unaware that my master is in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven as well?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian sent his voice transmission, a commotion broke out among the crowd. "It's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. I finally get to see the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's just as the rumor said, he's handsome and mighty." It's said that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is the youngest among all the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Not only that, but he only ascended to a Devata realm about 10,000 years ago. He's really terrifying to have achieved so many things in just 10,000 years. 10,000 years was not a long time for a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. After all, a heavenly emperor had lived for tens of thousands of years, some even lived for more than 100,000 years or a few 100,000 years. Cultivation would only get progressively more difficult. For example, the young geniuses who participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Every battle of the geniuses would have monstrously talented participants who were 5-star gods of war under the age of 1,000. However, most of these monstrous talents would gradually stop progressing as time passed. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, their improvements were slight. Only a small number managed to improve continuously. Similarly, some cultivators had remarkable comprehension skills in the early stages in regard to comprehending the laws. However, after comprehending the laws to a certain stage, they would reach a bottleneck. For example, some titled celestial emperors could fairly easily fuse 3 fused profundities, but they were unable to fuse the 4th fused profundities even after they spent tens of thousands of years trying. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to discuss heatedly among themselves when they saw Feng Qingyang hovering wordlessly in front of the floating island for a moment where Situ Zhuqing and Zhou Bingwu were sitting. Feng Qingyang was looking at Situ Zhuqing coldly. The legendary heavenly emperor has been looking at the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven since his arrival. It seems like they haven't resolved their conflict. To think the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven dares to show up here. Does she have a death wish? At this moment, Feng Qingyang's icy voice resounded clearly through the venue even though his volume was not loud. "Situ Zhuqing, how dare you show up after hiding for so many years?" "Master!" Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. While Situ Zhuqing looked at Feng Qingyang fearfully, the burly middle-aged man sitting next to her rose to his feet and said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang." The burly middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who was ranked 5th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking, behind Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu, who was ranked 3rd previously, fell to 4th place after Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. Zhou Bingwu looked at Feng Qingyang and said politely, "I've heard of the enmity between you and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. The conflict arose because your disciple killed her daughter. At that time, she let her anger get the best of her, resulting in her killing many inhabitants in the mundane realm you came from." After listening to Zhou Bingwu's words, Feng Qingyang glanced at him and asked, "Do you intend to protect her?" Zhou Bingwu replied with a smile on his face, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I hope you'll let the matter slide for my sake." "For your sake?" Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly. "Who do you think you are?" The crowd did not expect Feng Qingyang to be so domineering with his words. Although Zhou Bingwu was ranked 5th, the gap between their strength should not be too wide. They could not help but wonder if the rumor of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood was true. Even Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect his master, who was always kind and friendly to him, had this domineering side as well. Situ Zhuqing and Zhou Bingwu's expressions changed drastically.
Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you trying to start a fight?
As soon as Zhou Bingwu's voice fell, a scorching aura suddenly surged out from his body and shrouded the floating island before spreading to every corner of the battleground.
Start a fight. Apart from Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, the other Heavenly Emperors widened their eyes imperceptibly when they realized a fight might break out at any moment.
Do you think you're worthy? Feng Qingyang asked nonchalantly.
Silence descended as soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking.
The legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was truly domineering.
At this time, Tang San Pao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, said excitedly, "Brother Duan, your master is so domineering and cool. As expected of my idol." At the same time, Zhang Tianyu and the others were staring at their Heavenly Emperor, the invincible sword Celestial, rapturously.
Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon Celestial Emperor, who was standing behind Ding Feng, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, said in shock, "Master, I didn't expect Junior Feng Feng to have this side to him as well. I didn't expect this either." Ding Feng shook his head and said with a sigh, "Little brother Feng has always been courteous with me, although I've heard he previously killed a Heavenly Emperor because of the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. I didn't expect him to be domineering and unyielding. Every generation has a new group of heroes who replace the old."
Feng Qingyang was more than 100,000 years younger than Ding Fu. In the early years, when Ding Fu dominated the Nine Serenities battlefield with many disciples following him, Feng Qingyang was not even born yet in the mundane realm.
Nevertheless, this young legendary Heavenly Emperor who was only slightly over 10,000 years old had surpassed him. Similarly, the other Heavenly Emperors present on the scene were shocked by Feng Qingyang. For him to be so confident, they wondered if he had truly attained godhood. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingwu's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, rumor has it that you've already attained godhood. I'd like to find out for myself if it's true."
At the end of his words, Zhou Bingwu flew up. Flames surged from his body, as bright and hot as the sun. A heat wave rolled into the surroundings, trapping the crowd in extreme heat. Everyone could feel Zhou Bingwu's terrifying aura. It felt as though anything or anyone who came in contact with him would melt at this moment. "Like I said earlier, you're not worthy," Feng Qingyang shook his head. Following that, a mustard energy surged from his body and transformed into a giant sword.
Everyone was confused upon seeing the mustard energy.
Isn't that the law of Earth?
I thought he specialized in the law of destruction?
He's going to use the law of Earth against the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven?
The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was famously known for his law of destruction and sword Dao in all Devata realms even before he entered the Azura Hell. Everyone knew he specialized in the law of destruction. Hence, no one expected him to attack using the law of Earth.
Zhou Bingwu, the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, was ranked 5th on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking. After all, this meant he was stronger than 76 other Heavenly Emperors. Everyone wondered if Feng Qingyang's law of Earth was enough to defeat Zhou Bingwu.
On the other hand, a few Heavenly Emperors, including Zhou Bingwu, were even more convinced that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood when they saw him using the law of Earth.
Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang's mustard energy. He could sense the terrifying aura of the giant sword. Although this was only the second time he had sensed such an aura, he would never forget it.
There was no mistake, the aura was the divine energy, the energy of the gods. There was no more doubt that Feng Qingyang had truly attained godhood. Hence, he did not hesitate to plead with Feng Qingyang. "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please show mercy." Zhou Bingwu shuddered. Although he was on the brink of a breakthrough and becoming a god, the strength difference between him and a god was like heaven and earth. Even without using fused profundities, a god could easily defeat him. After all, the divine energy was far superior to the celestial origin energy. As someone who was close to attaining godhood, he knew this better than everyone. Boom! 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 Before Zhou Bingwu could finish his words, he was interrupted by a series of loud explosions. With this, Zhou Bingwu knew Feng Qingyang was not moved by his words at all. Therefore, he hastily mobilized his energy. The flames on his body surged higher and shrouded him. making him look like the blazing sun in the sky. Alas, not only did the giant easily breach his defenses, but he was also struck the ground. Boom! The giant sword disappeared after Zhou Bingwu fell to the ground heavily. He was in a miserable state as he struggled to his feet. Panic and fear flashed in his eyes. There was nothing he could do against the divine energy. The venue was as silent as a graveyard for a moment before the crowd broke out in an uproar. Heavens! Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. His strength is really terrifying. It's said that the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who ranks 5th on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking is close to attaining godhood, and yet he couldn't even defend himself against Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang at all. Most importantly, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang didn't even use the law of destruction that he specializes in. I've never heard anything about him comprehending the law of earth prior to this. Can you imagine how stronger he is if he had used the law of destruction earlier? That's right. This was the first time Feng Qingyang had publicly used the divine energy. With this, everyone was able to confirm that he had truly attained godhood. The rumor was true. Little brother Feng, although Ding Feng, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, knew from before that Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood, he was still shocked when he saw how easily Feng Qingyang had crushed Zhou Bingwu. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he realized Feng Qingyang had been restraining his strength during their duel. At that time, he could not help but wonder if the divine energy was as powerful as rumored. After all, although he had lost, he could still somewhat hold his ground against Feng Qingyang during the duel. As it turned out, Feng Qingyang had been holding back most of his strength during their duel. Meanwhile, Tang Sanpao was indescribably excited. The awe and reverence in his eyes intensified as he stared at Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the distance. So this is the power of the divine energy? Amazing! Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duanling Tian, was exhilarated. The excitement in his eyes intensified as he gazed at Feng Qingyang, who was in the distance. In comparison to the others, Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun were relatively calm. Duanling Tian had learned about the differences between gods and celestials previously from Feng Qingyang, after all. Moreover, he had also met the servant of the Yun clan in the past who managed to force Feng Qingyang to escape into the Azura Hell in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as the others. As for Ling Juyun, who had grown up in a realm of gods and was surrounded by gods since birth, how could he not know how powerful gods were? Moreover, he knew that a few temple masters of the title temple branches in a few Devata realms had already known that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood. Otherwise, how could they rank him 3rd on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking? Moreover, only gods could leave the Azura Hell alive. Since Feng Qingyang survived the Azura Hell, it was not surprising at all that he had attained godhood. The crowd's attention was all on Feng Qingyang at this moment. His strength is too terrifying and domineering. The heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven is heavily injured with just a strike of his sword. No wonder the legendary heavenly emperor said the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven isn't worthy. He wasn't lying at all. At the same time, a few heavenly emperors and temple masters of the title temple branches arrived at the venue. However, since everyone's attention was focused on Feng Qingyang, no one noticed their arrival. Feng Qingyang said icily and determinedly, "Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu, if you insist on intervening on behalf of Situ Zhuqing, you'll die." Everyone, including Duanling Tian, thought Situ Zhuqing was doomed. Clearly, as Feng Qingyang had demonstrated, even if Zhou Bingwu insisted on intervening, Zhou Bingwu would only fail miserably. Feng Qingyang shifted his eyes to the gloomy Situ Zhuqing and said, "Situ Zhuqing, do you think I won't find out that you've inserted a small part of your soul into the wishful celestial wood? Do you think you're safe from me just because you sent your clone here?" Realization dawned on the crowd when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. As it turned out, this was not Situ Zhuqing's real body. "I heard the wishful celestial wood will produce a clone if you send a small part of your soul into it. Although the clone doesn't possess the full strength of the original body, the clone is almost indistinguishable from the original. Perhaps, one would only be able to detect it with one's divine consciousness if one is very strong. So the heavenly emperor of the river Luo heaven, showed up using a clone from a wishful celestial wood? The wishful celestial wood is extremely valuable even in the Devata realms. Nevertheless, it's not surprising that a heavenly emperor possesses a wishful celestial wood. Finally, Situ Zhuqing rose to her feet. She looked at Feng Qingyang with a grave expression as she said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, although you've attained godhood, you're not invincible. To be honest, my partner is a god in a realm of gods. He'll be coming to the Devata realms once the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods reopen in 300 years. Let me warn you, he's not an ordinary god. If you do anything to me, he definitely won't let you go." Situ Zhuqing knew it would be futile to plead for mercy. Therefore, she decided to intimidate Feng Qingyang by mentioning her partner who was a god in a realm of gods.
Once again, a commotion broke out among the crowd. No one expected Situ Zhuqing's partner to be a god from a realm of gods. Although they knew she had a daughter, the identity of the father had always been a mystery. The rumors in the past said that another heavenly emperor or a mighty celestial living in seclusion had fathered her child. It was only recently that people found out Situ Zhuqing had 2 daughters instead of 1, and that Duanling Tian killed one of her daughters. Situ Zhuqing continued to say threateningly, "My daughter, whom your true disciple, Duanling Tian, killed, was his biological daughter." At the end of Situ Zhuqing's words, the crowd shifted their attention back to Feng Qingyang. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has only recently attained godhood, whereas Heavenly Emperor Situ Zhuqing's partner must have been a god for a long time now since he's from a realm of gods. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang might not be his match. How shocking!
I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's partner to be a god. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple killed a god's biological daughter? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Situ Zhuqing's words. Similar to the others, he did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's partner to be a god.
Most people assumed Feng Qingyang might take a step back out of fear, so they were shocked when they heard him say, "So what?"
As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of his body and fell on Situ Zhuqing like torrential rain.
The wishful celestial wood was destroyed immediately.
Most people felt distressed when they saw such a precious item destroyed. Nevertheless, they knew such a precious item was nothing to Feng Qingyang. In fact, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was likely to have planted the wishful celestial wood. After all, wishful celestial wood would normally grow in land where supreme-grade celestial crystals were found. Most heavenly palaces and some strong heaven-grade forces were built on top of these supreme-grade celestial crystal mines.
In the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven.
Damn it! Situ Zhuqing's original body was in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven. Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, allowed her to seek refuge in his heavenly palace because not only did he know Situ Zhuqing's partner was a god, but he had also seen her partner in action. Her partner was the only reason he had taken her in.
At that time, Situ Zhuqing's partner was smitten with her. Nevertheless, he did not return after he left because he already had a family back in the realm of gods. Situ Zhuqing was merely a lover, someone he had encountered while wandering outside of the realm of gods.
Alas, things did not turn as Situ Zhuqing had hoped. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not care that her partner was a god at all and did not hesitate her clone that was created by the wishful celestial wood. Feng Qingyang, you asked for it. The corners of Situ Zhuqing's robes fluttered as a terrifying energy surged from her body. The ornamental hairpin on her head broke into 2 as anger overflowed in her heart. Her bloodshot eyes that were brimming with hatred made her lose her elegance. She looked more like a mad woman at this moment.
After the passages between the Devata realms and realms of gods reopen, I'll look for him. Even if he doesn't care about me, I believe he'll avenge our daughter, Situ Zhuqing muttered to herself as flames of fury burned in her eyes.
After she calmed down, she replaced the broken hairpin with a new hairpin. Situ Zhuqing sent a message to her daughter, Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of Luo River sect after she calmed down. We can't stay in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven anymore. We must leave immediately. Since Feng Qingyang now knew of her close relationship with Zhou Bingwu, there was a chance he would come looking for her in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven after the Devata realms battle of the geniuses ended. At that time, it would be too late for her to run away. 300 years aren't that long. I can wait. Feng Qingyang. Let's see if you're still so domineering after 300 years. When Situ Zhuqing brought Feng Jianyu away from the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven, her eyes were still burning with anger despite her calm expression. As the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, how could she adapt to living on the run and hiding? If she was content living in seclusion, she would not have fought for the position of a heavenly emperor. Alas, it was impossible for her to return to her glorious days as the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven for now because of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the venue of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the crowd was still in shock after they watched Feng Qingyang destroying Situ Zhuqing's clone even after he knew her partner was a god from a realm of gods. On the other hand, the other heavenly emperors finally realized how strong Feng Qingyang had become. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, who survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, has proven his strength once again. He's even not afraid of a god from the realm of the gods even though he only recently attained godhood. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's pride is truly amazing. Perhaps his unyielding and fearlessness are the reasons he was able to achieve such remarkable feats in such a short time. When the heavenly emperors heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell, most of them thought they would rather fight to the death if they were in his shoes. Fleeing to the Azura Hell was not an option since they knew they were not strong enough to survive the Azura Hell. After all, it was a known fact in all Devata realms that those who had yet to attain godhood would not be able to survive the Azura Hell. In fact, even gods would not wander into the depths of the Azura Hell since there was a possibility that they might die. It was rumored that only supreme powerhouses could easily survive the Azura Hell. Naturally, no one could confirm if this rumor was true. After killing Situ Zhuqing's clone, Feng Qingyang brought Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, with him and flew to the floating island where Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was seated. One could see Ding Fu had high regard for Feng Qingyang based on the fact that he had personally greeted Feng Qingyang and invited Feng Qingyang to sit with him. The other heavenly emperors were not given such treatment. Meng Luo, and descended on the floating island where the heavenly emperor of the primeval sat. Heavenly Emperor Feng, there are very few people that I, Ding Fu, respect. Today you can count yourself one of them. Ding Fu praised Feng Qingyang. If he were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he would not have provoked Situ Zhuqing, knowing Situ Zhuqing's partner was a god. After all, the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods would only close for 1,000 years every 10,000 years. This time, there were only 300 to 400 years left before the passages opened again, allowing celestials and gods to travel freely. In fact, gods and celestials rarely traveled to the others' realms. For celestials, it was too dangerous for them to travel to realms of gods since gods were much powerful than them. As for the gods, there was not much reason for them to travel to the Devata realms where the inhabitants were significantly weaker than them. Moreover, they were prohibited from simply killing heavenly emperors of Devata realms and members of the tidal temples. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses. Gods who violated this rule would be punished by the supreme powerhouses. In the past, the servant from the Yun clan from the realm of gods could attack Feng Qingyang without any consequences because that servant had yet to attain godhood. Therefore, his actions did not violate the supreme powerhouse's rule. Since Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, was already a god at that time, he could not attack Feng Qingyang. Therefore, he had sent his servant to do the dirty work. Feng Qingyang shook his head when he heard Ding Fu's praise. He said with a smile, "Brother Ding Fu, you flatter me too much." Needless to say, at this moment, Feng Qingyang was the focus of everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian, Senior Feng Qingyang, is really amazing. You're really lucky to have become his true disciple. Not only was Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, in awe, but even Su Li was in awe of Feng Qingyang. Before the start of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Su Li had spent some time with Feng Qingyang. After Feng Qingyang had given him a few pointers, his sword skills had improved and he had learned a lot.
Soon after, the crowd's attention finally shifted away from Feng Qingyang as other heavenly emperors continued to arrive at the venue.
Look, that's Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven.
The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven's name was Yu Hao Tian. He was better known as the Jade Emperor.
He's the Jade Emperor? Duanling Tian instinctively turned to look upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings.
Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was a tall middle-aged man. His complexion was jade-like and his eyebrows made him look valiant. His expression was dignified, befitting a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm.
He was ranked 8th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. Duanling Tian was familiar with the Jade Emperor, who was a famous mythical figure on Earth. However, according to ancient legends on Earth, the Jade Emperor did not possess power since there were no instances of him displaying his might. Based on the book, Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Jade Emperor did not take action. Instead, Gautama Buddha had dealt with Sun Wukong instead. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian had always believed the Jade Emperor, the leader of the heavenly court, was not without power. Based on the fact that the Jade Emperor was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking, it seemed like Duanling Tian was right. His ranking proved that he was at least on par with Sun Wukong. That person following behind the Jade Emperor must be Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor.
Soon enough, people shifted their attention to the young man trailing closely behind the Jade Emperor. The cold and aloof young man who was dressed in silver armor had a third eye on his glabella, making him look rather strange.
The Erlang god Yang Jian. Duanling Tian's heart thumped heavily. He did not expect he would be able to meet two legendary characters from Earth. I wonder if Sun Wukong will show up as well? However, I think it's unlikely. Duanling Tian, who was still lost in his thoughts, widened his eyes slightly when he heard the crowd's discussion. Look, it's the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, Ru Lai. Duanling Tian was shocked as he looked at the tall and burly young monk dressed in purple and golden robes. A few monks followed behind the young monk as he flew into the venue. Ru Lai. Duanling Tian was shocked and confused because Ru Lai was the name of Gautama Buddha. Why is he in the pavilion shaft heaven?
Soon, Duanling Tian obtained the answer to his question.
It's said that Ru Lai was one of the decision-makers in the Jade Emperor Heaven before he was invited to become the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven. I heard about that as well. It's said that he was invited to become the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven because he can facilitate better communication between the title temple and the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, since he's good friends with the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. It's not that just, but Ru Lai, the great sun celestial emperor, came from the same mundane realm as the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven and the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's said that they are all good friends before they even ascended to the Devata realms. Wow! If that's true, the mundane realm they came from is truly amazing.
Of course. The mundane realm they came from is one of the most famous mundane realms in all Devata realms. It's called the Yanhuang realm.
Yanhuang realm. I'll definitely visit that mundane realm if I have a chance. You can visit all you want, but don't do anything stupid. If you dare to do anything like the heavenly emperor of the Lu River Heaven did, you'll be dead for sure. Although the conversations in the surroundings were not loud, Duanling Tian heard every word clearly due to his exceptional hearing. With that, he confirmed that Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, was the same Ru Lai that was famous on Earth. However, his appearance was different from what was depicted on Earth.
Shortly after, the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven arrived as well. Obviously, based on their consecutive arrivals, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Ru Lai, the great sun celestial emperor, and the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven had come together.
Everyone watched as the trio took their seats on the same floating island. Gongsun Shenyuan. Duanling Tian's eyes quickly found the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven. He had been eager to meet Gongsun Shenyuan, who was not only a legendary figure on Earth, but also his master's past opponent. Finally, he was able to see Gongsun Shenyuan today.
After the trio's arrival, a few more heavenly emperors arrived. However, they did not cause too big of a commotion since they were not ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking. After a while, the crowd was stirred up again. That's Heavenly Emperor Di Huang from the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He's ranked 6th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Heavenly Emperor Di Huang is from the Qilin clan. He is a divine beast, the Chaos Divine Qilin. Moreover, he's born with the Chaos Divine Flame that's one of the 5 divine elements. I've met that man behind Heavenly Emperor Di Huang once when I was with my seniors. He's the clan leader of the 10,000 Beast Heaven's Qilin clan, Di Hong. Apart from being ranked 6th on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking, Di Huang was one of the few in the Devata realms who was known to possess a divine element. Even gods would be moved by any of the 5 divine elements, let alone celestials from Devata realms. Although there were quite a few people who were stronger than Di Huang, none of them dared to openly snatch the Chaos Divine Flame from him. This was because of the existence of a supreme powerhouse from the Qilin clan. If something were to happen to Di Huang, the clan's supreme powerhouse would definitely intervene. After all, the supreme powerhouse had left a mark on Di Huang. If anything were to happen to Di Huang, the supreme powerhouse would find out immediately. With this, who would dare to openly challenge Di Huang for the Chaos Divine Flame? Supreme powerhouses were even stronger than gods. With just a flick of their fingers, they could easily kill a god, let alone the celestials from the Devata realms. It would not take any effort at all for them to kill the strongest titled celestial emperor, a 9-star god of war. So the Chaos Divine Qilin possesses the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Huang warily. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang had reminded him to sever the connection between his little world and the outside world to completely hide his 5 divine elements auras. Otherwise, Di Huang would definitely be able to sense the auras. Even if Di Huang could not snatch his 5 divine elements away due to his master's presence. Who knew if Di Huang would ask for help from the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse? His master could not contend with a supreme powerhouse at this time. If the others could hear Duan Lingtian's thoughts, they would laugh at him for thinking too much. Supreme powerhouses did not usually intervene in the lives of celestials. Perhaps they would protect 1 or 2 descendants they valued. Even if they protected 1 or 2 of their descendants, they would not actively intervene in everyday affairs. So long as the Qilin clan was not completely destroyed, it was likely that the clan's supreme powerhouse would not intervene at all. For example, if Di Hong died, the clan's supreme powerhouse would not act at all. It was a different story if it was Di Huang facing death. Nevertheless, the clan's supreme powerhouse would not intervene in Di Huang's growth even if he cared about Di Huang. For this reason, it was impossible for the clan's supreme powerhouse to help Di Huang snatch the 5 divine elements from another person. Unless necessary, supreme powerhouses would not interfere in celestials' and gods' lives. Even if they had their own agendas, they knew when to draw the line. Following Di Huang's arrival, a few heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's heavenly emperors ranking arrived as well, catching everyone's attention. After that, almost everyone's attention was focused on the heavenly emperors who ranked 1st and 2nd on the Devata realm's heavenly emperors ranking. The only 2 heavenly emperors who were ranked ahead of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor who's ranked 2nd doesn't reveal his strength by the end of the Battle of the Geniuses, it's likely that the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven will rise to the 2nd place. That's right. Previously, both of them were only rumored to have attained godhood. However, today, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has proven the rumor true. If the heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven doesn't prove that he's also a god, his place on the ranking will be taken over heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. You're wrong. Even if proves that he's a god, he'll still rank 3rd. After all, since heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang confirmed his status as a god first, the 2nd place will go to him. The only way for him to retain 2nd place is to defeat heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang in a duel. The crowd's excitement and the commotion seemed to reach their peak with the arrival of the heavenly emperor of the heavenly gift heaven and the heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven, who was ranked 1st and 2nd respectively on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. Excited shouts and exclamations rang in the air thunderously. The heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a square and determined face. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Heavenly Emperor Feng, it seems like you'll be replacing me on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking after today.
Heavenly Emperor Kong, you're welcome to take back the position when you see fit. Feng Qingyang replied with a smile as well.
Everyone's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. How could they not be excited? Kong Ji, the Heavenly Emperor of the Great Barren Heaven, laughed and said in a carefree manner, I don't care much about rankings to be honest. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang again and said, Heavenly Emperor Feng, since you've exposed your cultivation base,
I'm afraid the Title Temple will demand you step down from your position as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven.
After Kong Ji finished speaking, he looked at the few title temples meaningfully.
Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly, I'm also looking forward to the day the Title Temple sends their powerhouse to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The Title Temple had prohibited those who became gods from holding onto their positions as heavenly emperors of Devata realms. Usually, they would send a powerhouse of their own to challenge the heavenly emperor who had attained godhood. Following the defeat of the heavenly emperor, they would let other titled celestial emperors fight for the position of the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Naturally, this was only if the Title Temple's powerhouse was able to defeat the heavenly emperor who had become a god. It seems like Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is very confident. I'll be paying attention to the development of this matter then, Kong Ji said with a quick smile when he regained his senses. He had been briefly stunned by Feng Qingyang's words. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to be so confident. On the other hand, the temple masters of the Title Temple branches in various Devata realms frowned slightly. Some of their gazes turned cold when they looked at Feng Qingyang. Most of them thought Feng Qingyang had grown too arrogant after attaining godhood and needed to be taught a lesson. At this moment, a clear voice that radiated righteousness rang in the air. Amitabha. Following that, Ru Lai, the temple master of the Title Templar in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Title Temple and the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, rose to his feet with his palms joined together. He said to Feng Qingyang, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ends, I wish to challenge you to a duel in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. These words caused everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, to break out in another commotion. All of them could hear the implications of Ru Lai's words. Does this mean Ru Lai has attained godhood as well? Obviously. Otherwise, do you think he can be so confident when challenging Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang who has attained God? Heavens! There's another god among us. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven, who was ranked first on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking and had confirmed his status as a god a few thousand years ago, laughed. His eyes glinted as he looked at Feng Qingyang and Ru Lai and said, Please inform me when both of you are going to duel. I'd like to witness it. In the Devata realms, there were only a few who had been confirmed to be gods. There are only a handful of gods who are known by the others in the Devata realm. Prior to today, the only known god in the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking was Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven. After today, there was also Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Apart from Ru Lai, the temple master of the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven who had been confirmed to be a god, many people were certain there were other gods in the Title Temples as well even though there was no confirmation. Otherwise, how could they maintain order over so many Devata realms for such a long time? Since Feng Qingyang had confirmed he was a god, it was not surprising that Ru Lai, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, and the Temple Master of the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, challenged Feng Qingyang to a duel. After all, according to the Title Temple's rules, heavenly emperors who had become gods were not allowed to hold onto their positions as heavenly emperors. Gods belonged in realms of gods which were superior to Devata realms. Accordingly, those who had attained godhood should go to a realm of gods instead of staying in a Devata realm. If a god wanted to stay in a Devata realm, they had to maintain a low profile. The Title Temple was in charge of overseeing this matter. Had been. Looks like the Title Temple isn't wasting any time in trying to dethrone Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven now that it has been confirmed that he's a god. Well, this is to be expected since it said that this was the main reason for the Title Temple's existence. There were only a few young geniuses who were privy to the Title Temple's rules. Most of them were clueless. If that's the case, why didn't the title temple take action when Heavenly Gu of the Heavenly Gift Heaven has been confirmed to be a god for a long time now?
He has held onto his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven for such a long time and is even continuously ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking without any consequences.
That's right.
Heavenly Emperor Gu has long attained godhood. Why is he still the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven? On the other hand, the title temple is attempting to remove Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang from his position as soon as it's revealed that he has attained godhood.
Why is it so unfair?
It's not that the title temple is deliberately being unfair. I heard from my elders that the title temple sent a few gods to challenge Heavenly Emperor Gu, but none of them could defeat him. Therefore, there's nothing they can do to remove him from his position. Is that so?
Shouldn't that be a great secret then? How do you know about it? Someone asked skeptically. My master is the Heavenly Emperor of the Rain Embodiment Heaven. Oh, I apologize. I didn't know you're a disciple of a Heavenly Emperor. There were also those among the crowd who had heard of a completely different rumor regarding Gu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven. I heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven only manages to sit on his throne until now because he has the support of his ancestor who's a supreme powerhouse. Really?
Well, if that's true, then it's no surprise he's still the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven even after he attained godhood. Doesn't this mean if the Heavenly Emperor of 10,000 Beasts Heaven attains godhood, the title temple will be helpless against him as well? After all, it's a well-known fact that the Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse supporting them.
There were many theories going around about Gu, but only one thing remained certain. Despite attaining godhood a long time ago, the title temple could not remove Gu from the throne. I wonder if the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven will be able to hold onto his title and position? It's a pity we won't be able to witness the fight between him and Temple Master Ru Lai.
I'm willing to give up 100 years of my cultivation just to watch them fight.
I can cultivate again if I lose 100 years of my cultivation, but I won't be able to watch such a fight again in my lifetime. That's right. Although I'm a little more than 800 years old, I'm willing to give up 200 or 300 years of my cultivation just to watch the fight. Many people wished they could witness the battle between Feng Qingyang and Ru Lai. Even if they could catch a god's movements, they still wished they could witness a battle between gods. After all, they wanted to see who would emerge victorious or if any of the opponents would perish. Being able to witness a battle between gods was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Master, Duan Ling Tian frowned deeply. Although he was confident about his master's strength, he still could not help but worry. After all, for Ru Lai to challenge his master, Ru Lai must be confident and have some tricks up his sleeve. Gautama Buddha is almost invincible in the legends from Earth. Moreover, when he challenged Master earlier, he was completely calm. This shows his confidence to a certain extent. Many thoughts flitted through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. This time's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was destined to be talked about for a long time to come with so many incidents. There was Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang who confirmed his status as a god by displaying his strength when he defeated Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu who was ranked 5th on the Devata Realms Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Not only that, but Feng Qingyang also destroyed Heavenly Emperor Situ Zhuqing's wishful Celestial Woods clone. Following that, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, even challenged Feng Qingyang to a duel to remove Feng Qingyang from his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. With that, Ru Lai also inadvertently confirmed that he had also attained godhood. Feng Qingyang and Ru Lai had stolen the limelight from the young geniuses before the commencement of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses.
At this time, a thunderous voice resounded in the venue.
To all the participants, please pay attention. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in an hour. Following these words, the person who had spoken hovered in the air, overseeing everything, as he introduced himself. I'm Su Kong Hai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple. Su Kong Hai was a young man with a head full of white hair. Even his sword-like eyebrows were white. He was tall and well-built. He had an extraordinarily handsome face. The location of the main title temple remained a mystery to everyone. Some thought it was located in one of the Devata realms or mundane realms, while some were of the opinion that it was located in an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although the tidal temple branches in the various Devata realms had a lot of contact with the main tidal temple, none of the members were privy to the location of the main tidal temple. After all, whenever the temple masters went to the main tidal temple, they were directly transported there by a special transportation formation. Su Kong Hai's introduction surprised some of the young geniuses. The vice temple master of the main tidal temple? So the rumors are true about the main tidal temple, sending someone over to preside over every Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I heard that there are many gods in the main tidal temple. Apparently, even an ordinary elder is on par with a temple master of a tidal temple branch. I can only imagine how powerful the vice temple master of the main tidal temple is. It's highly likely the vice temple master of the main tidal temple is a god as well. The young geniuses stared at Su Kong Hai curiously. Among the people present, perhaps only a few temple masters of the tidal temple branches had met the mysterious Su Kong Hai before. Most, if not all, of the heavenly emperors had never met Su Kong Hai before as well. Perhaps only one or two heavenly emperors who had lived for a long time had met him before. With 1 hour left to go before the commencement of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the young geniuses calmed down and began to close their eyes to meditate and prepare for the battles ahead of them. After all, their opponents were all the cream of the crop. Even the slightest distraction might spell their defeat. Naturally, there were some young geniuses who remained at ease, chatting with those around them. At this time, Su Li, who had clearly done his research, said, Duan Ling Tian, according to the previous battles of the geniuses, about 1,000 participants will be disqualified during the first round. Following that, the remaining participants will proceed to the second round. The battles during the second round will continue until only 300 participants are left. The participants who were disqualified during the second round will be given 3 chances to challenge any of the 300 participants who make it to the third round. This is where the fiercest battles lie, in the early rounds. After all, not all of those who are disqualified are weak, and there are bound to be participants who only make it to the third round by relying on others. Therefore, these challenges exist to weed out the weak and to give a chance to the worthy. I've heard about this as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His master, Feng Qingyang, had mentioned this to him. He knew the fights would get progressively harder once he entered the third round. The battles would continue to intensify during the fourth round. The fourth round was where the participants' ranking would be determined. Needless to say, the reward for each rank was different. The higher one ranked, the better the reward would be. Those who were eliminated earlier naturally would not receive any reward. An hour passed in just a blink of an eye. As soon as the time was up, Su Kong Hai, the vice temple master of the main tidal temple, announced, I now declare the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses starts now. Although Su Kong Hai did not speak very loudly, his voice sounded thunderously loud in the participants' ears. Su Hong Kai, the vice temple master of the main tidal temple, said, Now every participant must be hovering 10 meters above the ground by the 10th count. Those who aren't in the air will be eliminated. As soon as Su Hong Kai's voice fell, the young geniuses began to rise in the air. From afar, the young geniuses looked like a swarm of bees rising in the air since there were so many of them. It made for a rather impressive sight. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Ju Yun had also risen in the air. Those who aren't in the air after the 10th count will be eliminated? It seems like this is a test. Although Duan Ling Tian knew 1,000 participants would be eliminated during the first round, he did not expect the test was to maintain their flight. He had assumed they would battle each other immediately. This is like the test I went through to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian still remembered one of the tests he and Huana had to go through was similar to this. At that time, all the participants had to maintain their flight while the person in charge, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, exerted pressure on them. After 10 breaths, when all the participants were hovering 10 meters in the air, Su Kong Hai narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and said, I will now exert pressure on all of you. Those who can't maintain their flight and fall to the ground will be eliminated. I will continue exerting pressure until 1,000 participants are eliminated. You have 10 breaths starting from now to prepare yourselves. The young geniuses' expressions turned solemn immediately when they heard Su Kong Hai's words.
Energies with a variety of colors appeared in the air as they prepared to resist the pressure. All of them took the test seriously despite its simplicity. After all, the person exerting pressure on them was the vice temple master of the main title temple who was suspected to be a god. Naturally, they knew he would not use all his strength. Otherwise, the pressure would certainly crush them to death. However, even a fraction of his strength was enough to pressure them. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Most of the young geniuses held their breaths in anticipation of the incoming pressure. Perhaps only a few hundred young geniuses remained calm at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Ju Yun, Tang San Pao, and Zhang Tian, you were among these people. The participants who maintained their composure at this moment were mostly those with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. After all of them were confident they would not be eliminated in the first round. Those who had high chances of being eliminated were those who had yet to possess strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. For example, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were hovering next to Zhang Tianyu. The duo seemed nervous and grim, as though they were facing a life-or-death situation. Swoosh! 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 Su Konghai did not move as a wave of energy surged toward the participants and pressed down on them. More than half of the participants began to tremble as soon as the pressure descended on them. After some time, some spat out blood. There were participants who began to bleed from their eyes, ears, and noses. All of them looked as though they were going to fall at any moment despite resisting the pressure with all of their might. When the pressure intensified the second time, it injured a little more than 100 people. Swoosh! When the pressure intensified the third time, more than 100 participants fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Apart from that, another few hundred participants were injured, barely able to hold on. Swoosh! Another few hundred participants fell to the ground like dumplings falling into a pot of boiling water when the pressure intensified the fourth time. Many of those who fell to the ground and were eliminated could only smile bitterly. I'm eliminated. I thought I'd be able to make it past the first round at least. I didn't expect to be eliminated so soon. I didn't think things through. I didn't resist the pressure with all might, because I thought I should conserve my energy for when the pressure grows even heavier. The fourth time the pressure intensified took down more than 500 participants. The rate of elimination is really high and fast. I'm almost as powerful as a titled celestial emperor, and yet, I was so easily eliminated. At this point, among the participants still in the air, half of them were barely holding on. It was clear they were on their last leg. As for the others, they seemed capable of withstanding the pressure despite their pale faces. One of the heavenly emperors who was observing the test said, I think the first round will end after Vice Temple Master Su intensifies the pressure the fifth time. Based on what I can see, I agree. Another heavenly emperor nodded. As soon as these words fell, Su Hongkai intensified the pressure for the fifth time. The expressions of a few participants with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor turned grave immediately. Some of them even began to tremble under the crushing pressure. Naturally, there were also those who remained completely unaffected like Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang San Pao. Similarly, Yu Dongfang, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's third true disciple, was unaffected by the pressure. On the contrary, Dong Tu, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's fourth true disciple who was hovering next to Yu Dongfang, wore a tense expression on his face. It seemed like the pressure was beginning to take a toll on him. Junior brother, it seems that the solitary destructive heaven's Duan Ling Tian is stronger than you, Yu Dongfang said after he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. With his eyesight, it was easy for him to see Duan Ling Tian was not affected by the pressure at all. Dong Tu instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian upon hearing Yu Dongfang's words. Just as Yu Dongfang had said, Duan Ling Tian looked indifferent as he withstood the pressure. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's composure. Nevertheless, he would not admit this out loud. Hence, he said, third senior brother, you can't say that for sure. Perhaps, he just has a strong defense or he has mastered a technique that can help him withstand the pressure. Yu Dongfang only shook his head in response and did not say anything else. He knew his junior brother very well, so he knew his junior brother was just denying this fact outwardly. At this time, unlike the participants with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors who were unaffected or were affected but were still able to hold on, those with strength weaker than a titled celestial emperor were on the brink of falling down. Soon enough, a few hundred participants vomited blood and fell to the ground. Among those who struggled, only a few managed to persist. Alas, they did not manage to persist for long before they fell to the ground like skydivers as well. At this moment, He Jianyi, who was behind Duan Ling Tian, said to Wang Ting with a pale face, encouraging her, "Wang Ting, I can't hold on any longer. I'm sure you can do it." Among the trio from the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, whose strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor, was the strongest. Even after the pressure intensified for the 5th time, he was only a little red in the face. Wang Ting, who was hovering next to Zhang Tianyu, trembled violently, looking as though she was going to fall. However, she seemed to gain some strength to hold on a little longer after listening to He Jianyi's words of encouragement. "Wang Ting, just hold on a little longer. You'll be able to pass the first round as long as you hold on for a little longer," Zhang Tianyu said after he looked around and discovered there were only a little more than 1,000 participants left. "You only have to wait for less than 100 people to get eliminated before you advance to the second round." After listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting inhaled deeply and continued to withstand the pressure. At this moment, it seemed like she had unlocked her hidden potential. Swoosh! A soft noise rang in the air as 2 profundities from the law of water began to fuse and spread out. The fused profundity seemed to help Wang Ting tremendously. She stopped trembling and color gradually returned to her face. Following that, a determined expression appeared on her face. She broke through. Zhang Tianyu looked at Wang Ting in shock. Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in front of the duo, had also noticed Wang Ting's breakthrough. It seemed like she was now as strong as an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Apart from Wang Ting, another young man managed to break through under these circumstances as well. Needless to say, the duo caught many people's attention. They actually had a breakthrough under these circumstances? I can't believe those 2 little ones managed to break through under the crushing pressure. Meanwhile, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, smiled when he saw Wang Ting's breakthrough. After all, Wang Ting's grandfather was his friend. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said with a smile, "Brother Feng, this girl representing your heavenly palace is quite talented. It's rare for someone to be able to break through under such circumstances." Feng Qingyang nodded in agreement. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as well. After Wang Ting and the young man's breakthroughs, they felt pressure becoming more bearable. After sighing in relief, they began to observe the remaining participants. They watched as participants continued to fall one after another. Shortly after, an exclamation rang in the air. "I finally broke through." Another young man had also managed to break through under the crushing pressure. When 1,000 participants had been eliminated, Su Konghai withdrew his energy and said, "Congratulations. All of you have made it past the first round." Those who did not possess strength comparable to titled celestial emperors but somehow managed to pass the first round heaved a huge sigh of relief before delighted expressions appeared on their faces. In fact, those who did have strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor were already mentally prepared to be eliminated. They participated only to gain experience and also to meet other young geniuses. Some also participated in hopes that the tests would help stimulate them and help them break through. A breakthrough was a good enough reward for them even if they could not rank in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Those who were eliminated looked enviously at Wang Ting and the 2 young men who had a breakthrough and now possessed the strength of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. "I thought I could break through here. In the end, I still failed." "Me too. I was so close to breaking through, but I couldn't hold on any longer." Those 3 are really lucky to be able to break through at such a critical moment. Now they're as powerful as an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Perhaps, if it weren't for the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, it would be difficult for them to have another breakthrough before reaching 1,000 years old. There were naturally a small number of participants who were jealous and unresigned. So what if they had a breakthrough? Even if they pass the first round, they won't be able to pass the second round. Most people did not bother responding to comments like this. After all, given a choice, they would also like to have a breakthrough. At this time, Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, said again, "The first round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses has come to an end. The participants who passed the first round have 2 hours to recuperate before the commencement of the second round." As soon as Su Konghai's voice fell, the participants descended to the ground and returned to their seats. Those who were eliminated were not separated from those who passed the first round. With so many powerhouses around, no one would dare to cheat. Those who did such a thing were only seeking death. After all, there were so many powerhouses around. It would be easy for them to single out cheaters. In the past, there were participants who tried to cheat during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Those who cheated were all killed without any exception. Even true disciples of heavenly emperors were not spared. Cheating was a challenge to the title temple's honor, after all. Apart from that, the temple masters or representatives of the title temple branches would record the names of all the participants from their respective Devata realms, regardless if they were representing the title temple or a heavenly palace, every time they passed a test. At this time, the vice temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven, who was recording the names of participants who would advance to the next round, said with a smile, "In addition, the 4 from the heavenly palace, our title temple brought 19 participants here. Out of 23 participants from the solitary destructive heaven, 13 managed to pass the first round. This number is quite good." The temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven nodded in agreement. "You're right. The number is quite good. Out of those who made it to the next round, I'm most surprised that the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang managed to pass the test due to his age. Moreover, even when the pressure intensified the 5th time, he was clearly unaffected. This isn't possible for someone with only the strength of an ordinary titled celestial emperor." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the vice temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven turned solemn. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's only true disciple has strength comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. He's truly talented. He's only a little over 600 years ago, but he already possesses strength comparable to a 2-star god of war or stronger, the temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven said. When his gaze shifted to the young man standing next to Duan Ling Tian, he continued to say, "That young man next to Duan Ling Tian is Su Li. He's from the Jade Emperor Heaven is called Su Li. He's about the same age as Duan Ling Tian, and his strength should also be that of a 2-star god of war at least. These 2 young men should have the biggest potential and highest innate talent among the participants of this time's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses." 2 hours flew by quickly. The young geniuses managed to recover some of their energies. After all, they were not engaged in intense battles earlier and had only used their celestial origin energies to withstand the pressure. Most of them would be able to fully recover their energies in an hour. 2 hours were more than enough time. In fact, many of them had begun to chat after the 1-hour mark. At this time, Su Konghai's voice rang in the venue again. "Those who passed the first round, please enter the ring." The 1,000 young geniuses did not waste time and did as they were told and flew into the heart of the venue. When the 1,000 young geniuses were gathered, Su Konghai lifted his hand and sent a ball of energy into the ground. Following that, a pillar of light shot into the air before it formed a light shield around the ring, keeping the participants inside the ring. Since the battle ring was quite spacious, it was not crowded even though there were 1,000 people gathered in the ring. Subsequently, Su Konghai continued to say, "I believe most of you are aware of the specifics of the second round. Nevertheless, I'll explain the second round to those who might be unaware. For the second round, the 1,000 participants will engage in a battle royale. The 300 participants who remain standing at the end will then advance to the third round. All of you will be given a jade token. If you decide to surrender, you can crush the jade token, and it'll transport you out of the battle ring." After Su Konghai finished speaking, with just a wave of his hand, he distributed the jade tokens to all the participants. The jade token was like a life-saving token. Although the battle was not a fight to the death, accidents might happen. Once you crush your jade token, you're considered eliminated. Apart from that, leaving the light shield, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, will also cause you to be eliminated. All the participants, including Duanling Tian, surveyed their surroundings immediately, gauging the size of the ring to make sure they did not accidentally leave the range of the light shield. With this, there were quite a few people who complained about the size of the battle ring. The space is quite small. Isn't it too restrictive for 1,000 of us to fight in such a small space? Regardless, the complaints were useless and did not change anything. You have 15 minutes before the battle starts, Su Konghai said again, pulling the participants back to their senses. I will tell you when 15 minutes are up. Following that, many of the young geniuses sprung into action. Many of them looked for people to team up with. Some teamed up with friends while some teamed up with strangers. No matter what, I must advance to the third round. I don't care if I get eliminated in the third round, but I can't get eliminated in the second round. A young man dressed in fine robes said, I'm looking to team up with those who possess the strength of a titled celestial emperor to get me through this round. Even if I get eliminated during the third round, I can still boast about passing the second round. Well, it's true that there's a huge difference between being eliminated in the second round and being eliminated in the third round. Many participants shared similar thoughts. Most of these participants looked for people to team up with to increase the chances of them advancing to the third round. At the same time, Duanling Tian felt slightly puzzled. Not a single person had approached him to team up. Even Dong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had lost to him, was approached by multiple people to team up. Whether he agreed to it or not, should there not be people asking to team up with him? Naturally, there were some people who only approached Dong Tu because of his third senior brother, Yudong Feng, since his third senior brother would make sure he advanced to the third round. Duanling Tian, it seems most people think we don't stand a chance of advancing to the third round. Su Lu shook his head and smiled wryly. At this point, it was clear that nobody wanted to team up with them. Perhaps they thought teaming up with Duanling Tian and friends would attract danger. In the end, someone did approach the trio, but that person only wanted to team up with Ling Ju-yun. Since he came with the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple, he knew about Ling Ju-yun's strength. However, Ling Ju-yun had rejected his request. After that, no one else approached Duanling Tian and the others. After 15 minutes, Su Konghai's voice rang thunderously. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses starts now. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses begins now. Before Su Konghai announced the start of the second round, most of the young geniuses in the ring were tense as they looked at their opponents warily with grim expressions on their faces. A few people like Duanling Tian and most of the people in his group remained indifferent. Only Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were in Duanling Tian's group, were slightly tense. Duanling Tian, Su Li, Ling Ju-yun, and even Tang Sanpao remained calm. However, as soon as Su Konghai's voice fell, chaos broke out immediately. Energies with a variety of colors sailed in the battle ring immediately. With this, the battle royale had begun. Duanling Tian's group stood at a corner of the battle ring. They did not make a move and observed the fights around them as though they were above the fights. It did not take long for the fights to turn violent. Many had already crushed their jade token to escape from life-threatening attacks. In just a short while, there were no less than 20 participants who had given up. Miserable cries could also be heard intermittently from those who did not crush their jade tokens in time. Perhaps it was due to their drive to advance to the next round, they were slow to crush their jade tokens and were killed as a result. For a time, there was only one death in the second round. However, as time passed, the death toll began to rise. This served as a warning to the others, so most people would crush their jade tokens to surrender rather than take the risk. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, looked warily ahead, slightly to the right, before he suddenly said, "Someone is heading in our direction." Although Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting did not formally ask to team up with Duanling Tian did not say anything when the duo followed him. Seeing this, both of them were relieved and were determined to pull their weight in the team. Therefore, Zhang Tianyu was quick to alert the others when he saw someone approaching them. When Duanling Tian and the others looked up, they saw a group of 7 participants approaching them. The leader of the group was the first to kill a person in the battle ring. Based on his performance,
His strength should be comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. He was a young man with an average appearance and an average build. Lightning bolts flashed around him, making him look like the god of thunder. His aura was fierce as well, capable of striking fear into the hearts of weaker opponents.
That's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If I can eliminate him, I'll be able to boast about it for the rest of my life, the leader of the group of 7 said. Clearly, he intended to eliminate Duan Tian.
As for the remaining 6 people, all of them possessed strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Out of the 6, 2 of them seemed rather strong.
Not only are you the true disciple of a heavenly emperor, but I heard you possess the strength of a strong titled celestial emperor despite only being a little over 600 years old. Please show me, Lin Wei, how powerful you are. The young man, who called himself Lin Wei, brought a gigantic hammer that was flashing lightning bolts. Without any more words, he brought the hammer down toward Duan Tian and the others. The sky seemed to change color as the hammer fell with a huge destructive force. Meanwhile, when Duan Tian saw Lin Wei's profundities that flashed brightly, he could tell Lin Wei had strength comparable to a top 2-star god of war. He also determined Lin Wei should be the strongest in the group. Duan Tian had heard Lin Wei's words earlier, so he knew Lin Wei had intentionally targeted him to make a name for himself. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "Since when did I, Duan Tian, become an easy target in people's eyes?" As Lin Wei drew closer, a cold scoff rang in the air. Ling Juyun, who was standing next to Duan Tian, sneered. At the same time, a clone of him with blood-red eyes from the Law of Death appeared. As soon as the clone appeared, it shot toward Lin Wei like a streak of red light. "You're seeking death." Lin Wei smiled mockingly. Duan Tian was his target. He would mercilessly kill and destroy everyone and everything that stood in his path. So what if you have a clone from the Law of Death?
"I will crush it with my hammer." Lin Wei's hammer continued to fall like a meteor. The lightning bolts flashed in a frenzy as the hammer drew closer and closer to its target before they struck Ling Juyun's clone, as though it was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the hammer was about to land on Ling Juyun's clone.
At the same time, the energy of Ling Juyun's clone skyrocketed suddenly. Its speed increased twice, and it easily dodged the hammer. It moved with the agility of a monkey as it reached out and grabbed Lin Wei's neck in just a blink of an eye.
Lin Wei's expression changed drastically when he felt the hand closing in on his throat. He struggled and cried out, "No!" Just as Lin Wei was about to crush his jade token. With one hand tightly gripping Lin Wei's neck, the clone reached out and pressed its other hand down on Lin Wei's shoulder. In just a split second, it separated Lin Wei's head from its body with its bare hands.
Blood splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying sight. At this moment, those who were fighting nearby froze for a moment, looking at Ling Juyun warily. "We're sorry.
We'll leave immediately." The 6 participants who came with Lin Wei wore terrified expressions on their faces as they watched the strongest person in their group being torn into 2. They hurriedly apologized and tried to scurry away. Ling Juyun ignored their words. His clone continued to move, and in just a moment, it ripped another 2 people apart. Blood splattered everywhere as severed limbs flew in the air. The remaining 4 participants were seized by terror as they watched the gory scene. They no longer dared to hesitate and crushed their jade tokens immediately despite feeling unresigned. How could they not feel unresigned? They had strength comparable to titled celestial emperors, and yet, they could only flee with their tails between their legs. Nevertheless, the lingering fear they felt when they saw their teammates being ripped apart tamped down their resentment and unwillingness.
If it could have easily been them who were ripped apart after all. After they were transported out of the battle ring, they looked at the gray-clad Ling Juyun who was standing next to Duan Tian warily.
"I didn't expect Duan Tian's friend to be so strong. Based on his performance so far, he has to be as strong as a top 3-star god of war at least. In fact, there's a high possibility he's comparable to a 4-star god of war." Up until now, Ling Juyun's attacks could be considered the most fearsome and violent among all the participants. Even if there were those who were stronger than him, their attacks were not so gory and violent, and they would not go for the kill as soon as they attacked. It did not seem like he was in competition. It seemed more like he was killing his enemies. Wow! He is so powerful. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were standing behind Ling Juyun, shared the same thought. Chills ran up their spines as they watched him kill the three young geniuses, whose strength was similar to theirs, with just one move. When they shifted their eyes back to him, their eyes were filled with wariness. They could not help but wonder to themselves, who's Duan Ling Tian's friend? He has to be as strong as a top 3-star god of war at least, if not a 4-star god of war. Ordinary 3-star gods of war won't be a match for him at all. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and the participants from the Windprop Heaven's Title Temple who were aware of Ling Juyun's strength, the others were shocked and grew wary of Ling Juyun. Who's he? I don't think I've heard of him before. His mastery of the law of death is flawless. His comprehension of the law of death is extraordinary, and he's decisive. It's not too bad if he's merely a 3 or 4-star god of war. It'd be troublesome if he were a 5-star god of war. Many people thought Ling Juyun was bloodthirsty and cruel. He did not even give his opponents a chance before he killed them. Naturally, in a competition like this, one could only oneself for one's death. The rules had been set and one could leave with the Jade token at any given time. If one persisted and refused to crush one's Jade token, no one would feel sorry for one's death. Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors on the floating islands only glanced at Ling Juyun for a moment. Based on the current strength he displayed, he was still not worthy of their attention. There were also quite a number of heavenly emperors who disliked Ling Juyun's cruelty. Currently, those who died or surrendered totaled up to more than 200 people. This meant there were still more than 700 participants in the ring. The battles continued in the ring. However, since Ling Juyun's display of strength, no one else dared to challenge Duan Ling Tian and the others. They fought and killed among themselves but treated Duan Ling Tian's group as though they did not exist. At this time, the sound of flesh being torn rang in the air. The crowd had another person to fear as they watched a young man dressed in blood-stained robes kill indiscriminately with his saber. The young man had a medium build, and his expression was a mix of iciness and determination. His gaze was piercing and fierce as he fought. If one were to look closely, one would see that his blood-stained robe used to be dark gray. The young man did not avoid the blood splattered everywhere when he killed his opponents. It was as though the blood that dyed his robes a red was a badge of honor. The other young geniuses were shocked by the cold and brutal performance of Ling Juyun and the young man who was drenched in blood. They did not hesitate to crush their Jade token as soon as they felt the slightest sense of danger. Although crushing the Jade token meant they would be eliminated from the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, nothing was more important than preserving their lives. Even if they could become famous if they did well in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, everything would be for naught if they lost their lives. Moreover, since most of them were talented individuals, even if they did not do well in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, they would still be able to make a name for themselves in different ways. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving. It's too dangerous here. I'll lay low for now and make a comeback during the 3rd round. 3 against 1? How embarrassing. I'll leave first. If either one of you makes it to the next round, I'll challenge you to a duel and kill you. One after another, the young geniuses crushed their Jade tokens and left the battle ring when they saw another group that was attacked. Since there were so many participants, it would naturally take a long time for the set number of participants to be eliminated. However, after Ling Juyun and the young man who was drenched in blood made a move, it seemed to cause a chain reaction. In the end, the 2nd round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses ended in less than 2 hours with 300 people advancing to the next round. Among the 300 young geniuses, more than 90% of them were comparable to titled celestial emperors. Most of them had strength comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. On the other hand, there was a small number of participants among the 300 who only managed to advance to the 3rd round by bribing stronger participants to help them. Although these few people were not very strong, they came from famous and wealthy clans. Hence, they had many rare treasures that tempted other participants into helping them. Nevertheless, they knew it would be inevitable for them to get eliminated in the 3rd round. At this time, Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, made another announcement.
The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has come to an end. The third round will commence a month later. The title temple will release the names of participants who made it to the third round in 3 days. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated during the second round can decide if they want to challenge the 300 participants who passed the second round. Take this time to study your opponent. You have 3 chances to challenge your opponents. The 700 people who were eliminated in the second round would be given a chance to advance to the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses if they could defeat any of the 300 participants that passed the second round. A month. Su Li was slightly surprised. I didn't expect the third round would only take place after a month. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, "In my opinion, this 1 month is for the sake of the 700 participants who were eliminated today. It's so they can study the participants they want to challenge." At this time, Zhang Tianyu and Wan Ting approached Duanling Tian to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Duanling Tian." The duo knew they would not have been able to advance to the third round if it were not for Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, instead of feeling happy, they felt rather pressured after passing the second round. This was because they knew many people would challenge them to a duel after a month. Duanling Tian nodded. "There's still a month to go. Both of you should prepare yourself to accept the challenges that will come your way." The duo smiled bitterly upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. After the barrier was removed from the battle ring, the participants left the venue and hurried back to their respective wooden houses to cultivate, unwilling to waste even a minute. Meanwhile, just as Duanling Tian was about to leave with Su Li and Ling Juyun, his master, Feng Qingyang, sent him a voice transmission. "Little Tian, stay back for a moment. I have an old friend who wishes to meet you." With that, Duanling Tian bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Juyun before he left to meet Feng Qingyang, who was with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. "Master, Senior Uncle Ding." Duanling Tian greeted Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu as soon as he arrived. Then, he looked at Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, who was standing behind Ding Fu, and greeted Wei Qi as well. "Senior Wei Qi." "We meet again," Wei Qi said with a smile. "Junior nephew Duan, your friend was so ruthless and decisive that I didn't even get to see you perform. It seems like I'll have to wait until the third round to see you perform," Ding Fu said with a smile. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses that will commence after a month gave the 700 participants who were eliminated today a chance to redeem themselves. As the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no doubt Duanling Tian would be receiving many challenges. Although there were some participants who feared Duanling Tian, there were also many who felt they were stronger than him. After all, up until now, the strength Duanling Tian had displayed was only comparable to that of a 2-star god of war. Nevertheless, for someone who was not even 700 years old to possess the strength of a 2-star god of war was impressive. Even Ding Fu was shocked by this. After all, those participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war, who were over the age of 900, were not as strong as Duanling Tian when they were his age. Perhaps only those with strength comparable to a 6-star god of war before reaching the age of 1000 had strength like Duanling Tian at his age. "Junior nephew Duan, I look forward to watching your performance in a month," Ding Fu said. Then he bade farewell to Feng Qingyang and left with Wei Qi. He could tell Feng Qingyang wanted to speak to Duanling Tian privately. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! Not long after Ding Fu and Wei Qi left, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Duanling Tian. One of them was Tong Tu, whom Duanling Tian had injured with just a strike previously. Although it was his first time meeting the other 2 people, he knew who they were: Gong Sun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, and his third true disciple, Yudong Fong. The tall and burly Tong Tu dwarfed the medium-built Yudong Fong when they stood next to each other. However, due to Yudong Fong's extraordinary bearing, he did not look weak when he stood next to Tong Tu. Gong Sun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, was an elegant middle-aged man who was dressed in golden dragon robes. His complexion was jade-like, and he looked valiantly handsome with his sword-like eyebrows. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a sigh, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, the strength of your law of Earth's clone has grown stronger. Previously, when rumors about Feng Qingyang attaining godhood had spread after he returned from the Azura Hell, Gongsun Xianyuan had visited Feng Qingyang. Although the duo did not spar and only exchanged a blow, Gongsun Xianyuan could sense how far behind he was compared to Feng Qingyang. Just Feng Qingyang's clone alone was enough to restrain him. In the past, he was evenly matched with Feng Qingyang even when Feng Qingyang used the law of destruction that he specialized in. Based on this, one could imagine how strong the divine energy of the gods was. Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, you flatter me too much. All I did was learn to fuse the profundities of another law, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, he gestured to Gongsun Xianyuan to take a seat. At this time, Yudong Feng and Tong Tu, who had followed Gongsun Xianyuan here, bowed in unison and greeted Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Following that, Duan Ling Tian greeted Gongsun Xianyuan with a bow as well. Duan Ling Tian greets Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan. Gongsun Xianyuan was better known as Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan instead of Heavenly Emperor Gongsun, even though his surname was Gongsun. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this fact and had only followed his master's example. Junior nephew Duan, your achievements are impressive considering you're only slightly over 600 years old, Gongsun Xianyun said amicably. Your future achievements will definitely be comparable to your master's. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he asked Feng Qingyang, what do you think, Heavenly Emperor Feng? Feng Qingyang laughed and said confidently, I believe his achievements will surpass mine. Gongsun Xianyuan was slightly taken aback by Feng Qingyang's words. After all, he had expected a modest reply from Feng Qingyang. Who knew Feng Qingyang would confidently say his true disciple's achievements would be greater than his? When Gongsun Xianyuan regained his senses, he called out tonelessly, Tong Tuesday. Tong Tu obediently stepped forward. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes as he cupped his fists together and said apologetically, Junior brother Duan, I apologize for being rude to you previously. Duan Ling Tian could naturally tell Tong Tu's apology was not sincere and that Tong Tu had only apologized out of fear of Gongsun Xianyuan. He shook his head and looked at Tong Tu meaningfully as he said, there's no need to apologize. After all, I didn't even have a scratch from our exchange that day. You. Tong Tu's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and seeing Duan Ling Tian's slightly mocking gaze. Just as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it suddenly vanished. He recalled Duan Ling Tian's performance during the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses that clearly indicated Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Duan Ling Tian ignored Tong Tu, who was fuming with anger, and shifted his attention to Gongsun Xianyuan. In fact, he was inwardly excited about being able to meet Gongsun Xianyuan. After all, the person sitting in front of him was the legendary figure from ancient myths on Earth who was known as one of the 3 monarchs and 5 emperors. Duan Ling Tian could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes when he looked at Gongsun Xianyuan. Gongsun Xianyuan, who could see Duan Ling Tian's excitement, asked curiously, Junior nephew Duan, have we met before? Gongsun Xianyuan could see the purple-clad young man looking at him as though they had met before. However, he was certain he had not met the purple-clad young man before. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he said, Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, what I'm about to say sounds fantastical, but it's the truth. Although my current physical body comes from the same mundane realm as my master, my soul is from planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang realm. Therefore I grew up listening to stories about you. Not only Gongsun Xianyuan and his 2 true disciples were surprised by this revelation, but even Feng Qingyang was shocked. This was especially true for Feng Qingyang. He did not expect his true disciple to have such a past. Although it was not unheard of for a soul from a mundane realm to travel to another mundane realm and possess the body of someone who was on the brink of death, it was only a rumor that had not been confirmed. Feng Qingyang did not doubt his true disciple's words at all. When you were on planet Yanhuang, were you extraordinary? Gongsun Xianyuan asked. Although he had been surprised, he did not seem to have trouble accepting Duan Ling Tian's words. Extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian pondered on Gongsun Xianyuan's question for a moment. He recalled the memories from his past life on Earth. Based on his capabilities and his achievements, it was not an exaggeration to say he had been quite distinguished. Nevertheless, he asked, Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, what do you mean by extraordinary? Were you outstanding and stood out from the ordinary? Gongsun Xianyuan said. I don't know if I can be considered outstanding, Duan Lingtian said before he explained his background and the era he came from. He also revealed his achievements and his job on Earth before his death.
If you're telling the truth, then it's an understatement to call you extraordinary. You were peerless? Gongsun Shenyuan said with a sigh. I thought you died in the divine land and your soul traveled to another mundane realm. I didn't expect your soul to be able to travel even though you didn't die in the divine land. This only happens if someone is considered peerless.
Duan Lingtian did not understand Gongsun Xuanyuan's words at all. He asked, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, it seems you know why my soul traveled to another mundane realm after my death? Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes glinted with excitement as he said, I'm not 100% sure, but my theory probably isn't too far off. You have 99 heavenly veins, right?
Not only Gongsun Xuanyuan's 2 true disciples were stunned, but Feng Qingyang was stunned as well.
Feng Qingyang instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He was unaware that Duan Lingtian possessed 99 heavenly veins until now. How do you know this? Duan Lingtian asked, surprised. No one would be able to prove him with their divine consciousness unless they were gods. Could there be a god who had probed him earlier and informed Gongsun Xianyuan about his 99 heavenly veins?
No, it did not seem likely. After all, his master had left a mark on him. Although the mark could not stop a god from probing him, it could stop the god for a while, and his master would also be alerted.
Gongsun Xianyuan laughed happily. Then he said, Junior nephew Duan, please wait for a moment. I'll invite the 2 old men over before I explain how I guessed you possessed 99 heavenly veins after you revealed your soul traveled to a different mundane realm. It did not take long before 2 figures appeared. They were Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and Ru Lai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven.
Despite being familiar with the duo, this was Duan Lingtian's first time meeting them.
After everyone exchanged greetings with the 2 newcomers, Gongsun Xianyuan called out, Haotian, Shijia.
Ru Lai was also known as Shijia Mao and I. Before Gongsun Xianyuan ascended to the Devata realm, he had also addressed Ru Lai as Shijia. Perhaps, only those from planet Yanhuang knew Ru Lai's full name was Shijia Mao and I. Gongsun Xianyuan turned to look at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, I think Heavenly Emperor Feng's only true disciple is the Yanhuang entity from our planet Yanhuang. Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, and Gongsun Xuanyuan's 2 true disciples were confused by these words. On the other hand, Yu Haotian and Ru Lai did not seem confused. Instead, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes as they shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Gongsun Xianyuan sent them a message, he had only said he wanted them to meet someone urgently. Xianyuan, are you sure? Yu Haotian asked solemnly. There's no mistake, Gongsun Xianyuan said. His experiences are that of the Yanhuang entity. Moreover, he has also confirmed that he possesses 99 heavenly veins. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the Yanhuang entity after so many years have passed. To think, he's already comparable to a titled celestial emperor at such a young age.
Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes shone brightly whenever he looked at Duan Lingtian after confirming Duan Lingtian possessed 99 heavenly veins. It was as though he was looking at a rare treasure. Duan Lingtian could not help the chills that ran up his spine when he saw Gongsun Xuanyuan's burning gaze. He even began to regret revealing the fact that his soul came from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm. He had easily revealed the past since he did not think it was something he had to keep a secret.
After all, many strange and wonderful things such as reincarnations and possessions happened in the Devata realms all the time. He did not expect Gongsun Xianyuan, Yu Haotian, and Ru Lai would find his past shocking. Most importantly, it seemed like the trio was aware of something that he was unaware of. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. He felt it was not good to catch the trio's attention. The Yanhuang entity, Ru Lai murmured to himself before he shifted his gaze to Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I, Ru Lai, have accepted various disciples in my life, but I have yet to accept a true disciple. I want to accept your true disciple as mine. Are you willing to part with him? Feng Qingyang glanced at Ru Lai and answered lightly, "You'll have to ask for disciples' opinion."
At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Although I have no idea what the Yen Huang entity is, there's no doubt it's special. Otherwise, they wouldn't show so much interest.
Since Ru Lai has attained godhood, it's best if you stay away from him for your safety. I've heard of many special physiques in the Devata realms, but I've never heard about the Yen Huang entity.
Based on what I know, many heavenly emperors and titled celestial emperors covet those with special physiques. After all, these people with special physiques would certainly grow to become gods as long as they don't prematurely.
I've heard of a rumor in the past about how humans with 99 heavenly veins and special physiques have potential comparable to that of a divine beast."
Previously, Feng Qingyang did not mention this matter to Duan Ling Tian because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would slack off in his cultivation after learning about his high potential of becoming a god. After all, there were many who would not cultivate as diligently after finding out they had high chances of becoming a god. Feng Qingyang explained, "I didn't mention this previously because I was afraid you'd grow complacent."
"Master, I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After listening to his master's words, he knew what he needed to do. Before Ru Lai spoke again, he said, "Temple Master Ru Lai, Duan Ling Tian, only acknowledged one master in my life, and he's my current master, Feng Qingyang. Even if I encounter gods or supreme powerhouses in the future, I won't acknowledge them as masters as well." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to kill all of Ru Lai's thoughts of accepting him as a disciple. Ru Lai's eyes flashed briefly, but his expression remained calm upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. He said, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you." Then he said to Feng Qingyang, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, 10 years after the end of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, I'll head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you'll have to step down as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." An imperceptible hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke.
"You can come whenever you like," Feng Qingyang said as he raised his head lazily and glanced at Ru Lai. "Farewell." Ru Lai nodded at Duan Ling Tian after he shifted his gaze away from Feng Qingyang and left.
As soon as Ru Lai left, Duan Ling Tian felt a formidable divine consciousness sweeping over him before shrouding him. He felt like a lonely boat being tossed by the waves in the middle of the ocean. The next moment, he felt a heat on his glabella before a gray sword mark suddenly appeared. This was the mark his master had left on him. Following that, countless divine energy swords shot out belatedly from the sword mark. The divine consciousness seemed to have deliberately avoided the sword mark. Therefore, it had entered Duan Ling Tian's body and roughly probed him, discovering the 99 heavenly veins, before the sword mark appeared.
"He's truly the Yen Huang entity." Ru Lai's voice echoed from the distance. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Gongsun Xianyuan and Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperors of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven and the Jade Emperor respectively, looked slightly embarrassed by Ru Lai's actions as well. Clearly, they did not expect Ru Lai would act so impetuously. Did he forget Duan Ling Tian's master, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was also a god?
A scoff rang in the air as a gray divine consciousness shot out of Feng Qingyang's glabella and formed a sword before shooting toward Ru Lai's divine consciousness.
Swoosh! The sword formed by the divine consciousness looked invincible, as though it could destroy everything that stood in its path.
Shortly afterward, a low voice that contained a hint of anger rang from afar. "Feng Qingyang, I'll see you at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in 100 years. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Earlier, did Ru Lai, the great sun celestial emperor, not say that he would challenge his master to a duel at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven 10 years after the end of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Why did Ru Lai suddenly change it to 100 years?
On the other hand, Gongsun Xianyuan and Yu Hao Tian inhaled sharply when they heard these words. They knew Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness must have injured Ru Lai heavily, causing him to delay his duel with Feng Qingyang.
At the very least, Feng Qingyang must have injured Ru Lai's divine soul. Otherwise, there was no need to push the duel 100 years back. If you dare to show up after 100 years, I'll still cut you down like I did today, Feng Qingyang replied indifferently. Ru Lai no longer responded. He had already left. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang stared at Gongsun Shenyuan intently and asked, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, can you tell us more about the Yen Huang entity you mentioned? Gongsun Shenyuan smiled wryly. How could he not tell that Feng Qingyang was displeased? He said, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I didn't expect Ru Lai to act in such a manner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited him over. The grave expression on Feng Qingyang's face eased when he heard Gongsun Shenyuan's words. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to say, After many years of researching special physiques in Devata realms, we, powerhouses who came from the Yen Huang planet, discovered what we called the Yen Huang entity. We discovered those with special physiques shared many similarities. As we researched, we discovered some of these humans had been affected by some formations. After many years of research, we returned to our home planet, Yen Huang planet, in the Yen Huang realm. At that time, we laid a formation that would bring about a Yen Huang entity.
However, since we only have partial knowledge of the entire matter, we did not know when or how the Yen Huang entity would be born. There were various humans who became Yen Huang entities in the past who possessed incredibly strong souls through different ways. However, after ascending to the Devata realms, most of them could not move past the great overarching golden celestial stage. They died in the celestial ascension pool after they ascended. They weren't attacked. It was as though the energy from the celestial ascension pool repudiated their bodies and souls, reducing them into ashes immediately. Even those we brought to the Devata realm ahead of time suffered the same death once they became great overarching golden celestials. Gongsun Shenyuan glanced at Duanling Tian before he said again, the Yen Huang entities have remarkable innate talents, comprehension skills, and possess the 99 heavenly veins. Strangely, all of them died as soon as they became great overarching golden celestials.
We concluded that there must be something wrong with the formation we cast. After all, it was only a duplicate of an incredibly complex formation. In the end, we had no choice but to give up on this matter. In just a blink of an eye, a few thousand years have passed since then. I didn't expect I'd meet a Yen Huang entity here. This is also the first time I heard of a soul of a Yen Huang entity transmigrating to another mundane realm. Perhaps there are precedents, but I know nothing about it. Who knows?
Perhaps such a person died or is somewhere in the Jade Emperor heaven now. After Gongsun Shenyuan finished speaking, he instinctively turned to look at Yu Hao Tian, who was also one of the minds behind the creation of the formation that would bring about Yen Huang entities. Needless to say, Ru Lai was one of them as well.
Transmigration. Duanling Tian had been wondering for a long time about how and why his soul left Earth and transmigrated to the Saint Pravini realm. He asked, Those Yen Huang entities who were created through the formation you duplicated, their souls transmigrated as well. There were a few. Gongsun Shenyuan nodded slightly. However, their souls did not transmigrate to another mundane realm. There seems to be a specific place that the formation we left behind would send the souls to. It's completely different from your situation. My guess is your transmigration to another mundane realm was also caused by the defective formation we left behind. He looked somewhat sheepish at the end of his sentence.
As it turned out, the transmigration of Duanling Tian's soul was caused by the formation Gongsun Shenyuan and his friends left behind on Earth. However, it was an accident and an anomaly that he was sent to another mundane realm.
When you spoke about your soul traveling to another mundane realm earlier, I was reminded of the formation we left behind. That was why I asked if you possess 99 heavenly veins to verify if you're the Yen Huang entity. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to say. The corners of Duanling Tian's lips twitched. He did not expect that his miraculous transmigration was a result of Gongsun Shenyuan's faulty experiment. However, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duanling Tian and sighed. Since you're a Yen Huang entity, as long as you don't slack in your cultivation, you'll definitely attain godhood. It's not easy for celestials to attain godhood. There's a threshold to cross.
However, that doesn't apply to you. As long as you continue to cultivate after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, it's only a matter of time before you become a god. In fact, you might even attain godhood before you Tian and me.
Gongsun Shenyuan looked at the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven, Yu Hao Tian, after he finished speaking. A hint of envy flashed in Yu Hao Tian's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian.
Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth disciple, Tong Tu, was green with envy as well.
As for Yu Dongfang, Gongsun Xuanyuan's third disciple, he barely concealed the shock in his eyes.
As though he had just recalled something, a hint of fear flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, although you're a result of our experiment, we won't request anything of you. After all, it's your own efforts that brought you so far.
I just hope if there's a day when we need your help, you'll lend us a helping hand to return the favor. He seemed to hesitate slightly when he was nearing the end of the sentence. That's naturally not a problem. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he was only a product of Gongsun Shenyuan and his friend's failed experiment, it remained a fact that he would have died on Earth back then if it were not for them.
Since he never liked being indebted to people and Gongsun Shenyuan had taken the initiative to bring the matter up, he would naturally not refuse.
Thank you.
Following that, Gongsun Shenyuan and his two disciples, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu and Yu Hao Tian bade farewell to Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian before they left.
As Duan Ling Tian watched Gongsun Shenyuan and Yu Hao Tian's retreating backs, he muttered to himself, how can these prominent figures in the Devata realms carry out such experiments for the sake of researching special physiques?
On the other hand, after Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu parted ways with their master and returned to their respective wooden houses, Yu Hao Tian looked at the Gongsun Shenyuan and asked, Shenyuan, why did you ask for a favor?
Are you afraid that old Baldy will lose to him?
Or are you afraid he'll lose to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Hao Tian asked.
Both. Gongsun Shenyuan sighed. His gaze was complex at this moment. You and I know Ru Lai isn't the same as before. His mind is under the control of that old monk we met in the world of the undead that's also one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms.
That old monk is evil by nature. After he forcibly merged with Ru Lai's soul, Ru Lai became more temperamental and violent. I think he probed Duan Ling Tian earlier to confirm that Duan Ling Tian is a Yen Huang entity because he wants to possess Duan Ling Tian's body.
After all, he doesn't have complete control over Ru Lai. He has about 60% control over Ru Lai. I feel that if the chance arises, he'll leave Ru Lai's body for a body that he would have complete control over. It seems like the temptation of the Yen Huang entity we created is so great. Even that Baldy, who seems to be a god in his past life, wants to possess Duan Ling Tian. Yu Hao Tian said with a sigh.
Then, as though he had just recalled something, he asked, if he leaves Ru Lai's body, doesn't that mean Ru Lai's soul will be able to heal?
Gongsun Shenyuan nodded. Yes.
However, it'll take thousands or even 10,000 years for him to recover. After all, his soul was gravely injured by a divine soul. Moreover, since he also has a divine soul, it'll take a long time for him to recover.
Why didn't you explain the situation to them and ask them to be merciful? Yu Hao Tian asked.
How can I explain this to them? Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head. I can't tell them that Ru Lai isn't the same as before, can I? If that old monk successfully possesses Duan Ling Tian, it means Ru Lai will regain his freedom. Moreover, if Feng Qingyang decides to act against the old monk, Ru Lai will be affected as well.
No one will be able to dispose of that old monk or extricate his soul from Ru Lai's body without harming Ru Lai as well except for supreme powerhouses. Ru Lai and Gongsun Shenyuan were old friends. He naturally could not bear to watch his good friend come to harm. Therefore, he chose to conceal the truth from Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian. Although he had a rather good relationship with Feng Qingyang, it was not comparable to his and Ru Lai's friendship. As for Duan Ling Tian, it was only his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian today.
So, in case things go south for that old Baldy, you plan to call in the favor from Duan Ling Tian to save Ru Lai. You didn't tell them about Ru Lai being possessed because you hoped Ru Lai would be able to regain his freedom. Yu Hao Tian nodded as realization dawned on him.
If he were in Gongsun Shenyuan's shoes, he would have done the same as well. I don't wish to hurt anyone, but I'm left with no choice in this situation, Gongsun Shenyuan said as a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Let's just go with the flow. If that old monk fails, we'll ask Duan Ling Tian to spare him for Ru Lai's sake. It's really unfortunate his life and death are tightly intertwined with Ru Lai's now. As Ru Lai's friends, we can only try our best to help him as much as we can. If the old monk succeeds in possessing Duan Ling Tian, We'll have to bear the responsibility and make sure his family and friends are well taken care of in the future and let them live a carefree life. This is the only way we can redeem ourselves. Yu Hao Tian said with a sigh. I agree. Gong Sun Shenyuan nodded. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the two heavenly emperors' private conversation. After Gong Sun Shenyuan and Yu Hao Tian left, Duan Ling Tian did not leave immediately. This was because Feng Qingyang would have to leave another divine mark on him since the energy of the previous one had been depleted. I have a feeling that Ru Lai wants something from you even though I don't know what it is he wants. However, don't worry. With the divine mark, I'll be alerted as soon as he attacks you. It'll help me stall for time, giving me enough time to protect you. Moreover, it's unlikely he'll attack you while we're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, if a temple master of a tidal temple branch attacks a young genius during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the consequences would be heavy, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian. Then, his eyes glinted coldly as he continued to say, Moreover, the attack from my divine consciousness earlier had gravely injured his divine soul. Even with the help of rare treasures, it'll still take him at least 100 years to recover. As long as I'm around, he's unlikely to attack you. The divine mark is just a precaution. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the area where the young geniuses were staying, he saw a group of young geniuses gathering outside of the wooden houses, engrossed in a heated discussion. Their eyes lit up when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Hey, how strong is the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heavens, only true disciple?
A lot of people said he's on par with a 2-star god of war. I'm not sure. However, the gray-clad young man with him earlier who comprehended the law of death is definitely comparable to a 3-star god of war at least.
That gray-clad young man's name is Ling Juyun. He came with the members of the Tidal Temple in Wind Prop Heaven. According to some of the participants who came with him, he's stronger than a 3-star god of war. Doesn't that mean he's comparable to a 4-star god of war? The discussion grew livelier as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared. Even after he returned to his wooden house, they were still discussing him.
During the 3rd round of the Battle of the Geniuses, there'll be many people who want to challenge him. At that time, we'll have a clearer grasp of his strength. I heard even those with strength of a 3-star god of war are keen on challenging him. I can't wait to watch that.
I wonder if Duan Ling Tian is a match for a 3-star god of war.
3 days later,
the name list of the participants who advanced to the 3rd room appeared in the sky. It was naturally powered by a special formation. Many people left their houses to look at the names in the sky. These are the names of the participants who passed the 2nd round. Their names were arranged in no particular order for now. Accompanying the names of the participants were the Devata realms they came from and the forces they belonged to. Even their level of strength was on display. For example, the following words were written behind Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun's names, respectively.
Over 600 years old, from the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, not affected during the 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, and is suspected to be stronger than a 2-star god of war.
Over 600 years old, from the Jade Emperor Heaven, a disciple of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect, not affected during the 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, and is suspected to be stronger than a 2-star god of war. From the Windprop Heaven, and is suspected to be stronger than a 3-star god of war based on the 2nd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The descriptions of the 300 participants varied in length.
The descriptions are quite lengthy. It seems like the Tidal Temple paid quite a lot of attention to the participants and recorded everything. Su Li, who had called Duan Ling Tian over, was taken aback by the detailed and lengthy description.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. You're right. Look.
Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where Su Li pointed and saw the description for Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven.
Yu Dongfang's description read as follow. From the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, killed a 3-star war of god in the past, suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war but has only revealed the strength of a 2-star god of war so far.
Below Yu Dongfang's name were Tong Tu's name and description. The description was,
From the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, was previously gravely injured with a single blow by Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack, and his strength is slightly below that of a two-star god of war. After reading Tong Tu's description, Su Li said teasingly, "They even listed how Tong Tu was injured by you. The members of the Title Temple are making more foes for you."
Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He did not expect the Title Temple would even list out such a trivial thing.
Soon after, the sound of laughter rang in the air when a few young geniuses read Tong Tu's description. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian felt a cold and hostile gaze on him. He instinctively turned around and saw a burly young man staring at him with a darkened expression from afar. The burly young man was none other than Tong Tu. Standing next to Tong Tu was Yu Dongfang, who was as calm as usual. He nodded and smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking in their direction.
"Tang San Pao is from the profound mystery heaven?"
Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes away from the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's two true disciples when he heard Su Li's exclamation. He looked in the direction of Su Li's gaze and read Tang San Pao's description.
The description read, "From the profound mystery heaven, based on his performance during the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he's speculated to be stronger than a two-star god of war." There were many among the 300 participants whose descriptions were very brief, making them seem rather mysterious.
Duan Ling Tian did not expect the young man who struck up a conversation with him during his first day here was pretty extraordinary.
After briefly glancing through the 300 names and descriptions, he also discovered there were at least a dozen participants who were speculated to have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war.
However, there was no mention of participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war or stronger. Naturally, Su Li realized this as well. There doesn't seem to be anyone who has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war.
However, since the strength of the participants in the descriptions is just speculations, it's likely that some of those who have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war are hiding their strength and have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Those who know their true strength are probably dead or helping them keep it a secret. While Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were conversing, the others were fervently discussing among themselves as more and more people began to gather around the list of names in the sky.
As it grew more crowded, Duan Ling Tian gestured to Su Li to leave. On the way back, they ran into Tang San Pao, who looked upset. Tang San Pao asked unhappily, "Why didn't you ask me to come along to look at the list of names? You didn't say anything about it?" Su Li replied with a perfunctory smile on his face. Tang San Pao did not say anything else and left after he glared at Su Li.
Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li returned to their respective wooden houses and waited 27 days for the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, which would last much longer than the first and second rounds, to begin. A month passed in just a blink of an eye.
The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would begin as scheduled. During the third round, those who passed the second round would be challenged by 700 participants who were eliminated. Needless to say, during the past month, there were some participants who were eliminated in the second round who had been carefully studying the list of 300 participants provided by the Title Temple. Most of them did not have much confidence in themselves, hence, they spent a lot of time studying the list of names. During the third round, not only participants who were eliminated would be given a chance to challenge the 300 participants who passed the second round, but the 300 participants who lost a challenge could also challenge others if they were defeated. The number of people who would advance to the next round would still be 300, but there was no guarantee which 300 participants would advance to the next round. The round would only end once no more challenges were issued. 10 duels will take place simultaneously during the third round, and yet it'll take a few days before it ends. Tang San Pao muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the same seats they had chosen a month ago. Even He Jianyi, who had been eliminated, was present. He Jianyi had mentally prepared himself. He knew he would not go far in the competition. Therefore, he decided to treat this as a way to gain experience and observe the extraordinary young geniuses from various Devata realms. Moreover, he knew this was a rare opportunity. Not everyone was allowed to watch the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, He Jianyi was not the only one with such a thought. There were many geniuses who were here to watch and learn as well. At this moment, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, appeared in the air above the venue. After surveying his surroundings, he said, "The third round of the Battle of the Geniuses will begin today. 300 participants will be selected to advance to the fourth round. Unlike the second round, you can only depend on your own strength during the third round. Those who relied on other strength to pass the second round won't pass this round since it'll be a one-on-one battle. I believe all of you are already familiar with the rules, so I won't mention them anymore."
Su Konghai raised his hand after he finished speaking. The list of 300 names appeared immediately in the sky.
The young geniuses shifted their eyes to the list of names immediately. Su Konghai continued to say, "This list of names is conjured by the members of the title temple using the mirror image formation. The names on the list will change every moment, depending on the results of the duels. Everyone can issue a challenge thrice. Those who lost all 3 challenges won't advance to the fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses."
Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors of various Devata realm and the high-ranking officials of the title temple branches who had yet to see the list of names were looking through the list as well.
There's no one who's suspected to have strength on par with a 5-star god of war?
It seems like these kids are quite skilled at hiding their strength. Based on the previous battles of the geniuses, this one should be interesting as well. These kids who hid their strength will definitely show their true strength now.
The duels will be exciting to watch. Most of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms had participated in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses when they were young. Most of them were rather excited to watch the third round. At this time, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again. 10 participants may now make their way to the battle ring and call out the participants they want to challenge.
As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, one of the young geniuses flew out. His lips were curled up in a sneer as he looked at a group of 3 participants sitting in the spectator seats.
"I, Huang Bin, from the spirit overarching heaven, challenged Qiu Yunjin from the wandering heaven to a duel." The 3 young men's expressions darkened immediately. When Qiu Yunjin did not respond, Huang Bin scoffed and said, "Weren't you very brave when you ganged up on me? Are you afraid now?" At this time, one of the participants exclaimed, "I remember those 3 people.
One of them is slightly weaker than a titled celestial emperor, while 2 of them are comparable to an ordinary 1-star god of war."
On the other hand, Huang Bin is comparable to a top 1-star god of war, if I'm not mistaken. The other participants began to discuss among themselves upon hearing those words.
That's right. During the second round, the trio joined forces and eliminated him. It seems like he can't wait to seek revenge. Which one is Qiu Yunjin?
Is he the one whose strength is slightly weaker than a titled celestial emperor, or is he one of the 2 who have strength comparable to an ordinary 1-star god of war? If I were him, I'd definitely challenge the weakest one among the trio.
While the participants were discussing among themselves, Su Konghai said loudly, "Once a challenge has been issued, the participants who are challenged have 10 breaths to enter the battle ring. Otherwise, they'll be considered forfeiting the duel. Qiu Yunjin, you have 5 breaths left to make up your mind." One of the 3 young men scoffed and said, "How shameless for someone with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor to challenge someone who's weaker."
Huang Bin sneered. "What a hypocrite. Were you not being shameless when you ganged up on me previously?" In the end, Qiu Yunjin forfeited and Huang Bin took over Qiu Yunjin's place on the list of 300 names in the sky.
Before Huang Bin returned to his seat, he looked at the trio and said icily, "If it weren't for the rules, I would have eliminated all 3 of you. Of course, if you have the guts, you can challenge me after this."
The trio could only fume in anger. After returning to his seat, Huang Bin said to the participants around, "Hey guys, you can challenge them. Their strength is only that of an ordinary 1-star god of war." The trio was further infuriated upon hearing Huang Bin's words. As expected, the remaining 2 were challenged and defeated soon after. The 2 participants who defeated the 2 participants with strength on par with an ordinary 1-star god of war smiled at Huang Bin and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Huang Bin."
"Brother, thank you."
Once a duel ended, another would start immediately. There would always be 10 duels going on simultaneously. After 15 minutes, a young man in a dark yellow long robe flew out and pointed in the direction where Duan Ling Tian and the others were seated as he said, "I, Xikong Yufang from the Swift Blessing Heaven, challenge Wang Ting from the Solitary Destructive Heaven to a duel. Wang Ting, who was sitting behind Duanling Tian, remained calm, but her gaze was solemn. It looked like she was prepared for this. When she flew out, more and more people recognized her. Wang Ting?
She's that woman who achieved a breakthrough during the first round, right? That's right.
During the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were a few who had a breakthrough under the pressure. Therefore, they were eyed by many participants.
Ah, why didn't I think of challenging these fellows?
A young participant who had just won a duel said regretfully, I forgot about them.
If I had challenged any one of them earlier, I wouldn't have struggled so bitterly during my duel. Even if they just had a breakthrough and gained the strength of a titled celestial lord, they still aren't too strong. Hey, this person is quite cunning. Out of all of them, he picked the only woman.
He probably thinks Wang Ting is a pushover. As the discussion continued to spread, many began to scour the list of names for the participants who had just had a breakthrough recently. Naturally, there were also those who were already prepared to challenge Wang Ting and the others but had yet to have a chance to. Swoosh! As soon as one of the 10 duels ended, a participant swiftly flew into the battle ring and called out the name of one of the participants who had only recently broken through. Damn it! He's fast. Now there's one fewer person to challenge.
Many participants began to curse. Wang Ting had just stepped into the battle ring when another duel ended. With this, dozens of figures hastily flew out of their seats like bolts of lightning toward the battle ring. All of them rushed to the battle ring, hoping to challenge the remaining few who had only recently broken through. There was a sense of urgency since 2 of those people had already been challenged.
As soon as the fastest participant entered the battle ring, the remaining participants were sent flying back with a wave of Su Kong Hai's hand. However, the energy that swept them away was rather gentle, like a gentle wave carrying them unhurriedly back to their seats. All of their expressions were rather unsightly. Damn it! I lost. How's that kid so fast? The participant who beat the others and entered the battle ring first was a young man dressed in blue robes. Needless to say, he challenged one of those who had just broken through during the first round with a triumphant expression on his face. All of a sudden, bang! A loud noise attracted everyone's attention. They saw the participant who had challenged Wang Ting flying out of the battle ring after exchanging a dozen moves with Wang Ting. He seemed to be heavily injured.
Damn you! You were holding back earlier. The young genius who had been injured by Wang Ting cursed with an unsightly expression on his face. Earlier, Wang Ting had been at a complete disadvantage the entire time. After seeing how weak she was, he grew complacent, assuming that she had used her full strength. He did not expect she would erupt with strength at the crucial moment and injure him.
Although he was no longer careless after being injured, he was still defeated in the end. After all, that strike had injured him heavily. If he was not injured, even if he could not defeat Wang Ting would not be able to defeat him as well. At the very least, it would end in a draw. You're too cunning. The young man glared at Wang Ting with hatred flashing in his eyes before he stormed off.
On the other hand, Wang Ting did not seem affected by her opponent's attitude at all. She kept to herself and unhurriedly returned to her seat near Duanling Tian.
At this time, the other participants regained their senses and began to discuss among themselves again as they looked at Wang Ting.
Someone sighed. She just had a breakthrough, but she's already this strong. She's not as simple as she seems to be.
That guy underestimated her and thought she was a pushover. Situ Yufang is too careless as well. If he wasn't injured, at least he could have fought to a draw with her instead of being eliminated.
Most people were shocked by Wang Ting's strength. Even Duanling Tian did not expect her to be so strong when she had only broken through recently. She was a lot stronger than ordinary one-star gods of war despite her recent breakthrough. He Jian-Yi laughed happily when Wang Ting returned to her seat. He said excitedly, "You're amazing, Wang Ting.
Your strength is really surprising considering you've just broken through recently. It seems like you won't have a problem advancing to the 4th round. I think it'll be difficult," Wang Ting said as she shook her head, clearly not confident despite her win. After all, there were many highly talented participants who hid their strength.
despite the amazing feat of achieving such strength when she just had a breakthrough with her strength that was only comparable to an ordinary one-star god of war, it would be exceptionally difficult, if not impossible, for her to advance to the 4th round. Wang Ting, I didn't expect your strength to be on par with mine when you've just broken through so recently, Zhang Tianyu said with a sigh. After Wang Ting's duel, he knew their strength was similar. If they fought now, it would probably end in a tie. At this moment, Tang Sanpao said, with Wang Ting serving as an example, you can see the other 2 challengers are no longer complacent and aren't holding back their strength anymore. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian and the others looked at the 2 battle rings. Indeed, the 2 challengers no longer dared to underestimate their opponents now. One defeated his opponent after exchanging 10 or so moves, while the other defeated his opponent after exchanging 30 or so moves. Both of them won their respective duels. Amongst the 3 who had a breakthrough during the 1st round, only Wang Ting won her duel. Naturally, Wang Ting knew there would be others challenging her again. After a few more duels ended, a scholarly young man gazed at Duan Ling Tian from afar and loudly said, I, Sima Zhangqing from the Wandering Heaven, challenged the solitary destructive heavens Duan Ling Tian to a duel. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. They shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian immediately. All of them were interested to see Duan Ling Tian's fight. Up until now, the strongest challenger only had strength comparable to top a 1-star god of war. Hence, the duels so far were not really exciting. Somebody actually challenged Duan Ling Tian. Since he dares to challenge Duan Ling Tian, he has to be as strong as a 2-star god of war at least. Finally, someone with the strength of a 2-star god of war has issued a challenge? Based on the 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, one could tell those who passed without any change in their expression had strength comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. Tang Sanpao laughed as though he could not wait to see the excitement. Duan Ling Tian, who would have thought that you'd be challenged first among all of us? Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms and high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple branches were mostly chatting with each other and occasionally glancing at the battle rings. After all, the duels were too boring. However, at this moment, all of their attention was now focused on one of the battle rings since someone finally challenged Duan Ling Tian. Brother Feng, I didn't expect someone to challenge junior nephew Duan so soon. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said to Feng Qingyang, who was sitting across from him, and said with a faint smile, it seems like this person is trying to probe junior nephew Duan's strength. Feng Qingyang faintly nodded. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before putting the teacup down. His head was lowered as though he was lost in his thoughts. Ding Fu no longer bothered Feng Qingyang and turned his attention to Duan Lng Tian, who had just flown out of his seat into the battle ring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air, looked at the scholarly young man indifferently and said, Let's start. Duan Ling Tian, I know you're also a 2-star god of war. I only challenged you today because I'm curious about the ability of the legendary Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple. As soon as Sima Zhongjing finished speaking, flames surged out of his body immediately. Obviously, he had comprehended the law of fire. Whoosh! Sima Zhongjing seemed to have turned into a ball of flames as he shot toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he cast his fused profundity. His celestial origin energy looked like a flaming dragon as it flew toward Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Just as Sima Zhongjing's attacks were about to land, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air. Teleportation profundity. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian reappeared behind Sima Zhongjing, a sword cry rang in everyone's ears. Following that, they saw blood dripping from Sima Zhongjing's neck to the ground. As for Sima Zhongjing, his body had broken out in cold sweat, and he was frozen to his spot. When he discovered he had only suffered a superficial wound to his neck, he almost collapsed from the relief that threatened to overwhelm him. A look of delight appeared on his face upon discovering he was alive. He looked at Duan Ling Tian gratefully and said with a bow, Thank you for showing mercy. Sima Zhongjing's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. After all, fear still lingered in his heart when he thought about how there were no restrictions about killing during the duels. Even if Duan Ling Tian had decapitated him earlier, no one would say a word.
Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly with an indifferent expression on his face before he returned to his seat under everyone's terrified gazes.
After Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, the crowd finally broke into an uproar. His speed was really fast.
I didn't even see his swords. I only heard the sword cry. That's right.
His sword's movement is too fast. No matter what, I'm a 2-star god of war, but I couldn't even catch the sword's movement. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, wore a grave expression on his face. He could not see Duan Ling Tian's sword as well. As for Tong Tu, his body had broken out in cold sweat. He finally realized how much Duan Ling Tian had restrained himself previously. If Duan Ling Tian intended to kill him, Duan Ling Tian did not even need to launch a sneak attack to do so. Not only could he not see Duan Ling Tian's sword, but he could catch Duan Ling Tian's teleportation profundity as well. Based on all this, he could tell Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was significantly higher than his. He was only a 6 combos Celestial Emperor, but based on Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, Duan Ling Tian was at least an 8 trigrams Celestial Emperor or 9 palaces Celestial Emperor like his third senior brother, Yu Dongfang.
Yu Dongfang muttered to himself. He did not use any fused profundity from the law of space. Upon hearing this, Tong Tu's expression changed drastically. After all, Duan Ling Tian's opponent had used a fused profundity from the law of fire earlier. Tong Tu had witnessed this with his own eyes earlier.
How could he not be shocked to find out Duan Ling Tian did not even need to use the law of space's fused profundity to deal with his opponent's fused profundity? He found this difficult to accept. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, it could not have been so heaven-defying that Duan Ling Tian could seriously injure his opponent without using a fused profundity.
For Duan Ling Tian to be capable of such a feat only meant that there was a huge gap between Duan Ling Tian and his opponent's cultivation bases. There's such a big difference in their cultivation bases? Tong Tu asked grimly.
Their cultivation bases play a part as well, but the gap shouldn't be too big. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian is a 9 palaces Celestial Emperor while his opponent is an 8 trigrams Celestial Emperor. Even with the law of space, he shouldn't be able to injure his opponent to this extent since there's only a level of difference between them. Yu Dongfang analyzed the earlier battle. Then, what's the reason for it? Tong Tu asked, bewildered. No matter how much he racked his brain, he could not figure out the reason for Duan Ling Tian's domineering performance.
Don't tell me that you've already forgotten that whenever Master speaks about Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heavenly, what is it that he admires the most? Yu Dongfang asked as he looked at Tong Tu meaningfully. Tong Tu inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. His eyes widened as he said, "Third senior brother. You mean to say Duan Ling Tian has already created his own Tao like Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang?"
Whenever Gongsun Xianyuan mentioned Feng Qingyang to his true disciples, even more so than Feng Qingyang's feat of attaining godhood, Gongsun Xianyuan admired Feng Qingyang's feat of creating his own Tao the most.
After all, he wished more than anything to successfully create his own Tao. He was also very close to creating his own Tao. How could he not admire Feng Qingyang, who had already successfully created his own Tao?
Master once said that if he could successfully create his own Tao, it won't be long before he attains godhood as well, Yu Dongfang said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. It's said that Duan Ling Tian only met Feng Qingyang about 100 years ago.
To think his sword Tao has already reached such a high level. His achievements in the sword Tao aren't inferior to Master's. Yu Dongfang knew that for Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful, Duan Ling Tian must have learned how to create his own Tao from Feng Qingyang.
Although Duan Ling Tian had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy back in the mundane realm, which helped him build a stable foundation, Duan Ling Tian's progress was still terrifying. With this serving as an example, he realized how important it was to walk on the right path. Although his master was also a genius in his own right, he had wasted a lot of time due to several mistakes in his cultivation. Nevertheless, he believed his master would be able to successfully create his own Tao given more time. Similar to Yu Dongfang, many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were also analyzing Duan Ling Tian's performance. Is that Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao?
No, it seems different. Duan Ling Tian's Tao contains the law of space instead of the law of destruction. Now I finally see why Feng Qingyang accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple. Duan Ling Tian is simply a sword genius. How old is he? To think he's already so close to creating his own space sword Tao after studying Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. All he needs is time to completely master his sword Tao. At that time, he'll be like another Feng Qingyang. No. Based on his untraceable attack alone, if he masters his space sword Tao, it's likely he'll even surpass Feng Qingyang. The heavenly emperors looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as they discussed among themselves. This was especially true for Ru Lai.
Feng Qingyang actually taught his own sword Tao to Duan Ling Tian. Does this mean once I possess Duan Ling Tian, I'll be able to grasp Feng Qingyang's sword Tao as well and create my own Tao?
Duan Ling Tian is just a mere celestial emperor. It'd be as easy as flipping a coin to possess his body, right?
His strength is far weaker than Ru Lai's as well. I can't completely destroy Ru Lai's soul, but I should have no problem destroying Duan Ling Tian's soul after possessing Duan Ling Tian's body.
Duan Ling Tian will definitely help me to progress in my journey to become a supreme powerhouse. Ru Lai's gaze grew even more intense with these thoughts in his mind. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang in shock. A complicated expression could be seen on his face as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, you actually taught him your destructive sword Tao. Most importantly, he's already grasped the essence and begun to create his own space sword Tao." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly in response. The corners of his lips curled up into a small smile as he said, "I supposed his space sword Tao is passable for now." "You consider it passable for now?" Ding Fu felt like vomiting blood upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. Then he glared at Wei Qi, who was standing next to him, and said unhappily, "Do you see this? Your junior Uncle Feng's disciple is so outstanding. When you were his age, if you were to fight him, he would have easily defeated you." Wei Qi only smiled bitterly in response to his master's words. He, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, was made to sound so weak by his master. He did not dare to retort since he treated his master like his father.
Moreover, although his master's words sounded hurtful, his master was telling the truth. If he had faced Duan Ling Tian when he was Duan Ling Tian's age, let alone one move, it was likely he would be unable to withstand half a move from Duan Ling Tian.
At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the title temple branches were also looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock.
To have mastered the rudimentary stage of his own sword Tao through studying Feng Qingyang's destructive sword Tao, this Duan Ling Tian is truly a monstrous genius.
In my opinion, he should be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang in just a few thousand years. That might not be the case. After all, while he's improving, Feng Qingyang will continue to improve as well. Don't forget that Feng Qingyang has already attained godhood. Well, at the very least, Duan Ling Tian will possess Feng Qingyang's current strength in a few thousand years. Needless to say, compared to the young geniuses, the powerhouses could glean more details from Duan Ling Tian's performance. Most of the young geniuses were rather clueless. Only a small number of them could vaguely figure out Duan Ling Tian's strength.
When did the law of space become so heaven-defying? My friend also comprehended the law of space, but he's only slightly stronger than me. Isn't Duan Ling Tian's law of space too exaggerated?
What tricks did he use? How could he defeat a two-star god of war without using any fused profundity? That's right.
His opponent is a two-star god of war, not some rookie.
Out of everyone present on the scene, perhaps, the person who was most shocked was Ling Juyun. As someone from the divine offering land, a realm of gods, he had heard his elders talk about the laws and creating one's own Tao.
Everyone was capable of comprehending a law, but not everyone was capable of creating their own Tao. Just like possessing the 5 divine elements could help one become a supreme powerhouse, creating one's own Tao also helped in the journey of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, if one failed to complete the creation of one's own Tao or evolve one's 5 divine elements to their highest form, one would still fail to become a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect you to have begun creating your own Tao. Did you learn it on your own? Ling Juyun asked solemnly with a gleam in his eyes. If Duanling Tian truly learned to create his own Dao without any help, he would be a peerless genius in all Devata realms considering his age. Even supreme powerhouses would want to accept a disciple like Duanling Tian if that were the case. It's half and half, Duanling Tian replied to Ling Juyun. Ling Juyun was bewildered by Duanling Tian's reply. Half and half. I only learned to create my own space sword Dao by studying the basics of my master's destructive sword Dao. It'd be impossible for me to create my own sword Dao if my master didn't teach me his destructive sword Dao, Duanling Tian replied truthfully. Your master is quite amazing. A person who's able to create his own Dao in the Devata realms and even in the realms of gods is as rare as a phoenix's feather. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he's definitely become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, only half of the supreme powerhouses are like your master. Ling Juyun said as he turned to look at Feng Qingyang, who was seated next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, with a hint of admiration. At the same, a hint of relief could be seen in his eyes when he heard Duanling Tian did not learn to create his own Dao without any help. In the Devata realms, perhaps no one knew the gods and supreme powerhouses more than Ling Juyun did. After all, he was born and raised in the divine offering land, a realm of gods. He only came to the Devata realms to seek refuge. Ling Juyun continued to say, if your master manages to persevere to the end, his future will be incomparably bright. I think so too. Upon hearing Ling Juyun's words, Duanling Tian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang. When Duanling Tian first ran into Feng Qingyang's legacy, the Sovereign Heart Sword, in the mundane realm, he had been thoroughly shocked by its superiority in comparison to other techniques in the mundane realm. It was comparable to celestial methods in the Devata realms. His journey in the mundane realm had been rather smooth thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. He could defeat most of his opponents easily except for those with a significantly higher cultivation than his. He was undoubtedly unrivaled among his peers and even those whose cultivation bases were a few levels higher than his. All this was thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. Although cultivating in the heavenly palace of the solitary destruction Sword Mark Canyon for 100 years helped, it was mostly thanks to the foundation he built with the Sovereign Heart Sword that he was able to create the Space Sword Dao. The Sovereign Heart Sword was invented by Feng Qingyang, hence, even the destructive Sword Dao was created using the fundamentals of the Sovereign Heart Sword. For this reason, after Duanling Tian familiarized himself with the Sovereign Heart Sword again, his progress of comprehending the destructive Sword Dao was swift. With the supreme powerhouse divinity that a supreme powerhouse left behind, Duanling Tian was also able to comprehend the law of space smoothly. Combined with the destructive Sword Dao, he was able to create the Space Sword Dao. That was why he was now able to incorporate many profundities from the law of space into his sword technique, significantly improving the force of his attacks. I thought you'd be slightly weaker than me. After watching your performance, I'm even more motivated now, Ling Juyun said. His fighting spirit soared as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was not jealous of Duanling Tian's creation of the Space Sword Dao. He only grew more motivated and determined to improve himself as well. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened as well when he sensed Ling Juyun's confidence and determination. Your strength has improved greatly over the years as well. We should have a sparring session soon. All right? Ling Juyun said as a rare smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Tang Sanpao, who was usually a chatterbox, remained strangely silent as he stared at Duanling Tian's back. His fighting spirit burned in his eyes after he witnessed Duanling Tian's performance. At this time, the voice of Su Kong Hai, the vice temple master of the main title temple who was also in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time around, suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian, if you're willing to share Feng Qingyang's destructive sword Dao with the title temple will spare no efforts in giving you the best resources to cultivate. With that, your future is guaranteed to be incomparably bright. Su Kong Hai continued to say through voice transmission, apart from that, I can also guarantee that you'll be given access to the title temple's secret room where only vice temple masters, or those with similar or higher positions are able to access. Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Su Kong Hai's sudden proposal, but he was not tempted by it. His expression darkened slightly as he replied through voice transmission, Vice Temple Master Su, I hope you won't bring this matter up again after this.
I, Duan Ling Tian, will never reveal the destructive sword Dao my master taught me, even if it means losing my life. The destructive sword Dao was Feng Qingyang's precious fruit of labor after many trials and errors. It was created with much difficulty and contained his master's blood, sweat, and tears. Although it was likely that most people would not be able to comprehend the destructive sword Dao even if Duan Ling Tian were to reveal it, Duan Ling Tian still had no intention of revealing it to outsiders. Feng Qingyang truly found himself a good disciple. Su Konghai said with a sigh through voice transmission, "The title temple naturally won't force you if you're unwilling." Following that, Su Konghai shifted his gaze to the other young geniuses who were battling in the battle ring.
After half an hour, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, was challenged by a one-star god of war. His opponent was rather good and the duel ended in a draw. Although the duel ended in a draw, he was not eliminated. Alas, Zhang Tianyu had revealed all of his strength during his first challenge, so the other participants managed to grasp the extent of his strength. Therefore, after an hour, he was defeated by his second challenger.
Although his name had dropped in the ranking, he was still in the running to advance to the next round. After Zhang Tianyu lost his second challenge, more and more participants with strength comparable to two-star gods of war began to appear. It did not take long before someone with the strength of a two-star god of war challenged Su Li to a duel. However, Su Li's opponent was no match for him. With just a strike of his sword, he defeated his opponent. Su Li is at least a three-star god of war.
Although Su Li's opponent was just an ordinary two-star god of war, many people could tell even a top two-star god of war would not be capable of dominating his opponent so thoroughly.
"Su Li, you're amazing,"
Tang Sanpao said happily as he gave Su Li a thumbs up. His expression turned crestfallen as he said, "Why isn't anyone challenging me?
Do they think I'm a pushover?" Upon hearing these words, Su Li said with a smile, "Up until now, you and Ling Juyun have yet to be challenged. No one dares to challenge Ling Juyun because they've seen what he's capable of. It should be easy for him to advance to the fourth round.
Those who are confident of challenging him won't make an appearance now. They'll likely challenge him toward the end of the third round.
Those who are capable of challenging him are likely among those who pass the third round, and they're likely to have strength comparable to a three-star god of war at least. As for you, the title temple has assessed that you're likely stronger than a two-star god of war. It's only natural that not many people dare to challenge you. If you ask me, those who challenge you likely only want to test your strength. Moreover, your challenger will likely be strong as well." Tang Sanpao's origin was a mystery. Even the description about him by the title temple was very brief. All that was said was that he was stronger than a two-star god of war. This naturally made the other participants wary of him.
"Well, they should challenge me quickly.
They've already challenged you and Duan Ling Tian. What else are they waiting for?"
"It's too boring to just watch others duel," Tang Sanpao said.
Alas, even after a long time had passed, no one stepped forward to challenge Tang Sanpao.
The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses continued on for more than 10 days.
During this time, some of the young geniuses who were eliminated during the previous round managed to make a comeback and entered the list of 300 participants who would be advancing to the fourth round.
Needless to say, there were also those who managed to make it in the previous round who failed to make the list of 300 who would be advancing to the fourth round. After Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were challenged during the first day of the third round, no one else had dared to challenge them after witnessing their performance. No one stepped forward to challenge Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao as well. Zhang Tianyu managed to defeat his third challenger but was ultimately kicked off the list of 300 participants who would be advancing to the fourth round. The same goes for Wang Ting.
Since the third round tested the individual strength of the participants, those who managed to advance to the fourth round were those who were rather strong. In the end, among the 300 participants who would advance to the fourth room, only a small number had strength comparable to a top one-star god of war. These people were also the weakest among the 300 participants.
Wang Ting said with a sigh to Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao, "Now that we've been eliminated, I hope all of you will go far in the Battle of the Geniuses."
All of them had gotten quite close during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Zhang Tianyu looked at a burly young man who had just left his seat and said with a chuckle, "Heavenly Emperor Xuanun's fourth true disciple didn't make it to the next round. I wonder where he got his courage to challenge Duan Ling Tian previously. Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, it seemed like he had forgotten he was similar to Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth true disciple, before the start of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At that time, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian as well, and had told Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian to a duel. After the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses came to an end, the young geniuses would be given a month to recuperate before the start of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. During the fourth round, only 100 out of 300 participants would be selected. However, not all of the 100 selected participants would be granted entry to the Title Temple's secret room. Only those who were ranked in the top 30 would be given access to the secret room. Nevertheless, those who made it into the top 100 but not the top 30 would still be handsomely rewarded. The top 30 young geniuses would be determined during the fifth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, while the top 10 young geniuses would be selected during the sixth and seventh rounds. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had 7 rounds in total. With each round, the number of geniuses would decrease accordingly. When the third round ended, many participants began to leave the venue. Although Feng Qingyang did not ask Duan Ling Tian to stay behind, he bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Juyun, who were returning to their respective wooden houses, before he went to meet Feng Qingyang. He had already sent a message to Feng Qingyang, asking Feng Qingyang to wait for him. Hence, Feng Qingyang did not leave with Dingfu, Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, and waited for Duan Ling Tian instead. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Qingyang, he said honestly, "Master, the Vice Temple Master, Su Kong Hai, sent me a message earlier, asking me to share your destructive sword Dao with them." Duan Ling Tian knew this was a sensitive matter, and it was best to inform Feng Qingyang about it. After all, he would not have been able to come so far without Feng Qingyang's help. No matter the consequences, he had to tell Feng Qingyang about this matter. However, he was quite surprised when he saw Feng Qingyang's calm expression after he had spoken. Instead, Feng Qingyang asked knowingly, "What did he promise you in exchange for revealing the destructive sword Dao?" Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, "He promised that the Title Temple would treat me the same as they treat Vice Temple Masters or those with equal or higher positions and grant me access to their secret room." How generous! A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face. "Master, why don't you seem surprised by this?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "There's nothing to be surprised about." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "Perhaps I would have been surprised before I entered the Azura Hell, one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, after my stint in the Azura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Title Temple." Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang curiously, unable to figure out what Feng Qingyang meant. "Let's return to my place, and I'll explain the matter to you," Feng Qingyang said before leading Duan Ling Tian to the place where Ding Fu had arranged for him to stay. Feng Qingyang's accommodation was located halfway up a mountain in a quiet valley. The only noises that could be heard were the sounds of birds chirping. Duan Ling Tian took a seat after Feng Qingyang gestured to him to take a seat. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang silently, waiting for Feng Qingyang to speak. After a moment, Feng Qingyang said, "I believe you must have guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter while I was in the Azura Hell. I happened to encounter a place that contained the message of a late powerhouse who had created and begun to comprehend his own Tao." Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. The Azura Hell was indeed worthy of its reputation as one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. Even someone who had created his own Tao perished there. He could not help but wonder about the cultivation base of that person. Even if he was halfway to becoming a god, meaning his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war, he would still have a difficult time in the Azura Hell. In his message, that person said that he was forced to enter the Azura Hell because he was being hunted by the gods in the Title Temple. Feng Qingyang said, "I was lucky that the person who chased after me back then did not follow me into the Azura Hell." Alas, the gods of the Title Temple chased that person into the Azura Hell. The Title Temple was hunting him because they wanted to obtain the Tao that he had created. When I found out about this, I knew the Title Temple covets the Taos that the others created. They hoped that their members would be able to create their own Taos by studying other people's Taos.
Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Tian finally understood why his master was not surprised at all. As it turned out, his master had long coveted other people's Daos. Feng Qingyang continued to say, normally, the Dao one created is unique and almost impossible for someone who duplicated the Dao to surpass the person they copied the Dao from. One can only learn to create one's own Dao by understanding the basics of another person's Dao. A good example of this is you. You managed to create the Space Sword Dao after grasping the basics of my destructive sword Dao. Those who have fought with me or saw me in action through a floating image pearl would definitely sense the destructive sword Dao. Naturally, those who witnessed your performance earlier could tell you've only begun trying to comprehend through the fundamentals of my own Dao. How can the Tidal Temple remain unmoved? They're likely more interested in your Space Sword Dao compared to my destructive sword Dao. After all, it'd be much more difficult for them to duplicate my sword path. It's much easier for them to understand your sword Dao since you've only created it recently. Therefore, I think the Tidal Temple only approached you for your Dao, not mine. If you had already mastered your own Dao, it's likely they won't show so much interest in you. Duan Tian was drenched in cold sweat after hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He had assumed Su Konghai coveted his master's destructive sword Dao. It did not cross his mind that Su Konghai was after his space sword Dao. He could imagine the consequences if he had betrayed his master at that time. If he had betrayed his master, the Tidal Temple would never let him off easily. Without Feng Qingyang's support, he would have died in the Tidal Temple's hands. The Tidal Temple won't give up so easily, Feng Qingyang said. When the time comes for you to enter the secret room, I'll accompany you to the Tidal Temple. Otherwise, you might not be able to return. They might imprison you and torture you in order to make you talk since they can't kill you. However, once they obtain your Space Sword Dao, they definitely won't hesitate to kill you. They'll probably slander you at the time, saying you betrayed me and revealed my Dao, so they can justify killing you. They'll even send someone who has mastered your Dao to make their words more convincing. Duan Tian was further shocked by Feng Qingyang's words. He asked as his eyes glinted coldly. The Tidal Temple is really despicable. They would even stoop so low. Otherwise, how else do you think they withstood the test of time in the Devata realms until now? If they were compassionate, they wouldn't have lasted until now, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Tian nodded. Based on what he knew, the Tidal Temple existed since the dawn of Devata realms. There were no forces that had a longer history than the Tidal Temple. There was even a saying in the Devata realms about how the history of the Tidal Temple was like the history of all Devata realms. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration. This time, there must be an outstanding young genius representing the Tidal Temple during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. I suspect that young genius is at least as strong as a 6-star god of war, since the Tidal Temple is willing to offer the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward. However, I have no idea who that young genius is. Apart from you, Ling Ju Yun, and a few other young geniuses, none have displayed strength stronger than that of a 3-star god of war. Even Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan's third true disciple, Yu Dongfang, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war so far, when he's suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war. I'm saying this to remind you that what we've seen from the young geniuses so far is only the tip of the iceberg. Everyone is still carefully hiding their strength. Although you're strong, you mustn't be careless. Otherwise, it'll be your downfall, Feng Qingyang said solemnly. Although he was confident about Duan Tian's strength, he was worried Duan Tian would be careless. Master, I understand. Duan Tian nodded sincerely. At the same time, his blood began to boil as he thought about the young genius representing the Tidal Temple, who was as strong as a 6-star god of war at least. After learning the true nature of the Tidal Temple, Duan Tian could not help but feel worried as he made his way back to his wooden house. When he recalled the promises Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, had made earlier, he realized it was all an empty promise to lure him into betraying his master and joining the Tidal Temple. As soon as he revealed his master's destructive sword Dao and his space sword Dao to the Tidal Temple, they would kill him and lie to the public that they had only done so for his master's sake. All they had to do was send one of their members to display his or Feng Qingyang's Dao to convince the masses of their lies. There was nothing Feng Qingyang could do to avenge him at that time, even if Feng Qingyang was privy to the truth. On the other hand, if he did not give in to the Tidal Temple, they would imprison him and torture him. With a force whose history was as long as that of the Devata realms, it was not impossible for them to hide him from the world. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, would not be able to find him. Even if Feng Qingyang found him, unless Feng Qingyang had absolute proof they were imprisoning him, Feng Qingyang could not easily make a move against the Tidal Temple. Duanling Tian thought to himself, until I'm strong enough, I can't go to the Tidal Temple unless Master accompanies me there. Duanling Tian did not stay in his wooden house. He had sent a message to Wei Qi, the true disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asking Wei Qi to find him a secluded and vast place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, nobody will disturb you here. Wei Qi smiled at Duanling Tian and said, feel free to contact me if there's anything else you need help with. I'll take my leave now if there's nothing else. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi, Duanling Tian said gratefully. Duanling Tian had informed Feng Qingyang of his whereabouts as well. Although Feng Qingyang had left a divine mark on him, he was not sure if the Tidal Temple knew of a method to render the divine mark useless. When Feng Qingyang heard about Duanling Tian's worries, he replied, amused, you're thinking too much. I've placed a small part of my divine soul into the divine mark. If anything happens, I'll be instantly alerted. Even supreme powerhouses can't disrupt or nullify the effect of the divine mark. Although there are some ancient formations and divine formations that are capable of interfering with the divine mark, they can't affect the interlinked divine pebble I gave you as a precaution. Before leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang had given Duanling Tian a jet black thumb-sized pebble. The pebble was carved with intricate patterns and looked mysterious. At that time, Feng Qingyang had only told him they could communicate through the pebble just like Soul Pearl. Feng Qingyang did not say the pebble's name was the interlinked divine pebble. Based on its name, it was clear the pebble was no ordinary item. Duanling Tian brought the pebble out and asked, Master, the interlinked divine pebble must be extraordinary, right? I obtained it from the Azura Hell. It belonged to a dead god. He had many interlinked divine pebbles, but this pair that I obtained is the only one that's working, Feng Qingyang said. He had other pebbles? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean those that can't be used belong to his family or friends? Can't we build a good relationship with those from a realm of gods then? It's likely. Feng Qingyang nodded. The interlinked divine pebbles are similar to the communication celestial talismans. They only work when both sides are in the same realm. In order for us to contact his family or friends, we'll have to be in the same realm. However, even if I have a chance to use the pebbles, I wouldn't try to build a relationship with those gods. There's a possibility it'll end in a disaster instead. It's best to rely on ourselves for success instead of constantly relying on others. If you rely on others too much, it'll only lead to your downfall. Duanling Tian nodded. He naturally understood Feng Qingyang's words. Even if he could contact the dead god's family or friends, he would not do such a thing. Who knew what kind of powerhouse he might encounter? It would not be a problem if they were good people, but it would be disastrous if he met those with ill intentions. There was also the possibility that the dead god's family and friends might not listen to his explanation and blame him for the death of the god. Thank you, Master, Duanling Tian finally said. He felt warmth suffuse his heart after listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation. After all, Feng Qingyang had given him one half of the interlinked divine pebble. Continue to comprehend your space sword Dao. I hope to see great improvements in your strength during the upcoming round, Feng Qingyang replied. He no longer replied to Duanling Tian's messages after saying these words. Following that, Duanling Tian emptied his mind of distracting thoughts and began to practice and study his space sword Dao. At times, he could be seen moving as swiftly as the wind as he practiced his sword technique. However, most of the time, he could be seen sleeping as he comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity to better incorporate the profundities into his sword technique. In the end, his progress over this 1 month greatly surpassed his progress when he was in the solitary destructive heaven. He could not help but wonder if it was due to pressure from the Tidal Temple that he progressed so quickly.
Regardless of the reason, being able to progress was a good thing. The fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses will start tomorrow. I should return to the wooden house today, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he brought the formation compass to hide his aura before he opened up his little world to communicate with the world-cleansing divine water, which was one of the 5 divine elements. Sister Water, since I can incorporate the profundities of the law of space into my sword technique to create my own sword Dao, is it possible to also create other Daos using the same method? Over the last month, when Duanling Tian was comprehending his space sword Dao, he discovered his comprehension of the law of space had improved greatly as well. Although he did not manage to fuse any more profundities, he had the feeling like he could control the space in his surroundings. Of course you can. Duanling Tian had decided to speak to the world-cleansing divine water about this matter because it was the most knowledgeable among the 5 divine elements. After all, its previous host was the Tree of Life in a realm of the gods. If that realm of God had not been destroyed, it would not have come to the Devata realms. I'm sure you know there are various Daos. They're not only restricted to sword Daos, saber Daos, or spear Daos. In the realms of gods and the Devata realms, weapon Dao is only one of many Daos. There are the Mastery Dao, the Limitless Dao, and the Devouring Dao, the world-cleansing divine water said. Collectively, they're known as the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The 4 Daos of heaven and earth? What's the devouring Dao? Duanling Tian instinctively asked as his eyes brightened. He recalled the elementary devouring tactic that he had mastered in the past and the advanced devouring tactic which the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven mastered. Based on his master's words, not only could the advanced devouring tactic devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour its opponent's celestial origin energy and the energy from the laws as well. The devouring Dao is terrifyingly powerful. It can devour any kind of energy and transform it into attacks. The world-cleansing divine water said. Those who've mastered or created a devouring Dao are extremely strong. You must be extra cautious when battling with this kind of opponent. Otherwise, your energy would be used against you if you're careless. Needless to say, the devouring Dao is difficult to master. Duanling Tian could not help but wonder if the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu, had comprehended or created any devouring Dao. What about the limitless Dao? Duanling Tian asked. The limitless Dao signifies infinite energy. Not only does one's celestial origin energy seem limitless, but even one's soul energy seems limitless. The limitless Dao also boosts one's energy, pressuring the opponents. One can easily overwhelm one's opponents after exhausting time. Naturally, this is just an illusion. How can energy be limitless? However, the illusion of the pressure from the limitless Dao is more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be part of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water explained. Duanling Tian nodded. It seemed like the limitless Dao was like an illusory Dao. However, even if one knew it was an illusion, it would still be difficult to escape from its effects. What about the Mastery Dao? Duanling Tian asked as his heart began to thump wildly in his chest. After all, based on his recent experience where he felt as though he could do anything according to his will within a certain radius, he had a feeling he would eventually be led to the Mastery Dao. There are many types of Mastery Dao that are closely related to the major laws. Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian was further convinced that he had a chance of creating a Mastery Dao. Are you sure you felt like things were under your control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, the world-cleansing divine water said, All right, try to control the space in your surroundings now, and I'll have a look. If it's true that you managed to slightly grasp the Mastery Dao, your future will be smooth sailing even after you attain godhood. A hint of anticipation could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as well when it spoke. Duanling Tian closed his eyes and dismissed all unnecessary thoughts from his head. The sword rays formed by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space gathered and spun like a miniature tornado around him soon after. When he suddenly opened his eyes, the small tornado vanished. He punched the air in front of him before the air began to twist and ripple as though they were going to tear at any moment. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian pulled his fist back and unclenched his hand. Just like that, the air stopped distorting and rippling, returning to normal. Following that, he spread his arms like a condor spreading its wings. The air began to ripple and distort around him before he suddenly vanished from sight. When the space stopped distorting, he appeared again. "What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water.
After mobilizing his celestial origin energy and his law of space, he had gone with his gut feeling based on the strange feeling of control he had over the space around him. At that time, he had felt as though he had become one with the space around him. With just a thought, he could control the space around him as though he was the master of the space. After Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the space above his head began to distort and ripple before a miniature tiger suddenly appeared and fell into his hands. As soon as he closed his hand around it, it disappeared immediately. "It's truly the Mastery Tao," the world-cleansing divine water exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly stunned, "Sister Water, you seem to be quite excited about this?" "Indeed. I even lost my composure for a moment," the world-cleansing divine water that had regained its calm replied. "Not only have you begun to grasp the Mastery Tao, but you're already in the preliminary stage of comprehending and creating it. In fact, your Mastery Tao is comparable to your Space Sword Tao. Your Space Sword Tao hasn't improved much lately."
The world-cleansing divine water had always kept on Duan Ling Tian's progress even before he came to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Therefore, she knew Duan Ling Tian's Space Sword Tao had only improved slightly. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not believe his Mastery Tao was on par with this Space Sword Tao. After all, he had managed to progress so smoothly with Space Sword Tao because of his master and the solid foundation he had built when he was in the mundane realm. How could he not feel shocked when he heard that his Mastery Tao was already at the same level as his Space Sword Tao?
In fact, it's the same if one becomes a supreme powerhouse through mastering one of the 4 supreme laws or evolving one of the 5 divine elements to its final form. The important thing is the Tao.
For example, after completely mastering one of the 4 supreme laws and fusing all its profundities, it would give birth to a Tao separate from the weapon Tao. Could be the devouring Tao, the limitless Tao, or the mastery Tao. It's the same once you've evolved one of the 5 divine elements to its final form. To become a supreme powerhouse, one must completely master one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. After mastering it, the supreme divine tribulation would descend from the heavens. If you're able to withstand the tribulation, after it's over, you'll be transformed into a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the supreme powerhouses after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. Previously, he only knew possessing one of the 5 divine elements or comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws would help one become a supreme powerhouse. It was only after he met Feng Qingyang that learned it was also possible to become a supreme powerhouse by creating and mastering a Tao.
After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, he finally realized whether it was the 5 divine elements or the 4 supreme laws, all of them led to the Taos.
"How did you manage to create a mastery Tao?" the world-cleansing divine water asked.
It said, even if you have the supreme powerhouse divinity to help you comprehend the law of space until you've completely fused all the profundities, you shouldn't have been able to create a mastery Tao, a limitless Tao, or a devouring Tao.
"I'm not sure as well. However, I'm quite sure it has something to do with the supreme powerhouse divinity." Even Duan Ling Tian did not know why he was so sure the supreme powerhouse divinity had something to do with his creation of the mastery Tao. Under normal circumstances, this should be impossible, the world-cleansing divine water said, perplexed. "From what I know, even the supreme powerhouse divinity could not help experts, who have mastered a Tao and attained godhood,
to create another Tao if they had yet to completely fuse all the profundities from the laws they comprehended. However, you actually managed to create a mastery Tao before fusing all your profundities and becoming a god. Unless it trailed off suddenly."
After a moment, she said hesitantly, "Unless."
Duan Ling Tian interjected, finishing the world-cleansing divine water's words, "Unless my supreme powerhouse divinity belongs to a supreme powerhouse who has comprehended 3 kinds of Taos." Yes, the world-cleansing divine water raised its voice as it solemnly said, "However, that's impossible. From what I know, even supreme powerhouses who have comprehended 2 Daos are rare. These supreme powerhouses can even create realms of gods. As for those who have created 3 Daos, you can only imagine how rare they are. Apart from being able to create realms of gods, they can easily destroy a realm of gods as well.
Duan Tian knew from before that only a specific number of realms of gods could exist at the same time. To build another realm of god, one of the existing realms of gods had to be destroyed to maintain the number. The remnant of the realm of gods that he encountered in the past was one that had been destroyed by a supreme powerhouse. Then, the world-cleansing divine water asked, "Do you really think such an existence would die, leaving his or her supreme powerhouse divinity behind?" No, Duan Tian shook his head. He finally realized why the world-cleansing divine water was skeptical earlier. As it turned out, it was incredibly rare for a supreme powerhouse to create and master 3 Daos at the same time. Nevertheless, this is also the only explanation for your creation of the Mastery Dao, the world-cleansing divine water said. Inwardly, it was still perplexed, trying to figure out how a rare existence, such as a supreme powerhouse who had mastered 3 Daos, died.
Are there any supreme powerhouses who created and mastered all 4 Daos?
If there are, then it's possible that the owner of my supreme powerhouse divinity was killed by a powerhouse who has mastered 4 Daos. A supreme powerhouse who mastered 4 Daos? The world-cleansing divine water was briefly stunned by this question. Then it said confidently, "Based on what I know, there hasn't been a supreme powerhouse who has mastered all 4 Daos."
Needless to say, mastering 4 Daos is the dream of all those who have already mastered 3 Daos. There are even rumors about how one would be able to rise above heaven and earth after mastering 4 Daos.
It said these supreme powerhouses could even abolish the rule of having a fixed number of realms of gods. At that time, there might even be tens or hundreds of realms of gods. Duan Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about tens of hundreds of realms of gods. If that happened, would the gods not rule over the Devata realms? At that time, even celestial emperors would be as common as strays. Duan Tian spoke to the world-cleansing divine water the entire night, talking about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth before drifting to other topics.
He only put the conversation on hold when he received a message from Su Li just as the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to commence.
Although he still had many questions for the world-cleansing divine water, he could only sever the connection of his little world to the outside world.
Duan Tian saw Su Li, who had been waiting for him as soon as he emerged from the wooden house.
"Let's go."
After greeting Su Li, the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, the 4th round was about to start soon.
Out of the 300 participants in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, 100 participants would be selected. The 4th round was also where the battles were more serious, since the 300 participants who made it to this round were not mediocre. Even the weakest among them were comparable to top 1-star gods of war. These 300 participants could even be considered as pillars in some ordinary heaven-grade forces. For example, in the heavenly pool palace that Duan Tian had briefly joined, there were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors.
The weakest among the 9 titled celestial emperors was a 1-star god of war who was rather advanced in age.
All of the participants, who were not only limited to humans but included celestial beasts, celestial plants, and celestial rocks as well, of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were all below the age of 1,000. With 300 participants from 81 Devata realms on average, there were 4 participants representing each Devata realm. Assuming each of the 81 Devata realms have the same number of representatives in the 4th round, there should be 4 participants from each Devata realms. When the 100 participants advance to the 5th round, it's roughly only 1 participant from each Devata realms. Duan Tian and Su Li happened to overhear these words when they arrived at the venue of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses.
Duan Tian asked Su Li with a smile, "Su Li, are you confident?"
Even the weakest out of the 100 participants who will advance to the 5th round should be comparable to a top 2-star god of war. Most of them will be as strong as 3-star gods of war or stronger. I'm not worried about being able to rank in the top 100. However, I'm not as confident about ranking in the top 30. Su Li shook his head and replied with a wry smile, I couldn't help but think sometimes about how perfect it would be the battle of the geniuses were held 200 or 300 years later. If that were the case, I'd be confident about ranking in the top 10 or top 3, let alone the top 30. If you weren't participating, I would even be confident about ranking first.
You can still aim to rank first even if I'm participating, Duan Tian said with a smile.
No. Suli shook his head and said, you're monstrously talented. You've always been a monster even when we were in the mundane realm. Think about it. Have I ever won a competition against you?
From the Iron Blood City's Genius Camp to the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties and the Nando Territory's Secret Zone. You always beat me. At this point, I've already given up on competing against you.
In fact, Suli counted himself lucky. Among everyone in the Iron Blood City's Genius Camp in the mundane realm, he and Duan Tian were the only ones who had made it the furthest. It was rather rare for a mundane realm to have two people going as far as they did. Before he met Duan Tian again at the Nando Territory's Secret Zone and discovered Duan Tian's cultivation base, he had thought more than once that he had surpassed Duan Tian. Alas, after meeting Duan Tian, he was quickly disabused of that notion.
At this point, he had resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to beat Duan Tian. He no longer thought of Duan Tian as human but a monstrously talented freak. Perhaps he only knew how depressing it feels. On the other hand, Duan Tian could not help but feel awkward upon hearing Su Li's words. Since he knew it was the truth, it seemed hypocritical to say otherwise just to comfort Su Li. In fact, if he said anything, he might even risk rubbing salt on Su Li's wound. Duan Tian and Su Li returned to their seats from before. When they arrived, they saw Ling Ju Yun, Tang San Pao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian Yi were also seated at their original seats.
Both of you are finally here. Tang San Pao's eyes brightened upon seeing Duan Tian and Su Li. You have no idea how tense and awkward it feels for the four of us to be with such a stoic person. You're early, Duan Tian said to Ling Ju Yun after shifting his gaze away from Tang San Pao.
Ling Ju Yun nodded in response, his cold expression seemed to thaw slightly.
Upon seeing this, Tang San Pao continued to say with wide eyes, Hey, Duan Tian, do you have a relationship with him?
He's as cold as a block of ice to everyone, but he only responds to you. Could it be that these two handsome and bright young men like men? No one would think you are mute even if you don't speak, Duan Tian said. He felt Tang San Pao truly speak his mind without considering anything. Did Tang San Pao not know he had wives and children?
Although Duan Tian had only met Tang San Pao recently, he could tell Tang San Pao was a free spirit. Perhaps, Tang San Pao had spent too much time in the mountain that he became socially awkward. Su Li chuckled before he asked, Tang San Pao, are you unaware that Duan Tian already has wives and children?
Ah! Tang San Pao was stunned. I truly didn't know.
After saying that, Tang San Pao glanced at Ling Ju Yun. Although he did not speak, his thoughts were written all over his face. It was obvious he still thought Ling Ju Yun liked men, and that Ling Ju Yun had unrequited feelings for Duan Tian. I won't hesitate to dig your eyes out if you look at me again, Ling Ju Yun said icily even though his eyes were closed.
Upon hearing these words, Tang San Pao hurriedly averted his gaze. He did not want to provoke the cold-blooded and bloodthirsty Ling Ju Yun over such a trivial matter.
Needless to say, Tang San Pao was not the only one who thought Ling Ju Yun was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. Many people shared the same opinion as him. I'll have a chance to teach you a lesson soon, Tang San Pao muttered under his breath after he averted his gaze. Although Tang San Pao's voice was not loud, the others clearly heard his words. Unlike the others who thought Tang San Pao was just complaining, Duan Tian could not help but wonder if Tang San Pao was strong enough to fight Ling Ju Yun. Tang San Pao had been extremely mysterious up until now. No one knew how powerful he was or how his master was. All they knew was that he should be as powerful as a two-star god of war at least. Duan Tian shook his head slightly as he thought to himself. Regardless, he'll have to show more of his strength during the 4th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, most people who have been hiding their strength will have to show more of their strength as well. Just as Duan Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, had pointed out before, only a handful of participants, which included Duan Tian and Ling Ju Yun, had shown strength comparable to a 3-star god of war or stronger before the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The others, despite their strength, only showed strength comparable to a top 2-star god of war at most. Almost all of the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple have arrived. The 4th round is about to begin. At this moment, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms and the high-ranking officials from the Title Temple had arrived. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could feel the burning gaze of Ru Lai, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, on him again. Ru Lai's gaze was like that of a predator staring at its prey. This made chills run up his spine.
Perhaps it was due to Tang Sanpao's influence. He even briefly wondered if Ru Lai liked men.
Shortly after, Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, arrived together, laughing and talking like best friends.
Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors were all present.
At this time, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, finally made an appearance. He had likely arrived at the venue a while ago, but only made an appearance after everyone had arrived. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's best for everyone to be 100% focused during this round. It won't be easy to be among the 100 who will advance to the next round, Su Konghai said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the participants meaningfully.
During the 4th round of Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, the 300 participants would be first divided into 2 groups consisting of 150 participants each. Following that, the Title Temple would arrange a one-on-one battle for the participants in each group.
As participants were eliminated during the battles, once there were only 150 participants left, they would be divided again into 2 groups of 75 participants each.
At the same time, the 225 participants who had lost their battles during the 4th round would fight each other until only 25 were left. At that time, there would be 100 participants who qualified to advance to the next round and 200 participants who lost their battles during the 4th round.
With this, the 200 participants who lost could challenge any of the 100 participants slated to advance to the next round. This would continue until all the participants had issued the challenges. With that, the top 100 participants would finally advance to the next round. In simpler terms, the 4th round was rather similar to the 3rd round. Instead of being given 3 chances to issue a challenge, participants could issue up to 10 challenges during the 4th round.
The other difference was that during the start of the 4th round, the Title Temple would be deciding which participants would be battling each other. They'll divide the 300 participants into 2 groups of 150 participants, and they'll arrange the battles in the early rounds.
Many of the 300 participants could not help but frown upon hearing Su Konghai's words, even though they had been mentally prepared to face what was thrown at them today. Since the Title Temple was going to arrange the battles, did it not mean they had a chance to use it to their advantage?
Since the Title Temple would be arranging the battles in the early rounds, the Title Temple could match weak opponents with their representatives. However, if their representatives were not strong, they still would not be able to get past the later rounds. For this reason, no one said anything despite feeling unhappy. Moreover, since the Title Temple organized the Battle of the Geniuses, they deserved a little privilege. Most importantly, it did not affect the fairness of the competition. However, it had to be said that those participants who were displeased with the rules were mostly those weaker participants ranked at the bottom of the 300 participants. Those participants who were strong and confident naturally were not bothered at all. They did not care if the Title Temple gave preferential treatment to those who represented them. After all, as long as one had absolute strength, one would be able to crush those participants who received preferential treatment. This was the confidence of the strong. Since there are so many of you, 5 battles will take place at the same time.
Su Konghai waved his sleeve after he finished speaking.
5 barriers shielded 5 battle rings in just a moment.
These battle rings will be used during the 4th round. Anyone who's forced out of the light barrier is considered eliminated. If you want to surrender, crush the jade token in your possession. If you die, your opponent will not be held responsible, Su Konghai said as he swept his gaze across the participants. Please rise into the air. I'll issue the jade tokens now. It did not take long before the 300 participants who made it to the 4th round received their jade tokens.
Apart from the light barriers surrounding the battle rings, there was also a transportation formations in each battle ring that would transport a participant out after he or she had crushed their jade token. After returning to his seat, a thought suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. If I want to kill my opponent, I wonder if my ability to control space will be able to prevent the transportation formation from sending my opponent out even after my opponent crushes his or her jade token. Duanling Tian's eyes were rather bright when he thought about this. Although he had yet to get a chance to test out his theory, he had thought it was possible for him to do such a thing. After the participants had returned to their seats, Su Konghai waved his hand. As soon as 10 names appeared in the air, he said, "Those 10 whose names have been chosen, please step forward and enter the battle ring to face the opponents that have been chosen for you." Following that, 5 out of the 10 participants who had been named went to battle rings accordingly. Although Duanling Tian was not familiar with the 10 participants, it did not mean the other participants were unfamiliar with them as well. Soon enough, people began to discuss among themselves. "That's Meng Fan Gui, right? I heard he's the strongest among the younger generation in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Heaven-grade Profound Dream sect." Initially, most people were unsure if the participant was Meng Fangui from the Profound Dream sect or someone who shared the same name. Soon after, they remembered there was only one Meng Fangui among the participants. With that, Meng Fangui began to receive a lot of attention. "Meng Fangui? Is he famous?" Tang Sanpao murmured to himself. "Of course." Zhang Tianyu, who was seated next to Tang Sanpao, solemnly said, "Meng Fangui is a disciple of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Profound Dream sect. He specializes in illusory techniques, and he comprehends the law of darkness. He has never lost to anyone above the age of 2000 Pavilion Shaft Heaven. He had killed a 3-star god of war before so many people speculated he's as strong as a 4-star god of war." As strong as a 4-star god of war? Tang Sanpao was taken aback. "I didn't expect someone speculated to be as strong as a 4-star god of war would be selected to battle first. I wonder who's his opponent." "I have never heard of his opponent's name. He's either not known or a disciple of a powerhouse who lives in seclusion." Zhang Tianyu glanced at Meng Fangui's opponent's name and shook his head. "Regardless, I don't think he's a match for Meng Fangui. Although Meng Fangui is likely to be as strong as a 4-star god of war, the title temple has chosen him to fight first. I feel sorry for his opponent." If Meng Fangui's opponent has heard of him, he might not even have the courage to fight Meng Fangui. Well, even if his opponent isn't familiar with him, he should be familiar with him now after listening to the discussions in the surroundings. The name of Meng Fangui's opponent was Zhong Guiyu. At this moment, the other 5 participants went into their respective battle rings to face their opponents. "He's Zhong Guiyu? He actually dares to face Meng Fangui." Many people's attention was focused on a young man dressed in simple robes. He was pale, but his eyes were bright. "Who is Zhong Guiyu? I've never heard of him. His strength should be that of a 2-star god of war at least. He must be confident since he dares to enter the battle ring." Not necessarily. Some people are fearless even when faced with a fearsome opponent. Moreover, it's not a death duel. He just has to crush his jade token if he feels his life is on the line. In my opinion, he only showed up because it'd be too embarrassing to not show up. In one of the battle rings, Zhong Guiyu, who had just entered the battle ring, fearlessly met Meng Fangui's gaze. Meng Fangui sneered. "How many moves do you think you'd be able to withstand before I defeat you?" Meng Fangui's face was expressionless as he replied indifferently, "I'll surrender if I can't defeat you in 3 moves." Although Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui did not speak loudly, many people overheard their conversation. 3 moves. Duanling Tian began to pay attention to Zhong Guiyu after listening to these words as well. He had only briefly glanced at the gray-clad young man with a pale face but bright eyes and bushy brows who had a confident air about him. Those who would say words like these are either blindly arrogant or truly powerful. Tang Sanpao, who was seated behind Duanling Tian, muttered to himself. Most of the people present thought Zhong Guiyu was being blindly confident. Perhaps Zhong Guiyu hasn't heard of Meng Fangui's terrifying strength? Isn't that obvious? If he knew Meng Fangui is comparable to a 4-star god of war, he wouldn't have said those words. Is he deaf?
Didn't he hear the discussions in his surroundings?
Nonsense. If he's deaf, how could he have replied to Meng Fangui's question?
On the other hand, there was a small number of people who were not quick to make judgments.
Even most of the heavenly emperors who were disinterested instinctively turned to look at Zhong Guiyu after they heard his words. What an interesting lad. Meanwhile, Meng Fangui frowned upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's reply. His expression turned solemn and his confidence seemed to have dropped slightly. After all, his opponent seemed confident about defeating him with 3 moves. Even a top 4-star god of war was not capable of something like that.
He began to wonder if Zhong Guiyu had strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. With all these thoughts in mind, Meng Fangui grew uneasy. However, he did not let it show on his face. Instead, he said, "I can't wait to see how you're going to defeat me with 3 moves, seeing as you're so confident." After Meng Fangui finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged and shrouded him like a black fog. Then it suddenly shot out like a meteor toward Zhong Guiyu.
At the same time, Meng Fangui had vanished from sight.
Meng Fangui has used his illusory technique. Even if the participants used their divine consciousness, they still could not locate Meng Fangui. As for heavenly emperors, they had a hard time locating with their naked eyes. Only those who had attained godhood could clearly see what was happening.
At this time, Meng Fangui crept up toward Zhong Guiyu slowly. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu remained calm and unmoving, obviously unafraid of the impending attack from Meng Fangui. After a while, he said, "Darkness will always be defeated by light."
With that, his body burst forth with a blindingly white light. Many of the participants with weaker cultivation bases felt a sharp pain in their eyes, causing their expressions to change drastically.
Whoosh! 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 The blinding white light that shot out of Zhong Guiyu's slightly thin body shrouded the entire place. As the light spread, the attack from the Law of Darkness seemed to slowly lose its effectiveness. When it reached him, only half of its force remained. All he did was casually wave the white light sword in his hand to dispel the attack.
"1 move," Zhong Guiyu said indifferently. At the same time, the scorching white light continued to intensify.
It's the Law of Light's territory profundity.
No, it's not just that. Not counting the elementary profundity, it's fused with at least 2 other profundities.
A few observant participants could tell Zhong Guiyu's attack using the territory profundity was extraordinary and that it had been fused with 2 other profundities from the Law of Light.
Meanwhile, under everyone's watchful eyes, Meng Fangui's figure began to appear in the blinding white light. At this moment, Meng Fangui cried out, "Darkness territory."
With that, darkness seemed to descend on the battle ring.
Currently, the scorching light and the freezing darkness were battling in the battle ring. They kept pushing against each other, struggling for dominance. 2 moves. Zhong Guiyu took a step forward before the white light brightened again. Subsequently, 3 pairs of wings sprouted on his back. The wings resembled those depicted on Angel's back on Earth.
Zhong Guiyu flapped his wings and rose up. He did not fly up and only hovered near the ground. He stared at Meng Fangui frostily as he raised his right hand and swung it down.
A crescent white saber suddenly appeared and slashed at Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was not intimidated. With a wave of his hand, a black wheel with a diameter of 10 suddenly appeared, blocking the crescent white saber. Boom! 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 The power of light and darkness collided. Darkness and light struggled in the battle ring continuously. It made for a rather impressive sight. The 2 opponents' figures could only be seen after the dust settled. "This will end after the 3rd move," Zhong Guiyu said again before he suddenly bent forward and curled up into a ball before his 3 pairs of wings wrapped around him. When he dropped to the ground, he shone with growing brightness.
At this time, the participants could sense the terrifying energy that was brewing in the battle ring. "No, I can't allow this to go on." Meng Fangui's expression changed drastically. His hair tie broke, causing his hair to flutter in the air amidst the black energy. They looked like venomous snakes.
At the same time, what looked like a cane appeared in Meng Fangui's hand. To be precise, it was actually a staff. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a soul. Meng Fangui then muttered solemnly, "I call upon your names, my brethren in the dark. Fight for me. Following that, Meng Fan Gui muttered a series of unintelligible words. The only people who understood his words were those who had also comprehended the law of darkness. Boom! 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 Thunder clapped in the air above Meng Fan Gui's head before the sound of explosion rang in the air. Following that, a tear appeared in the space before it turned into an ancient stone gate. Numerous figures, big and small, could be seen emerging from the stone gate at this moment.
They were all formed by some kind of dark energy and their eyes flashed red with bloodlust. It is the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. After comprehending the summoning profundity from the law of darkness, one can summon powerful creatures from the dark side after chanting some ancient incantations. Those unintelligible words earlier must be ancient incantations, right?
I think so.
At this time, Meng Fan Gui brandished the staff in his hand.
Soon enough, a blood-red figure appeared, cackling sinisterly.
That's the Netherblood, the soul of Meng Fan Gui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many of the participants recognized Meng Fan Gui's weapon and its soul.
Zhang Tianyu, who was seated behind Duanling Tian, solemnly said, I heard the soul of Meng Fan Gui's celestial weapon is a blood spirit that was personally captured by Heavenly Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven in the Land of the Dead, which is also one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It is called the Nether Blood. Apparently, the patriarch of the Profound Dream sect traded for the blood spirit to customize Meng Fan Gui's weapon.
After all, Meng Fan Gui is the beloved great-grandson of the patriarch of the Profound Dream sect.
With Zhang Tianyu's explanation, Duanling Tian and the others learned that the soul of Meng Fan Gui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a blood spirit that was captured by Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, in the Land of the Dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was no way it was an ordinary blood spirit. Apart from divine artifacts, there aren't any weapons that are a match for it. In fact, even divine artifacts without souls won't be a match for it. Zhang Tianyu said as he stared at the staff in Meng Fan Gui's hand intently. Those who were aware of Meng Fan Gui's special weapon were also staring at it intently. What's he doing? At this moment, many participants were growing restless and uneasy, as well as they continued to watch Meng Fan Gui, who had cast the Law of Darkness summoning profundity. They could tell he was casting something terrifying and elaborate as they watched the blood spirit appear before it turned into countless beams of light that shot into the bodies of the creatures he had summoned from the dark side.
Following that, a faint red translucent shield appeared on the creatures' bodies. The bloodlust in the air grew palpable immediately.
The creatures growled and hissed along with the blood spirit's sinister cackling. All of them made their way toward Zhong Guiyu, who was still curled on the ground, covered by his wings. With this move, Meng Fan Gui can easily strike down a 4-star god of war. If Zhong Guiyu can withstand this move, then there's no doubt he's at least as strong as a 5-star god of war. This was one of the rare instances where Tang Sanpao looked solemn. The audience, who were usually noisy, had fallen silent as well at this moment.
Everyone was staring at the scene before them with rapt attention. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Bang!
The dark creatures attacked Zhong Guiyu, who was still curled up into a ball on the ground. Blows after blows landed on his wings. Nevertheless, they remained pristine.
As the blows continued to rain down, Zhong Guiyu's indifferent voice suddenly rang out.
Are you tickling me with these attacks?
Upon hearing this, Meng Fan Gui's turned ashen immediately as he cried out, Netherblood, merge! The creatures suddenly stopped attacking. The transparent red shield that shrouded them seemed to pull all of them together. They began to merge until they resembled a humanoid creature the size of a hill with a terrifying aura.
In terms of offensive strength, my blood-spirit amalgamation is equivalent to a triple-fused profundity. Meng Fan Gui stared at Zhong Guiyu, who was still curled up into a ball on the ground, and calmly said, Now, are you going to continue hiding or come out to face my attack? You think I'm hiding? Zhong Guiyu replied. His voice sounded different from before, it was slightly coarser now. Subsequently, the 3 pairs of wings unfurled, revealing Zhong Guiyu, who was shrouded with a golden light. Coupled with the white light, he looked divine.
Before light, darkness will fade. As Zhong Guiyu spoke, 2 beams of light shot out and merged into a gigantic humanoid figure dressed in white and golden armor. It wielded a huge hammer in its hand.
At the same time, a hammer had also appeared in Zhong Guiyu's hand at some point. It looked exactly like the hammer in the giant figure's hand. Ignorant. Meng Fangui's eyes flashed coldly as he said emotionlessly, "Netherblood, tear him apart."
The huge dark figure stomped over to Zhong Guiyu with a long spear in its hand. The tip of the spear glowed red like blood. It looked as though it had been forged in hell and had reaped countless lives.
3 moves, Zhong Guiyu said. The armored giant brandished its hammer, causing the air to freeze. Following that, the void shook as a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. Boom. After the deafening explosion, the giant hammer began to flash with a blinding light not dissimilar to the blazing sun. The light chased away the darkness, destroying everything in its path.
When it shone on the ferocious creatures charging toward Zhong Guiyu that had been strengthened by the blood spirit, the creatures let out a terrified shriek. Following that, a pillar of red light shot up into the sky. The nether blood abandoned the creatures that it had been using as vessels, returning to the Emperor-grade celestial staff in Meng Fangui's hand.
Meng Fangui was still in a daze when the Netherblood's raspy voice rang in his ears. "Crush the jade token and leave now.
Otherwise, even if you don't die, you'll be grievously injured." Simultaneously, a dignified voice that brooked no argument rang in Meng Fangui's mind. "Crush the jade token." Meng Fangui was not surprised when he heard Netherblood's warning and had felt slightly hesitant to do as it suggested. However, as soon as he heard the second voice, he did not hesitate and hurriedly crushed his jade token. At the instant Meng Fangui vanished from the battle ring, the giant hammer smashed down on the spot where he had just been standing a moment ago, causing the ground to quake violently.
Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Countless beams of light ricocheted in the battle ring, crashing against the light barrier.
The light barrier trembled, and it did not take long before cracks began to form on it.
Upon seeing this, the expression of Meng Fangui, who had just left the battle ring, changed drastically. "He's so powerful. I wouldn't have asked you to crush your jade token if you could withstand that attack," the Netherblood in the Emperor-grade celestial staff said in a trembling voice. Then it said confidently, "If I wasn't fast enough, I would have been cleansed by his light energy."
"He's definitely as strong as a 5-star god of war at least. If I wasn't weakened after becoming your weapon soul, I wouldn't need to fear him." Netherblood belonged to the Blood Spirit clan in the Land of the Dead, which is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was incredibly strong. Its strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war.
If it were someone else other than Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, it would not have been captured and brought out of the land of dead to become the soul of a celestial weapon.
A 5-star god of war. Meng Fangui did not doubt Netherblood's words. Moreover, he knew Netherblood's strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war before becoming his weapon soul.
According to his grandfather, they had to suppress Netherblood's cultivation base since he was not powerful enough to make Netherblood submit to him. As such, his grandfather had requested Gongsun Xianyuan to suppress Netherblood's strength to that of a 3-star god of war. Similarly, the crowd was shocked by this display as well. They inhaled sharply when they looked at the light shield that was about to shatter in disbelief. "He's definitely as powerful as a 5-star god of war at the very least."
Heavens!
What's the title temple thinking?
This is only the beginning, and yet, they've already arranged for those with strength comparable to 4- and 5-star gods of war to fight. I feel like I'm dreaming, since when are those below the age of 1,000 with the strength of 4- or 5-star gods of war so common? They arranged for a battle between those with strength comparable to 4- and 5-star gods of war. Are they trying to stir up a commotion on purpose? On the other hand, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were surprised as well. The higher-ups from the title temple branches were surprised and at a loss as well. They knew Meng Fangui's strength, but they did not know Zhong Guiyu was so strong. Otherwise, they would not have arranged for him to fight first.
Normally, this kind of battle between 2 strong participants only happened during the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, where the participants fought for a place in the top 30.
It was unexpected that during the first batch of battles in the 4th round, there was already a battle between participants with strength comparable to 4-star and 5-star gods of war.
We had assumed Zhong Guiyu had strength comparable to a 2-star god of war. Who knew he's as powerful as a 5-star god of war?
Where did Zhonggue Yu come from?
No one knows. We only know that he came from the boundless heaven. Initially, I thought the title temple pitted Zhonggue Yu against Meng Fangue because he comprehended the law of light that was the opposite of the law of darkness that Meng Fangue comprehended. No one thought he'd be able to defeat Meng Fangue. Everyone thought he would only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangue. Who knew he has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war and was actually able to defeat Meng Fangue with 3 moves?
The battles in the 4th round were arranged by the title temple. When they assigned Zhonggue Yu to fight Meng Fangue, no one expected Zhonggue Yu to win. The end result shocked everyone present on the scene.
Even Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, was surprised. He only regained his senses when he saw the light barrier he erected around the battle ring was about to shatter.
Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand before a huge translucent palm fell from the sky, like a hand smacking down a mosquito, to dispel Zhonggue Yu's energy that was wreaking havoc in the battle ring. And so, Zhonggue Yu obtained his first win by defeating Meng Fangue, who was as strong as a 4-star god of war. While the young geniuses whispered among themselves, they would look at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven furtively.
After today, I believe there'll only be a few people who don't know Zhonggue Yu.
Zhonggue Yu is from the boundless heaven, right? I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him.
The heavenly emperor of boundless heaven was the maternal grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven that Duan Ling Tian once joined. Moreover, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace had been hostile toward Duan Ling Tian until he discovered Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven.
After that, he had abandoned all thought of harming Duan Ling Tian and became courteous toward Duan Ling Tian.
The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when one of his peers asked him if he was familiar with Zhonggue Yu. He said, "I don't know him. He came with the boundless heaven's title temple."
The other party nodded. Since you don't know him, it's likely he's a disciple of an expert living in seclusion in the boundless heaven.
Perhaps the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven thought it was likely as well. If Zhonggue Yu was from one of the forces in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him to have not heard about Zhonggue Yu at all. If he had met Zhonggue Yu in the past, he would have fought to accept Zhonggue Yu as a disciple. For Zhonggue Yu, he was willing to set aside his pride as a heavenly emperor.
In fact, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had not completely dismissed the thought of accepting Zhonggue Yu as a disciple. Eventually, he could no longer hold back and sent Zhonggue Yu a message through voice transmission.
"Zhonggue Yu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'd like to accept you as my disciple. Do you agree?"
Without waiting for Zhonggue Yu's reply, he said through voice transmission again, "If you join me, there's no need for you to hold back when you're in the boundless heaven. You can do as you please, and no one will dare to offend you." In his opinion, Zhonggue Yu must be flattered to receive such a message from a heavenly emperor.
Alas, contrary to his expectations, Zhonggue Yu glanced at him indifferently before he said, "Put aside the fact that I already have a master, you're not qualified to be my master."
The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who did not expect such a reply, was so shocked that he had even forgotten to be angry. When he finally regained his senses, he said with a growl, "Brat, you're really arrogant. Who's your master? Do you really think he's stronger than I am?"
Zhonggue Yu still remained indifferent when faced with the angry heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven.
"Why? Do you want to fight my master? Well, we'll have to see if he dares to accept my challenge." The heavenly emperor of boundless heaven said with a low voice, "Are you sure? If you are, I'll ask my master to go to the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven when I return." Zhonggue Yu replied, clearly amused. At this time, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who had calmed down, finally sensed something was amiss. He asked, "Who's your master?" "You won't know him even if I tell you his name. All you need to know is that he's stronger than heavenly emperors. He's already attained godhood several centuries ago."
"A god? His master is a god living in the boundless heaven."
The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was scared stiff and shocked upon hearing those words. Zhonggue Yu did not care about the reaction of the heavenly emperor of boundless heaven and flew back to his seat. When he flew past Duanling Tian, he said through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, my senior sister talked about you a lot, and she holds you in high regard. I hope you won't disappoint me with your performance during the Battle of the Geniuses. Duanling Tian was surprised when he received Zhong Guiyu's voice transmission. He asked in confusion, Who's your senior sister? Zhong Guiyu replied, Su Yixi. Su Yixi. Duanling Tian was surprised by Zhong Guiyu's reply. How could he have known that Zhong Guiyu's senior sister was also his eldest senior sister when he was in the heaven-grade heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven?
Duanling Tian thought Zhong Guiyu might be his little junior brother, so he asked, Did teacher take you in recently? After asking the question, Duanling Tian felt it was unlikely. After all, Zhong Guiyu had shown strength that was not any weaker than Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace.
You misunderstood, Zhong Guiyu said. Although I'm senior sister Su Yixi's junior brother, my master isn't her father. We share another master.
Duanling Tian knew Su Yixi was extraordinary even from before. In the past, even the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, who was a 6-star god of war at that time, was wary of her strength. This meant that she had to be on par with a 6-star god of war as well at that time.
Now that so much time had passed, there was no doubt she had grown even stronger. Third senior sister and sixth senior brother had said that eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace a long time ago. She was incredibly mysterious about whereabouts, so none of them knew where she went. When Duanling Tian recalled his senior's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Su Yixi must have been accepted as a disciple by some expert. Her master was likely the reason for her tremendous improvement as well. At that time, his teacher, Su Lang, had also been shocked by her strength. It was likely even Su Lang was unaware that his daughter had a powerful master. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission, Who's your master? Zhong Guiyu's reply was swift. Our master lives in seclusion, hence you won't know him even if I tell you his name. All you have to know is he's also a god.
A god? Although Duanling Tian knew that someone who had outstanding disciples like Su Yixi and Zhong Guiyu had to be extraordinary, he was still slightly surprised when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister's master was a god.
Duanling Tian, apart from the exploding element celestial fruit that the title temple put up as a reward, I joined the Battle of the Geniuses because of you as well. Zhong Guiyu bluntly said, I am going to defeat you in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, so that our senior sister knows that I'm the strongest among her junior brothers. She'll know that you, whom she often praised, aren't a match for me as well. Based on Zhong Guiyu's words, it was obvious that Su Yixi's opinion was important to him.
Duanling Tian was rather surprised when Zhong Guiyu said that Su Yixi had praised him and thought highly of him. After all, he had only met her twice, and both times she had remained aloof. Therefore, it was unexpected that she would praise him. He mused inwardly, it seems like eldest senior sister is only cold on the outside, she's actually warm on the inside.
All right. Duanling Tian nodded in response to Zhong Guiyu's challenge. He was not the slightest bit worried, even though Zhong Guiyu's strength was that of a 5-star god of war at least. After Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fan Gui's battle, the other battles seemed dull in comparison.
Although there were battles where participants possessed the strength of a 3-star god of war, they could not compare to Meng Fan Gui and Zhong Guiyu, who possessed the strength of a 4-star and a 5-star god of war respectively. Most people only watched the battles briefly before they continued chatting among themselves. The crowd only began to pay attention again when it was finally Su Li's turn to fight. Although Su Li was said to have strength only comparable to a 2-star god of war, his age made him remarkable. He, along with Duanling Tian, was only a little over 600 years old, making him one of the 2 youngest participants in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. For this reason, everyone paid attention to him. After all, young geniuses at such an age were rare even in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. I didn't expect to be the first among us to fight, Su Li said with a smile as he straightened his robes before flying toward the battle ring with a sword ray under his feet. Due to Su Li's fame, most people had overlooked his opponent. They only began to notice his opponent when he entered the battle ring.
Based on their words, it seemed like his opponent was rather famous as well.
Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping.
Tuoba Ping is the strongest among the younger generation in the Heaven-grade Tuoba clan in the Eternal Journey Heaven. About 2 decades ago, he was already as strong as a 3-star god of war. I'm sure he's only grown more powerful since then. I think Tuoba Ping is one of the stronger ones among those with the strength of a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect Su Li would have to fight Tuoba Ping in his first fight. Wasn't the Title Temple afraid that the people would protest when they arranged this battle?
After all, I'm sure they know about Tuoba Ping's strength.
It seems like the Title Temple doesn't want Su Li to win. It's really unfair. Su Li's only a little over 600 years old, but they arranged for him to fight Tuoba Ping. Su Li is merely a little more than 600 years old, and they had arranged for him to fight Tuoba Ping. It is so unfair. Although Su Li was indifferent to it, some of the young geniuses could not help but feel indignant on Su Li's behalf because they thought the Title Temple was being unfair to Su Li.
In one of the battle rings, Tuoba Ping was a tall and handsome young man with a well-built body. He was dressed in a sky-blue robe with silver trimmings. As soon as Su Li entered the battle ring, he said with a faint smile, "Su Li, the only advantage I have is my age.
If it weren't for that, I don't think I'd feel confident about defeating you today. After all, when I was your age, I wasn't even as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor."
Defeat me? Su Li smiled faintly. It's not as easy as you think to defeat me. Is that so? Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up immediately. It seems like you're very confident about your strength. In that case, let's have a good and fair fight. Bring it on.
Su Li nodded before he flew into the air. The sword ray beneath his feet began to solidify while his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked like an ethereal sword celestial at this moment. Tuoba Ping's robes fluttered in the air, as well as his body began to shine with an intense golden light. It did not take long before the golden light seemed to solidify and settle on top of his skin like armor. This was the metal profundity from the law of metal.
Since both of us use swords, let's cross swords today. Although Su Li had yet to bring out his celestial weapon, it was not difficult for Tuoba Ping to figure out Su Li was a sword user as well.
Tuoba Ping waved his hand before a glowing emerald sword appeared out of thin air. With just a glance, one could tell it was extraordinary.
3-star god of war, Duanling Tian, who was seated among the audience, watched from afar with narrowed eyes. Tuoba Ping is indeed a good opponent for Su Li.
Although Duanling Tian had not seen Su Li unleash all his strength yet, he knew that Su Li had yet to gain the strength of a 4-star god of war. He knew this because Su Li had said he was not confident he would be able to place in the top 30.
If Su Lu already possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he would not have been worried about not being able to make it into the top 30. After all, most of those with the strength of a 4-star god of war should be able to easily enter the top 30, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Swoosh! 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 While Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the sound of swords whistling in the air pulled him back to his senses. He shifted his gaze back to the battle ring and saw Su Li and Tuoba Ping's figures flashing around as golden sword rays shot towards Su Li from all directions. Only those with higher cultivation bases were able to capture the 2 participants' movements at this moment.
As the sword rays continued to fall, Su Li was left with less and less place to retreat. It was obvious Tuoba Ping wanted to corner Su Li.
Suddenly, swoosh! Su Li made a move as a thunderous sword cry rang in the air, overpowering the sounds from the countless sword rays. He seemed to have transformed into a giant sword at this moment. The giant sword slashed out, looking as though it could destroy everything in its path. Similar to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, Su Li specialized in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had invited Su Li to stay with him for a time to guide him. It was impossible for Feng Qingyang to teach Su Li as he would Duanling Tian. The most he could do was help Su Li gain a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, although Feng Qing had openly shared his knowledge of the law of destruction with Su Li and answered many of the questions that had been bothering Su Li, due to law of destruction's difficulty, Su Li needed more time to apply what Feng Qingyang had taught him. Hence, Su Li did not improve much since Feng Qingyang last saw him because he had yet to fully grasp Feng Qingyang's words. Swoosh! Despite not having improved much, Su Li was already rather strong. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of destruction shrouded him before he transformed into a blood-red sword. The blood-red sword soared into the sky, breaking through to Oba Ping's sword rays that were raining down on him. Su Li did not waste time and retaliated immediately after breaking through to Oba Ping's first round of attacks. Duanling Tian, who was sitting among the audience, nodded slightly. His eyes were narrowed as he murmured to himself, Su Li isn't in a disadvantageous position at all. After Su Li and Tuoba Ping traded a few rounds of blows, Su Li began to gain the upper hand. Upon seeing this, a rare smile bloomed on Duanling Tian's face. It seems likely that Su Li will win this match. Back in the battle ring, the duo, who both displayed the strength of a 3-star god of war, seemed to be evenly matched as they continued to exchange blows. The blood-red sword and the golden sword rays clashed continuously. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword cries did not cease at all. The crowd was thrilled by the duel between two sword celestials. Tuoba Ping really lives up to his reputation. I didn't expect Tuoba Ping to possess the strength of a 3-star god of war. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, most of them thought that his strength would be mediocre. However, this battle proved them wrong. Nevertheless, as much as they were surprised by Tuoba Ping, they were even more surprised by Su Li. Heavens! Is Su Li really only a little over 600 years old? He's already so strong at such a young age. If he continues to progress, can you imagine how heavenly defying he will be when he reaches 1,000 years old? At that time, he'll probably be comparable to a 5- or 6-star god of war. I wouldn't have believed this if I didn't witness it with my own eyes. To think someone who's just a little over 600 years old is so strong. Based on the strength he displayed so far, he's comparable to Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of legendary heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. In fact, Duanling shares the same age as Su Li, and they're both friends as well. My childhood friend is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and is doing quite well. Before the start of the Battle of the Geniuses, he mentioned Su Li and Duanling Tian. According to him, Su Li and Duanling Tian came from the same mundane realm and have been best friends for many years. They're both prodigies of the same generation. Su Li and Duanling Tian are from the mundane realm? Since when did Ascenders have such heaven-defying talent? While the crowd was discussing Su Li, the topic gradually shifted to include Duanling Tian as well. Many people were shocked that the duo come from the same mundane realm and were even more shocked to find out the duo were Ascenders. After all, it was rare for Ascenders to be so talented. Even natives of the Devata realms could not compare to the duo. Most of them felt like they had lived in vain after learning about this. There were also some who found out Duanling Tian was an Ascender earlier when Feng Qingyang destroyed the clone of Situzubking, the heavenly emperor of the river Luo Heaven. Duanling Tian came from the same mundane realm as heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, right? This means Su Li also came from the same mundane realm as Feng Qingyang. There were many heaven-defying talents from the Yen Huang realms and several other realms. However, I've never heard of so many talents from the same era in a mundane realm. Due to this discussion, many people became curious about the mundane realm that Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Su Li hailed from. With this, Duanling Tian could feel the crowd's eyes on him as well. At this time, Tang San Pao, who was sitting behind Duanling Tian, suddenly said with a smile, Su Li has a high chance of winning this match. That's only if Tuoba Ping has used all the tricks up his sleeve and isn't hiding his strength, Zhang Tian. You said, I don't know if it's true, but I heard his emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact soul. It was a present from the clan leader of the Tuoba clan for his 900th birthday. An artifact soul? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew the difference between emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact soul spirits and those without artifact souls. Duanling Tian was about to send a message to warn Su Li when, ha ha ha, Tuoba Ping, who had been pressured by Su Li up until now, suddenly laughed heartily. Amazing! This is great. Su Li, you really impressed me. I admit I'm slightly weaker than you. However, this battle isn't just about strength. Celestial weapons play an important role as well.
As soon as Tuoba Ping finished speaking, a green light surged out of his sword before an unknown evil-looking beast appeared.
It's a sword spirit. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon that has an artifact soul. As soon as the unknown beast appeared, the sword's aura changed completely, becoming stronger and more domineering. Swoosh! Tuoba Ping pointed his sword at Su Li. A green sword ray appeared suddenly. It was shrouded by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal. In just an instant, Su Li, who had the upper hand, fell into a disadvantageous position due to Tuoba Ping's celestial weapon.
What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim as he looked at Tuoba Ping's sword. He smiled bitterly, inwardly regretting refusing the kind gesture from the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before Su Li left for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect intended to lend him their sect-guarding sword that contained a powerful sword spirit.
It was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon passed down from the time when the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was at its peak. Rumor had it that Emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many Emperor-grade celestial weapons artifact souls in the past. It was like the bane of all artifact souls. Meanwhile, the young geniuses shook their heads as they watched Su Li fall into a disadvantageous position. I was so sure that Su Li would win. Who knew? I thought Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact soul.
An Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact soul isn't a match for it. Even Duanling Tian was slightly frowning as well. Unless Su Li used the divine artifact he had found in the remnant of a realm of gods, it was impossible for him to defeat Tuoba Ping. Naturally, Duanling Tian would not bring the divine artifact out.
After all, exposing the divine artifact would undoubtedly attract trouble. There were many who coveted divine artifacts after all. Even if no one was bold enough to attack Su Li for his divine artifact in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he would definitely be ambushed during his journey back to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Even if Feng Qingyang declared he would protect Su Li, it would not stop people from risking their lives to obtain a divine artifact. After all, unless Feng Qingyang could be with Su Li all the time, it was impossible to stop people from attempting to snatch the divine artifact from Su Li. Although Duanling Tian knew Su Li was not rash, he could not help but remind Su Li through voice transmission, "Don't use your divine artifact even if it means you have to surrender."
He was slightly worried Su Li would use the divine artifact out of desperation despite knowing better.
Su Li was so focused on his battle with Tuoba Ping that he did not even respond to Duanling Tian. Hence, Duanling Tian stopped sending voice transmissions to Su Li. Moreover, he knew Su Li had heard his message. Boom! 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 Tuoba Ping looked like a god wielding a sword as his body shone with a dazzling golden light. The green sword ray shone with a tinge of gold suddenly increased in size before it shot toward Su Li. In front of the gigantic sword, he looked extra small. As the sword ray shot out, the ground trembled in its wake. Even the barrier around the battle ring trembled slightly. "Su Li, surrender now," Tuoba Ping said indifferently. Su Li stood his ground. His eyes were fixed on the greenish-gold sword ray as though he was in a trance.
In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray was already halfway away from Su Li. However, it did not seem like Su Li had the intention of dodging the attack at all.
Upon seeing this, even Tuoba Ping frowned slightly. He had no intentions of killing Su Li after all. However, there was nothing he could do if Su Li refused to surrender or crush his jade token. Su Li. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically as Su Li remained frozen on the spot, as though he was in a trance. Duanling Tian rose to his feet instinctively, wanting to pull Su Li out of harm's way. At the same time, the others thought Su Li must have lost his mind. How could he be in a daze during such a critical moment?
Some of them even wondered if Tuoba Ping had cast an illusory technique.
Tuoba Ping naturally knew Su Li's odd behavior had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not skilled in illusory techniques. Su Li. Tuoba Ping frowned as he watched Su Li about to die under his sword attack. At the same time, he decided to withdraw his attack. Although he could not completely withdraw the force of his attack and the force would likely gravely injure Su Li, at least Su Li would not die. Just as Duanling Tian was about to step in and intervene during the crucial moment, Feng Qingyang's voice rang in his ears. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing his master's words, Duanling Tian instinctively turned to look at Su Li. Previously, he was too anxious to notice the destructive energy raging around Su Li's body. It was as if cold water had slowly come to a boil. At this moment, I understand now, Su Li murmured as his eyes suddenly brightened. The blood-red energy around him flashed as a terrifying destructive energy swept out in his surroundings, causing the barrier around the battle ring to tremble. Tuoba Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed something was amiss. He could tell Su Li was like a different person now. Su Li had clearly become much stronger than before. He could not help but shudder inwardly when he sensed Su Li's energy. Did he have a breakthrough and possess the strength of a 4-star god of war now? This thought suddenly appeared in Tuoba Ping's mind. The difference between a 3-star god of war and a 4-star god of war was like heaven and earth, where the latter could easily defeat the former. I hope I'm wrong about it, Tuoba Ping thought to himself as he mobilized his celestial origin energy to attack Su Li with all his might. As soon as sensed Su Li's change, his intention to withdraw his attack vanished as well. Boom! 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 The golden-green light from the huge sword shone even more dazzling than before, illuminating the battle ring. It seemed as though it would be too late for Su Li to escape now, even if he had broken through and now possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war. You're just in time. Su Li casually tossed his celestial sword. A blood-red sword ray appeared immediately and increased in size at an alarming rate before it shot toward the giant sword with a terrifying destructive force. The void rippled and twisted in its wake as though it was about to tear. The young geniuses could sense the terrifying energy from Su Li's attack as well, and they were confused and shocked. How did he suddenly grow so strong? Was he holding back his strength earlier? It feels like he has fused another 2 profundities with his attack. That's probably why his strength has increased tremendously. Heavens! His attack seems to be on par with the attack from Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon that has an artifact soul. Similarly, the heavenly emperors of various Devata realms and higher-ups from the tidal temple branches were surprised as well. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Su Li. Unlike most of the young geniuses, they could clearly feel that Su Li was not a match for Tuoba Ping. Therefore, they knew he was not holding back his strength earlier when his destructive energy suddenly grew stronger. Su Li's comprehension skills are terrifying. When faced with a life-or-death situation, he actually managed to gain a deeper understanding of the law of destruction, resulting in a breakthrough. One of the heavenly emperors said, "And achieved a breakthrough." One of the heavenly emperors exclaimed, "I heard that Su Li is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Who knew that such a monstrous talent would appear after that genius? I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven can handle him." Another heavenly emperor said with a sigh as he glanced at Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, the Heaven-grade Thousand Tribulations sword sect had a genius who was strong enough to challenge Hao Tian. It was unfortunate he was eventually defeated and perished. That incident seemed to be the start of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's downfall. Rumor had it that the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven had intentionally pressured the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Therefore, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect left the Jade Emperor territory and moved to the Nando territory where they thrived. At this moment, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Hao Tian, was sitting with heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Gongsun Xianyuan asked. Hao Tian nodded. He's considered one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. How unexpected. After being on the decline for so many years, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect managed to produce such a great talent. Do you feel the pressure? Gongsun Xianyuan asked with a smile on his face. That genius from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had caused quite some damage to you in the past. Although you killed him eventually, it still took you a few hundred years to fully heal from the injuries he dealt you. Nobody knew about the matter as clearly as Gongsun Xianyuan did. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was evenly matched with Hao Tian during their earth-shattering battle. In the end, Hao Tian managed to defeat him and kill him by a slight margin. In fact, Yu Hao Tian did not intend to kill him, but at that critical moment, things were out of his control. If Yu Hao Tian did not gain a slight edge at that time, he would have been the one who died. Due to severe injuries, Yu Hao Tian went into closed-door cultivation for a few hundred years to recover. During the time he was away, his nephew Yang Jian, Three-Eye Celestial Emperor, had used his name and ordered the titled Celestial Emperors in the heavenly palace of the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, forcing the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect to flee the Jade Emperor territory and move to the Nando territory. Since Yang Jian had acted under Yu Hao Tian's name, Yang Jian did not dare to go overboard. Nevertheless, he was still punished by Yu Hao Tian when Yu Hao Tian emerged from closed-door cultivation. At that time, Yu Hao Tian had planned to invite the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect back to the Jade Emperor territory since he treated that genius as his confidant. However, when he went to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and discovered they seemed to be thriving even more after leaving the Jade Emperor territory, he decided it was best to leave them alone and left without a word. Although rumors were rife about him suppressing the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Finally, there seems to be hope for them. Yu Hao Tian nodded. The fraternal twins from the Ganjiang progeny and Moxia progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect might be able to hold their own against me if they manage to grow stronger before I attain godhood. However, they won't be able to pressure me much. Su Li, on the other hand, is a different story. He reminds me of that person. Perhaps it's only a matter of time before he catches up to me. Based on his words, Yu Hao Tian clearly thought highly of Su Li. I'm afraid he'll try to avenge the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and dethrone you, Gongsun Xianyuan said with a smile. I have nothing to say if he's really capable of that, Yu Hao Tian said sincerely with a smile on his face. On the other side, his comprehension skills aren't bad. Feng Qingyang smiled when he saw Su Li's law destruction had risen another level after his breakthrough. He was the first to notice earlier when Su Li suddenly fell into a trance. He was also the first to figure out that Su Li must have had an epiphany and was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Therefore, he had stopped Duan Ling Tian from intervening. Based on Su Li's performance, he could tell that Su Li had taken his advice to heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Su Li to successfully fuse two profundities from the law of destruction at such a crucial moment. Moreover, the fusing method Su Li had used was the method he taught Su Li. It had to be said, although he imparted his knowledge to Su Li, it all depended on Su Li to grasp his words and achieve a breakthrough. This breakthrough will grant him the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, he should be able to make it into the top 30 with ease. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses were unaware that Su Li had a breakthrough and assumed he was hiding his strength earlier. However, there were a few astute young geniuses who knew Su Li had a breakthrough. With this knowledge, they knew Su Li would defeat Tuoba Ping. At the same time, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face again, as he watched the blood-red sword collide with the golden-green sword. He's successfully broken through. Su Li stood unmoving and his back was straight like a spear. At this time, the terrifying blood-red sword ray was colliding with Tuoba Ping's domineering golden-green sword attack. The two swords clashed with each other, appearing to be evenly matched. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword ray that was glowing like the sunset suddenly expanded. Its light was so bright that the golden-green sword seemed to be shrinking back in fear. Arg! A strange and miserable screech rang from the middle of the battle ring, causing chills to run up people's spines. That's the voice of Tuoba Ping's sword spirit. Just as these words fell, the golden-green sword vanished. Similarly, Tuoba Ping had disappeared as well and reappeared outside of the battle ring. Boom! 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 The barrier shook violently as the blood-red sword ray struck it, looking as though it was going to shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, in the end, it managed to withstand the attack. Upon seeing this, realization dawned upon Duan Ling Tian. It seems like the attack of a 4-star god of war is the limit the barrier is able to withstand. Su Li will be able to make it into the top 30. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed when Su Li won the match. After Su Li's breakthrough, he now possessed strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the tidal temple branches, Many astute young geniuses could tell Su Li had a breakthrough.
Even those who were unaware earlier could guess what had happened by now.
He's only slightly over 600 years old but possesses the strength of a 4-star god of war. It seems like he's even more talented than Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Duan Ling Tian's strength is only that of a 3-star god of war. Although Duan Ling Tian had won previously, his opponent was only a 2-star god of war. Therefore, most of the people could only confirm he was stronger than a 3-star god of war.
It was not surprising people thought Su Li was stronger than Duan Ling Tian after watching Su Li's match.
Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not care about other people's opinions of him. Su Li, did you hide your strength earlier or did you have a breakthrough mid-battle? Tuoba Ping, who had crushed his jade token and left the battlefield earlier, asked with a bitter smile. The few young geniuses who were still unaware of Su Li's breakthrough were taken aback and began to discuss among themselves.
What's Tuoba Ping saying? Did he think Su Li had a sudden breakthrough earlier?
Isn't that terrifying?
Can you imagine how good his comprehension skill must be to have a sudden breakthrough? That's right. He's really heaven-defying. Meanwhile, Su Li replied to Tuoba Ping, speaking of which, I have you to thank for it. I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly if it weren't for the pressure from your sword attack.
This confirmation caused an uproar again among the young geniuses, even if most of them had already guessed it. When Su Li returned to his seat, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, Su Li, you must be confident about making it into the top 30, right?
Su Li grinned. Senior Feng Qingyang's efforts to teach me would have been in vain if I still couldn't enter the top 30 in the Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Su Li's words. Your breakthrough has something to do with my master? Su Li nodded.
His lips curled up into a smile as he said, I wouldn't have had a sudden breakthrough if Senior Feng Qingyang didn't guide me previously. Of course, the pressure from Tuoba Ping's attack played an important role as well. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, my current strength should be comparable to yours, right? Duan Ling Tian's current strength was still a mystery to Su Li. Before his breakthrough, he did not ask Duan Ling Tian this question since he knew he had to be weaker than Duan Ling Tian. However, after his breakthrough due to the law of destruction and gaining the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become much more confident. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know once we battle each other? I'll be waiting then. Su Li nodded. Hints of fighting spirit burned in his eyes at this time. At this moment, Tang Senpao gave Su Li a thumbs up as he said, Su Li, you're amazing. You even broke through in the midst of a battle. It shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 30 now that you possess the strength of a 4-star god of war. Su Li looked at Tang Senpao and nodded politely. I'm sure you'll enter the top 30 as well. In fact, it's likely that 4 people in our group will make it into the top 30. Top 30. Tang Senpao was briefly stunned by Su Li's words. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, Su Li, my goal isn't to rank in the top 30. My goal is to rank in the top 3 in the Battle of the Geniuses. Top 3. Not only Su Li, but Duan Ling Tian and the others were surprised by Tang Sanpao's reply as well. They did not expect him to be so ambitious.
Brother Sanpao. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu reached out and patted Tang Sanpao's shoulder before he shook his head and said with a smile on his face, It's good to be ambitious, but it's important to be realistic as well. In my opinion, you should aim to enter the top 100. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Although Zhang Tianyu did not know much about Tang Sanpao, he did not think Tang Sanpao was too strong based on Tang Sanpao's behavior. Those who were strong were usually cold and aloof. They discovered Tang Sanpao was a chatterbox after they had gotten familiar with him. For this reason, he did not think Tang Sanpao would be as strong as Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, or Ling Juyun. You don't believe me? Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhang Tianyu.
All right, just wait and see. If the Tidal Temple arranges for me to fight someone comparable to a 4-star god of war, I'll definitely defeat him. As it happened, a few battles after Su Li's battle, Tang Sanpao was the second person in Duan Ling Tian's group who was called out to enter the battle ring. His opponent was called Yulan Shang. Yulan Shang. Something stirred in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he saw Yu Lanshang's name appear. This name had left an impression on him when he looked through the list of the top 300 participants. Heavens! It's Yu Lanshang. Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to Tang Sanpao, sprung up to his feet and instinctively looked at Tang Sanpao with a hint of disbelief. Brother Sanpao, your wish has come true.
I'm amazed.
Brother Sanpao, do you know some techniques to see the future? Shouldn't you specialize in the law of time? Contrary to what Zhang Tianyu said, Tang Sanpao did not comprehend the law of time.
It's Yu Lanshang. Tang Sanpao's eyes burned brightly as he rose to his feet. It seems like the title temple knows me to have arranged for me to battle Yu Lanshang, someone who's as strong as a 4-star god of war, in the early bouts of the 4th round.
Moreover, he's also the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven.
With these words, Duan Tian finally remembered why Yu Lanshang's name left an impression on him. Yu Lanshang was suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war.
The Jade Emperor's true disciple? Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the handsome young man who had just flown out from the left corner of the spectators' seats. The handsome young man was tall and well-built. His long hair rested on the back of his turquoise robe. His thick eyebrows perfectly framed his big and bright eyes, and he seemed to have a smile permanently etched on his face. At the same time, the other young geniuses were discussing among themselves. It's Yu Lanshang. Heavens! Another participant who's suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war has entered the battle ring. A decade ago, Yu Lanshang was already said to be comparable to a 4-star god of war. Who's Tang Sanpao? How unlucky that he's chosen to fight Yu Lanshang. I've never heard of Tang Sanpao. Could he be like Zhong Guiyu as well?
Maybe this battle isn't a big deal to him.
You're overthinking. Do you think there are so many people like Zhong Guiyu? Amid the pessimistic voices, Tang Sanpao smiled and said to Duan Tian and the others, "Watch closely. It'll be over in a blink of an eye. Make sure you don't miss it." Following that, Tang Sanpao flew into the battle ring.
This Tang Sanpao, when Duan Tian shifted his gaze back to Tang Sanpao, he discovered the always present smile on Tang Sanpao's face had been replaced by an indifferent expression. Tang Sanpao, who looked cold and aloof now, was like a completely different person.
Brother Tang Sanpao has great acting skills. He looks more like an extraordinary genius now, Zhang Tianyu said with a smile. Clearly, he thought Tang Sanpao was only putting on an act.
In fact, the majority of the people present did not think that nobody like Tang Sanpao was strong. All of them were certain he would be easily defeated by Yu Lanshang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven.
The crowd was not surprised when Yu Lanshang attacked with the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, they were shocked when they saw Tang Sanpao deflect Yu Lanshang's attack and retaliated.
A wave of terrifying energy surged out and shrouded Yu Lanshang immediately. Despite how hard Yu Lanshang struggled and used his emperor-grade celestial weapon, which contained an artifact soul, he could not break out of Tang Sanpao's restraint.
When Tang Sanpao exerted more strength to further restrain Yu Lanshang crushed his jade token. Just like that, Tang Sanpao defeated Yu Lanshang with 2 moves. At this moment, it was as silent as a graveyard in the venue of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses.
Tang Sanpao broke the silence first. Too bad. It seems like this is the extent of the strength of the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's like that the only people whom I need to fight using my full strength are Duan Tian and Yu Dongfang, the true disciples of the heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven and the pavilion shaft heaven respectively.
After Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he moved to return to his seat.
Before Tang Sanpao left, Yu Lanshang asked with an unsightly expression on his face, "Who are you?"
Yu Lanshang had tried his best earlier, but Tang Sanpao was so much stronger than he was defeated in just an instant.
"I'm Tang Sanpao, I'm just a nobody," Tang Sanpao said as he turned to look at Yu Lanshang indifferently. However, as soon as he returned to his seat, his indifference vanished immediately. He looked at Duan Tian and the others with a triumphant smile on his face and asked, "What do you think?
Did you look closely like I told you to earlier?" At this moment, Duan Tian, Su Li, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, He Jianyi, and even Ling Juyun were looking at Tang Sanpao in shock and disbelief. It was as though they were meeting Tang Sanpao for the first time.
Who are you? Why did you approach me?
What purpose? Duan Tian asked solemnly as he raised an eyebrow. He was undeniably shocked by Tang Sanpao's strength. Similar to Zhang Tianyu, he did not think Tang Sanpao was very strong based on Tang Sanpao's behavior.
However, after witnessing Tang Sanpao's battle, he realized Tang Sanpao was no weaker than a 5-star god of war.
In the past few Devata Realms battles of the geniuses, the highest number of participants comparable to a 5-star gods was only 9.
Since then, the number had been on a decline. There were not many young geniuses below the age of 1,000 who possessed the strength of a 5-star god of war recently. It was not an easy feat, after all, to possess such strength at such a young age.
For this reason, Duan Tian could not help but be wary of Tang Sanpao, who had been friendly toward him since the beginning. He wondered if Tang Sanpao had ulterior motives for approaching him. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Su Li furrowed his brows, whereas Zhang Tianyu and the others looked at Tang Sanpao fearfully. Was it true that Tang Sanpao harbored ulterior motives? Tang Sanpao said, slightly confused. What purpose would I have?
I only approach you so I can get to know you. I want to defeat you during the battle of the geniuses so I can brag to that old man.
That old man? Duan Tian raised his eyebrows. He's my master, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Your master suffered a beating from that old man in the past. However, after your master returned from the Azura Hell, that old man went to challenge your master and was beaten to a pulp by your master's clone, which was not even from the main law that your master comprehended. I've been by the old man's side for so many years, but it was my first time seeing him suffer a defeat so miserably. For that reason, my goal, participating in the battle of the geniuses, is to defeat you so I can brag to the old man that I defeated the true disciple of the person who beat him up. Following that, Duan Tian sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to verify Tang Sanpao's words.
That's his disciple? Feng Qingyang was quite surprised as he received Duan Tian's message. Don't worry, he's not lying. Earlier, when he attacked, I thought Tang Sanpao's movements are similar to that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple.
Master, before you entered the Azura Hell, his master defeated you?
Elder Hu told me that before you entered the Azura Hell, you were already an 8-star god of war, Duan Tian asked in shock. His master is an expert who lives in seclusion. He's a 9-star god of war who's about to attain godhood, Feng Qingyang said.
With this, Duan Tian finally understood why his master was defeated previously. It was easy for a 9-star god of war to defeat an 8-star god of war after all. However, after Feng Qingyang attained godhood, it was only natural that those who had yet to attain godhood, like Tang Sanpao's master, were no match for Feng Qingyang.
It won't be easy for you to defeat me. Duan Tian smiled faintly as he looked at Tang Sanpao. He felt relieved after Feng Qingyang confirmed Tang Sanpao truly did not have any ill intentions. Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him so he could brag to his master. It seems like you're at least a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up. I've already suspected this before, but now that you confirmed it, I really can't wait to battle with you.
Without waiting for Duan Tian's reply, Tang Sanpao turned around eagerly to look at Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main title temple, and shouted, Vice Temple Master Su, can you assign Duan Tian to me for my next match?
I can't wait to battle him.
Su Konghai was slightly taken aback by Tang Sanpao. In the end, he only glanced at Tang Sanpao before shifting his gaze away, ignoring him. Then, he looked at the young geniuses in the battle rings and said, Carry on. The participants in the battle rings had temporarily stopped fighting because they wanted to watch Yu Lanshang's fight. Who knew, just like Meng Fangui, Yu Lanshang would be defeated by a nobody as well. There was now another participant as strong as a 5-star god of war had appeared in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Most importantly, among these outstanding participants, 2 of them had unknown origins. How arrogant!
How dare he ignore me? Once I attain godhood, I'll definitely go to the title temple to beat him up. Tang Sanpao said indignantly as he looked at Su Konghai's back. Despite the fact that there were 4 ongoing battles, the crowd's attention was now focused on Tang Sanpao. They were intrigued by this mysterious character who was just like Zhong Guiyu. There are so many people trying to poach me. I wonder if I should tell the old man about them when I return,
so he can challenge them to a duel. Tang Sanpao murmured to himself as he rested his chin on his hand, glancing at the group of heavenly emperors and higher-ups from tidal temple branches. The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. He felt slightly amused and helpless thinking about how Tang Sanpao wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to beat up the heavenly emperors and higher-ups from the tidal temple branches. Naturally, based on Tang Sanpao's words, he knew some of the heavenly emperors and higher-ups from tidal temple branches must have tried to recruit Tang Sanpao. After all, how could they know that Tang Sanpao's master was a 9-star god of war? They probably thought Tang Sanpao was a humble sectless cultivator. Duanling Tian knew those who tried to recruit Tang Sanpao had yet to attain godhood. After all, gods would not disdain themselves to recruit celestials unless the celestial was incredibly outstanding. Although Tang Sanpao was very strong and seemed rather talented based on his age and strength that was comparable to a 5-star god of war, he was not outstanding enough to attract the attention of gods. Moreover, there was no guarantee now that Tang Sanpao would be able to attain godhood. There were many geniuses who were outstanding when they were young but became mediocre as time passed. On the flip side, there were also those who were mediocre but became outstanding later. Nevertheless, at this time, there was no doubt Tang Sanpao was talented and strong for his age. When dusk arrived, they were only halfway through the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Su Konghai said, "The next bout will be today's final bout. Those who haven't been called will continue tomorrow. There's a possibility the 4th round might even extend until the day after tomorrow." After he finished speaking, 10 names of those who would be participating in the final matches for the day appeared. One of the names immediately caught everyone's attention, Duanling Tian.